textile machinery. So, City has been organizing ATEXCON as an annual event that serves as a key platform for stakeholders across the textile value chain, including industry leaders, innovators, researchers, and policymakers, to discuss trends, challenges, and opportunities shaping the global textile and apparel sector. ATEXCON also focuses on the emerging opportunities through the cross-country cooperation. So now it is indeed a privilege to have such distinguished audience with us today, representing the entire textile industry, the bests of the mind, innovators and policymakers with us. To kickstart our conference, let us begin with a theme session. So I request all the fellow colleagues of mine to come and join me on the dais. Mr. Rakesh Sharma, Chairman City. Mrs. Chandrama Chatterjee, Secretary General City. Mr. Bui Trug, Trade Counselor, Head of Trade Office, Embassy of Vietnam. And also Mr. Ashwin Chandran, Deputy Chairman, City. I hand over to them. May I request Mr. Rakesh Mehra, Chairman, City, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Trade Counselor, Head of Trade Office, Embassy of Vietnam, Mr. Trung Thong, Deputy Chairman, City, Mr. Ashwin Chandran, Vice Chairman, Dinesh Ji Naulakha, my past Chairman of City, Malik Saab, Rajkumar Ji, colleagues from the industry, SIMA Chairman, ITMF Chairman, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you joining us today for the 12th Asian Textile Conference. It has been a yearly event, and we skipped last year for some reason or the other, and we wanted to make sure that this year we do it before the year end. So thank you very much once again for having joined us. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering of thought leaders, innovators, and policymakers who are shaping the future of the global textile and apparel industry. Over the years, ATEXCON has evolved into a premier platform for industry discussions and policymakers who are sharing the future of the global textile and apparel industry. Over the years, ATEXCON has evolved into a premier platform for industry discussions, facilitating cross-border collaborations, policy dialogues, and technological advancements. I am pleased to share with you all that the previous editions of ATEXCON have successfully brought together global stakeholders, leading to strategic partnerships, policy recommendations, and more for the textile sector. Asia continues to be the backbone of the global textile and apparel sector, contributing significantly across the value chain. The region accounts for approximately 63% of the world's total cotton production and an astounding 90% of the world's man-made fiber production, making it a global leader in the raw material supply. Furthermore, with around 90% of the world's total spinning capacity and 85% of global knitting capacity, Asia remains the largest manufacturing base worldwide. Asia's dominance extends to the export market as well, accounting for nearly 65% of the global textile and apparels exports. Countries such as China, Bangladesh, Vietnam, India, and Turkey are leading the export landscape, underscoring the region's pivotal role in driving global trade. The increasing integration of technology, sustainability practices, and trade collaborations is further solidifying Asia's leadership position. With this contribution of Asia to the global textile and apparels market, the theme of this year's ATEXCON, Asia Steering Global Growth, is particularly significant. India is poised to play a critical role in sustaining Asia's dominance in the global textile and apparel landscape. Currently, India ranks as the fourth largest textile and apparels exporter among Asian countries, contributing around 6% of Asia's textile and apparel exports and approximately 4% of global textile and apparels exports. While Asia continues to dominate global T&A exports, it is important to note that the region's share in the global T&A exports has stagnated in recent years, despite its immense potential. To overcome this stagnation, Asian economies must focus on increasing their share not only through higher volumes, but also by enhancing value addition. Exporting high-value products with greater unit realization should be a priority for all Asian countries. Further, the Western economies emphasizing reshoring and nearshoring, it is crucial for Asian economies to enhance intra-regional trade and establish resilient, future-ready supply chains. Collaborations among Asian economies presents an unparalleled opportunity. By leveraging regional strengths, India and China's raw material base and manufacturing skill, Bangladesh and Vietnam's garment expertise, Indonesia's innovation in technical textiles, Sri Lanka's high-value apparel and intimate wear segment, Korea's advancement in smart textiles, and Japan's leadership in high-performance fibers and technical fabrics, we can create a robust and self-sufficient ecosystem. I'm hopeful that today's discussions will be insightful and thought-provoking, addressing key industrial trends such as trade policies, technological advancements, emerging textile segments, and evolving consumer preferences. These dialogues will undoubtedly pave the way for actionable strategies that foster long-term resilience, inclusivity, and sustainable growth for the textile and apparel industry. As I conclude, let us work together to unlock Asia's full potential, drive value-based growth, and steer the global textile and apparel industry towards a prosperous and sustainable future. Thank you, and wishing this event a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your inspiring words, Mr. Rakesh. I now request Ms. Chandrama Chatterjee, Secretary General City, to present the theme session and set the context for this conference.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I think sir has put an overview onto this, which I'll just try to reiterate through some numbers. A warm welcome to everybody. This Asian Textile Conference, or ATEXCON, has been there for more than a decade now. I'll put this, thank you. With this idea only that Asia is, I think, the largest producer and consumer, and like like many other countries, which is now trying to form regional groups to have a better say in the overall trade, it's time that we also have a strong platform to do the same. And ATEXCON is an attempt at that. In fact, we have tried to bring in voices from Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, UAE, and a few others over the day today, just to understand how we can together collaborate on this. So with that, can I start the presentation? While the gist of it has already been given by Mr. Rakesh Mehra, I would just like to put certain numbers in place to give an idea of how important this is. The 5 key pillars of the growth of this region is wonderful demographics. In fact, 5 of the top most populous countries of the world is in this region. There is a lot of investment happening, and the figures show that this is the region which is largely responsible for clothing the planet. And since the phasing out of the MFA, the share of this region has grown by 53%. With the social impact as also the other initiatives being taken by this region, it has a remarkable sustainability footprint to the global textile chain, and there are some reconfigurations that are needed, which is why collaborations and discussions on possible areas of opportunities together is very important to leverage the gains that has already been made into a multiple gain sector. This slide is to show how the world textile consumption has been increasing. If you look at the second column, it is about the world per capita consumption. And if you see the rate of growth with which Asia's per capita consumption has grown, you can see a much sharper growth rate there, which shows that the per capita fiber consumption is happening at a far more speed in the Asian region than the world average. Since the abolition of the MFA, Asia has been the engine of growth, not just in terms of investment and trade, but also as a catalyst for sustainable growth. Hence this conference is reiterating that. Now, here if you see that the total of the total production, Asia today is the hub for textile production, with 90% of the installed ring spinning capacity, 82% of the weaving capacity, and 84% of the knitting capacity is in Asia. This is as per the ITMF estimates. Asia produces 60% of the world's cotton and 90% of the world's MMF fibers. A large share of the textile machinery for the short staple and processing of chemical fibers is also made in this continent, as we can see, as we are showing through this diagram. In 2023, Asia accounted for 1/3 of the global GDP, and by 2050, this is projected to reach 50%. Also corresponding to the population growth, Asia represents more than 80% of the world's mill fiber consumption for spun yarn in all the segments in cotton, cellulosic, and synthetic fibers. And of course, in terms of trade, we have the top 3 suppliers, but for you in this region, and the growth has been around 52% in this, which has already been said. Due to favorable demographics, Asia's textile consumption has long-term growth potential and also has a remarkable social impact. As is being shown here, the direct employment of around 100 million people is in this region. 10 Asian textile producing countries together provide this employment, and majority of them is women. Asia is also scaling up its investment in circular textiles. Some of it we'll be hearing about today. And here is a snapshot of some of the Asian companies which are adopting sustainable practices to reduce the environmental and environmental impact and enhance the social impact. More and more Asian companies have made ESG commitments to align their business models to emerging regulations. But there's another important aspect of this is that many of these countries, though they are the largest producers, the regulations and all are basically being aligned to some of the other regional regulations. And here is one area where I think we need to start discussion as to how do we lead Asia-centric regulations and ways to achieve sustainable value chains within Asia. Asia has vibrant enterprises and family-owned companies, and that are the backbone of our industry. Some of the world's best and largest managed textile companies are in Asia, as we can see here. These are the 5 trends which are going to lead the growth here. One is how we are aligning to the emerging regulations. A lot of tariff and non-tariff barriers are being discussed at the moment, and I think India is looking forward to some important timelines that are coming in the next month. And how do we work around that is going to be very decisive. There's a lot of sourcing shifts that is happening. Many of the Asian suppliers are now working on nearshoring models, but how does this region together ensure that they are a preferred sourcing destination that needs to be done. There are circular models and technology and innovations, and all these require collaborations, and that's what we are expecting to discuss over the day today. So finally, I think we all know and understand that there's a tremendous scope for the Asian textile companies to collaborate, not only in terms of trade and investment, but also innovation. There are a lot of opportunities, but it is through a collective regional growth that I think we can have a much better market access and say in the overall discussions that are happening, be it with regions like the USA or the EU. And we look forward to those discussions happening over the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for setting the tone for today's conference. Now I request Mr. Thuong to address us and share the perspectives from Vietnam.
Honorable delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary General, and Mr. Vince, and ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. It is my both honor and privilege to address you today at the 12th ASEAN Textile Conference. On behalf of the Embassy of Vietnam, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the participants and express my appreciation to Mr. Chairman and Madam Secretary General and all Confederation of Indian Textile Industry team for inviting me and for organizing this event. The theme of today's conference, ASEAN Sharing Global Growth, aligns perfectly with the growing role of ASEAN in shaping the future of global textile industry. As we gather here in Mumbai, the heart of India's textile sector, it is a perfect opportunity to reflect on the shared history, strength, and opportunity for collaboration between Vietnam and India in textile and garment sector. Today, I would like to present an analysis of Vietnam textile and garment industry in recent years and highlighting our achievement, competitive advantage, and the vast potential for cooperation between Vietnam and India. my speech will be divided into 5 points. Point number 1, the overview of Indian textile and garment industry. Talking about the Indian scale and trade value. Vietnam textile and garment industry continue to play critical roles in the country economy. In 2024, our textile and garment export reached 44 billion US dollar. I think it's much a little higher than the number of Indian export around 40 billion US dollar, representing a 12 increase compared to 2023. This accounts for 16% of Vietnam's total national export. Our export last year about more than 500 billion US dollar, making one of the key sectors driving our trade. As of now, Vietnam stands at the third largest exporter of textile and garment globally after China and Bangladesh. In terms of imports, we have seen increase in the importance of raw material, which reached around 29 billion US dollar. You can mention that we import raw material around 30 billion US dollar, and we export around 40 or 44 and 45 billion US dollar. A significant portion of the imports, around 65%, we import from China. Raw material we import from China. Then a number around 18 to 19 billion US dollar per year. You see, out of 30 billion US dollar of raw material, and 20 we import from China. So it underlies the demand on external source for the key raw material like cotton, yarn, and fabrics. Now I'm talking about the key characteristics of Vietnam garment textile. Vietnam textile and garment industry is characterized by the predominance of CMT, it means cut, made, and trim production model, which is prevalent to 75% of enterprise in the sector. 70% of our Vietnamese companies in textile sector are CMT. Most of our business focus on final garment production, with 85% of enterprise involved in this segment. The industry also relies heavily on imported raw material, which I already mentioned before, around 80% of inputs sourced internationally. To support this dynamic sector, Vietnam has established specialized textile and garment industrial zones across several provinces from the north to the south of Vietnam. From the north, we have Nam Định and Hưng Yên. There are 2 provinces. There are many industrial parks. And from the south, we have Bình Dương and Đồng Nai, near Ho Chi Minh City. It's around 100 kilometers far from Ho Chi Minh City. And Nam Định and Hưng Yên also is 100 kilometers far from Hanoi capital. Talking about the competitiveness advantage of Vietnam textile and garment industry. Number 1, in terms of workforce and labor costs. The Vietnam textile sector employs 4.3 million workers. I think it's 1/10 of India. India around 40 million workers in the textile sector. But you see, we export 44 billion US dollar. Providing a nice, young, and skilled labor force. The cost of labor force also very competitive, with average around, you can say, 250 US dollar per month. But the worker can work up to 10 to 12 hours per day, and even 5 days per week. So you can see our very hard working workforce in textile sector, which is 1/3 of our worker in China earn. So the average salary in China is around 750, but in Vietnam you can say 250. In terms of logistics and infrastructure, Vietnam have a robust logistic infrastructure that support the textile industry need. With, you can say 100 seaport, we have 100 seaport and 12 international airports. Vietnam is well connected to over 500 global shipping routes, ensuring that product can transport efficiently to market worldwide. This infrastructure significantly enhance our trade capacity, especially with major partners like India. So in terms of free trade agreement, that's one of our advantages. Vietnam benefit from the network of 17 free trade agreement, including the new FTA like Vietnam EU Free Trade Agreement, EVFTA, or CPTPP, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. That at the beginning, the United States lead the CPTPP, but at the Trump 1.0, he withdraw that agreement. And very important, the RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP. This agreement have allowed Vietnam Textile to access key markets such as the US, the EU, Japan, South Korea, with 0% export duty, creating a competitive edge for Vietnam producer. And in terms of contribution of textile and garment to Vietnam economy, as I mentioned before, Vietnam textile and garment sector is a cornerstone of Vietnam industrial economy. It contributes 12.4% to Vietnam industrial GDP. I think in India only 2 or 3%, but in Vietnam it's 12% of our GDP, and provide direct to over 3 to 4 direct million workers, 3 to 4 million direct workers. And in terms of export, the 5 major corporations in Vietnam, there are many companies, but we have 5 big corporations. If any of one would like to find partner, number 1 is Vinatex. Vinatex is located in Hanoi. And number 2, TNC, and Gaco 10 also, and Viet Thang, and other. Only 5 big manufacturers, they contribute around 35 or 40% of country export market share. Additionally, Vietnam continue to attract significant foreign investment with US dollar about $5 billion in 2024. So Mr. Chairman just asked me that, so whether in Vietnam many Chinese companies are invested in Vietnam in textile sector. I said that no, sir. The number 1 foreign investor in Vietnam in textile sector is South Korea. And number 2 is Taiwan. South Korea contribute about 45% of total FDI in textile sector, and following by Taiwan, 23%, and Japan, 15%. This capital supports the expansion of industrial capability and its integration into global textile value chain. So now I come to the 4th point, the Vietnam and India cooperation in textile sector. As we look to the future, the potential for cooperation between India and Vietnam in the textile and garment sector is vast. Both countries have a long history of trade and have complementary strengths that can leverage for mutual growth. Now, the first point regarding to supply chain. India is one of the world's largest producer of cotton. I already have tried to meet several gentlemen who are in cotton, and I told them that yes, we also import cotton, but mainly we import from China and the United States and some other. So we really would like to divert to India. But when I met some Indian some Vietnamese importers say that because there's something in the quality of the Indian cotton. Maybe it cannot match, or now many foreigner companies, they prefer to import from their source. So that's one reason. And number two, in the cotton zone, for Vietnamese side, Vietnam can import a significant portion of the raw material, can benefit from strengthening its supply chain through closer collaboration with China. This will not only help to reduce our dependence on China, but also provide Vietnamese manufacturers with a more diversified and cost-effective raw material base. Furthermore, Vietnam and India can work together on developing functioning fabric, such as anti-bacterial or UV-resistant textile, by utilizing nanotechnology, an area where both nations, Vietnam and India, have strong research and development capacity. And we also are talking about some of joint production venture. A promising area for collaboration is the establishment of textile, dyeing, and finishing industrial cluster in Vietnam. So it may utilize India's advantage of wastewater treatment technologies. This could help address environment concerns in the textile industry, while boosting the productivity and competitiveness of both nations. Additionally, cooperation in the training textile engineer through India ATEX program will foster skill development and knowledge sharing. And number three, in terms of complementary market, India and Vietnam also have complementary market. Vietnam exports high-end polyester fabric to India with a demand of around $1.2 billion per year. On the other hand, Vietnam imports cutting-edge weaving machine from India. We import many kinds of textile machine from long time back. Even I remember that during 1970. Yeah. So we have some letter of credit where Vietnam can import Indian textile machine. And number three, some recommendation. Maybe whether we can set up the joint investment fund. Before India, I remember that in 2014, when our Prime Minister came to India, and at the first time Prime Minister Narendra Modi, on the bilateral meeting, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi already announced the NOC of $300 million for textile India, Vietnamese textile. But it's still not utilized so far. So I think we can take another kind of fund both from the government and from private sector. And number two, very important, that whether Vietnam can set up the Vietnam-India Textile Innovation Fund. This fund will support research and development of cutting-edge textile technology, such as smart fabric and eco-friendly dyeing process, and recyclable material. So ensure that both countries can remain forefront of the global textile industry. And the last point I would like to share here, maybe we can think of establishing an integrated production model, like through India, ASEAN, FTA, combination of origin provides enable raw material sourced from either Vietnam or India to qualify as a local content of the certificate of origin. Then we can think that we can import cotton from Gujarat to Vietnam and producing the denim fabric and using Indian dyeing technology. Then we can export a finished product to European country where Vietnam we have FTA. So ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, Vietnam and India textile partnership hold enormous potential for the growth and transformation of both nations' textile industry. By strengthening our cooperation in raw material, joint production, venture, and technology innovation, we can create a more sustainable, competitive, and dynamic textile sector. Together, we can shape the future of global textile growth and ensure ASEAN continue steering global growth as the theme of the conference today. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and look forward to working together and unlock the full potential of our collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing the Vietnam perspective, and we hope that this brings Vietnam and India much closer and finding more synergies to work on. Now, before we go to the next session, I would request Mr. Ashwin Chandran to give a commencement address for this conference.
Distinguished guests on and off the dais, colleagues from the textile and apparel industry, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us today. Your presence here reaffirms our collective commitment to advancing the textile and apparel industry, not just here in Asia, but across the globe. Asia has long been the driving force behind the global textile value chain, contributing immensely to manufacturing, innovation, and trade. As we stand at the crossroads of a rapidly evolving global landscape, marked by groundbreaking technological advancements, shifting trade policies, and an increasing emphasis on sustainability, our collective response will determine the trajectory of this vibrant industry. The textile industry today is not merely transforming, it is redefining itself. As key stakeholders, we must remain agile, embrace innovation, and strengthen collaborations to ensure sustained growth, resilience, and global competitiveness. The theme of this year's ATEXCON, Asia Steering Global Growth, is a powerful reflection of the region's leadership in shaping the future of the global textile and apparel industry. Asia is no longer just a production hub. It's increasingly setting the agenda for technological innovation, sustainability standards, and digital transformation in the textile industry. With economies like India, China, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka playing critical roles, the region continues to extend a profound influence on global supply chains and consumer markets. As the world adjusts to new economic realities, it's essential that Asian economies continue to collaborate, innovate, and maintain their competitive edge. Throughout the day, we will delve into transformative trends and emerging opportunities that are reshaping our industry. Shifts in trade policies, technological disruptions and digitization, the rise of technical textiles, and evolving consumer preferences and trends. These sessions have been designed not only to provide valuable insights, but also to chart a clear roadmap for sustainable growth, strategic partnerships, and impactful innovation. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to our partners, sponsors, speakers, and our knowledge partner, Gerzi, whose unwavering support has been instrumental in organizing this 12th edition of ATEXCON here in Mumbai. As we embark on ATEXCON 2025, I encourage all of you to actively engage, share your expertise, and explore collaborative possibilities that will shape the future of our industry. I do hope that this platform will serve as a catalyst for innovation, knowledge exchange, and transformative partnerships that will drive the next phase of growth for the textile apparel sector. Once again, warmly welcome you all to this 12th edition of ATEXCON, and I look forward to a day filled with insightful discussions, meaningful interactions, and actionable takeaways that will propel our industry forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ashwin. Now, before we conclude, I would request Mr. Rakesh Mehra to felicitate our guest, Mr. Thong from Vietnam. It's a green felicitation, so let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much, everyone on the dais. I will now request Mr. Prem Malik, our past chairman city, to felicitate our city chairman, current city chairman, Mr. Rakesh Mehra. Thank you so much. Now we will move on to the next session. No, there is no participant. It's a recorded video. Ask somebody to clear out the stage. Right, thank you. Now we will move on to the first panel discussion for this day. It was conducted overseas by our Mr. David Uricoli, partner Gerzi USA, with our esteemed panelists, Ms. Julia Hughes, President USFIA. Julia Hughes is the president of United States Fashion Industry Association, which represents brands, retailers, importers, and wholesalers based out of United States. And the second panelist that will be joining us will be Mr. Sanjay Israni, EVP Apparel USA. Sanjay Israni is the Executive Vice President of Apparel US Inc., a prominent garment manufacturer based out of New York City with extensive experience in global sourcing, retail supply chain management, vendor partnership, and team development. I request somebody from the admin to clear out the stage, please. Okay, please play.
Hello, and welcome to the 12th Asia Textile Conference, Asia Steering Global Growth, and the Trade Dynamics and Policy Shifts session. This session will explore recent global tariffs from the USA. Our panelists will discuss current tariffs and how they may affect all of us, especially India. I'm David Duracoli, a new appointed director at Guernsey USA in New York City. I specialize in enhancing supplier performance and driving lasting progress in sustainability and ESG, and I am thrilled to contribute to Guernsey's mission. Now, I'd like to introduce our panelist. First up is Julia K. Hughes. Julie is the president of the United States Fashion Industry Association, which represents brands, retailers, importers, and wholesalers based in the United States and doing business globally. She represents the industry in front of U.S. governments as well as international governments, stakeholders, explaining how fashion companies create high-quality jobs in the United States and economic opportunities around the world. Julie has an MA in International Studies from the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies and a BA in Foreign Service from Georgetown University. Welcome, Julie. Our second panelist is Sanjay. Sanjay Israni is the Executive Vice President of Apparel USA, which has manufacturing facilities in North Carolina, New York City, Guatemala, and Chennai. The factories are part of RK Industries, a family-owned business established in 1973 in India, now operated by the second generation and Ajay Agarwal. Sanjay's expertise in factory operations, product development, global sourcing makes him a recognized industry leader with deep knowledge in supply chains, vendor partnerships, team development, market analysis, and cross-functional collaboration. Previously, Sanjay was the vice president of production for Polo Men's, Purple Label, and Double RL brands, as well as made in USA capsules such as the Olympic uniforms. Before moving to the US, he was a sourcing VP at Triberg in Dubai and in Rhinoceros Sportswear in India. And Sanjay is a graduate of your very own Mumbai University. So, my opening statement, since taking office on January 20th, President Trump has introduced a series of trade tariffs targeting Canada, Mexico, China, and the European Union. These measures, aimed at addressing what is called the greatest trade deficit the world has ever seen, are designed to encourage the revitalization of U.S. industries by increasing domestic manufacturing. Amid these escalating trade tensions, India's textile and apparel industry is emerging as a potential winner. With the U.S. imposing stricter tariff restrictions and ethical sourcing standards, particularly against China due to forced labor concerns, India stands in a strong position to fill the gap. The country's well-established textile sector, skilled labor force, and growing reputation for sustainable and ethical manufacturing make it an attractive alternative for U.S. and global buyers seeking price and product stability within their supply chains. Furthermore, India's trade relationship with the U.S. may remain favorable, in part due to the strong personal relationship between Prime Minister Modi and President Trump. While other nations face tightened tariffs and trade barriers, India could avoid the brunt of these measures, allowing its textile and apparel sector to expand its market within the USA. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from seasoned trade and apparel executives who will share their insights on how shifts are shaping opportunities for India, and understanding the bigger picture in North American trade policies are essential. So we're going to start with Julie. Hi, Julie.
Hi.
Can you, as the president of USFIA, can you provide a brief overview of the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, the USMCA? Specifically, could you highlight the key changes made to NAFTA during President Trump's first term before 2020 and explain the current trade tariffs and their impact on USMCA? Please.
Thanks, David, and hello, everyone. It's a real pleasure to join you today. I know we're only joining you virtually. Sorry to not be there in person, but hopefully we will be sometime soon. So I'm happy to talk about USMCA and what that impact is on the U.S. textile brands and retailers. And to be perfectly honest with you, the changes for our sector from NAFTA to the US-Mexico-Canada agreement are relatively minimal. There were some tightening of rules of origin, but for the most part, the rules are the same. And most importantly, for companies who are looking for flexibilities, the tariff preference levels remained in place that allow the use of some inputs that are not made in the US or Canada or Mexico. So in the long run, the agreement represents stability. Now, and I know we'll talk more about this, obviously, because I'm based in Washington, D.C., and pretty much what everyone is talking about here is tariffs, tariffs, tariffs. And so the new tariffs on Mexico and Canada do have an impact. USMCA qualifying goods are exempt for the time being, at least until next month. But many other products that have some kind of input are not. Now, still, for the most part, USMCA, the big changes, it was in the auto sector. It was for other manufacturers, not for our sector. So the real impact for us are these new tariffs in the second Trump administration.
Great, thank you. That's really key to understand that difference, that the apparel and footwear industry really will not be affected by that change. So, hello, Sanjay. Can you share how USMCA has impacted your operations in the U.S.? Additionally, what effects have you seen on your customers' manufacturing, whether in the U.S., Central America, or even India?
Hi, David. Hi, Julie. And hi, everybody. Glad to be on the panel. So, yeah, like Julie said, I mean, the apparel industry hasn't been affected that much in the U.S., more the automobile sector and the likes. In the U.S. especially, I mean, what we produce is high-value items and small quantities. And what comes in from Mexico is basically comparatively lower in terms of price points items and big volumes. So basically, there's not much of an effect to the U.S. manufacturing as such. And plus also the costs. I mean, we're in the U.S., our hourly wages today are anywhere between $20 and $25 per hour compared to Mexico, which is about $1.50. So as such, we don't see a major swing or increase in production in the US coming from the Mexico region as such. So pretty much status quo for the US manufacturers.
Good to know. That's really good to know. I think a lot of people assume that it's going to really turn the industry upside down when it comes to Mexico, but I don't see it being affected either.
Right.
Great, thank you. Okay, so for our second question, Julie, can you please explain the recent tariff increases imposed on Mexico, Canada, and China? Because I think it's a little confusing, which is why I asked you to explain the USMCA. And I know that it's gotten very confusing with the continuous emotional changes being made with the tariffs, with increases and changing dates. Perhaps you can give us a status of where things stand today without taking us on what is being described as a tariff roller coaster ride.
Absolutely. And I considered having a slide to show this because it is incredibly complicated and it's only going to get more complicated because so far the administration has announced, and it's a little shocking that we are targeting Canada and Mexico, our free trade agreement partners, for 30 years. But Canada, Mexico, and China were the first countries to be targeted by the Trump administration. There's a reprieve again for the qualifying products, but we know that next month, April, is going to be very difficult. What many of us are calling T-Day, Tariff Day, April 2nd. But there also are tariffs that are global tariffs on steel and aluminum that have gone into place that are additional 25% tariffs. And again, you may think that doesn't really matter for textile brands and retailers, right? Because we're not importing steel and aluminum. But actually, some of those tariffs do apply to products that brands are bringing in because of what they're calling derivatives. So products that are actually made from it. So umbrellas that are made with aluminum shafts, those are now have an additional tariff on them. And some other cookware and products that retailers are selling, and they were a little bit surprised to be attacked by that. But the big story really is what's going to happen on April 2nd. And pretty much every press advisory that President Trump has, he talks about the tariffs, right? And the plan to put tariffs in place on April 2nd. But just today, just a few hours ago, and I'm going to read you what he just said, talking about the tariffs and how they're handling the tariffs, because not only is it a roller coaster, but you're so right, David, that it's very personal. And we anticipate that there will be many negotiations back and forth with different countries. But anyway, what the president said today is he said there will be flexibility on the reciprocal tariff plan. So he said the word flexibility is an important word. Sometimes it's flexibility. So there'll be flexibility, but basically it's reciprocal. And what his team has said is that they are working to assign a tariff rate to all countries that have tariffs on US goods. And they may also target other non-tariff policies that the president particularly is opposed to, such as value-added taxes, which he really doesn't like. So we really have that uncertainty for no one knows what it's going to look like. These calculations have not been done yet, but we know that there will be an announcement on April 2nd, and that'll be the start of negotiations. And I'll stop there, but I know we'll come back to this.
Yeah, I heard even the president mention April 2nd, and every time they mention it, it gets a little scarier each time.
Yep.
Because it's going to be, I don't think anybody likes surprises, particularly when they come from a government. So Sanjay, for your second question, I'd like to ask you what your current trade advantages of manufacturing in Guatemala are under CAFTA, and do you anticipate potential increased trade tariffs between U.S. and Guatemala?
So Guatemala, I mean, today looking at the whole geopolitical situation, everybody wants to manufacture closer to where they're selling. So Guatemala has a distinct advantage where, sailing time from Guatemala to Miami is 3 days compared to sailing from, say, India, which takes as much as 50 days. So the quick turn time is the main advantage of manufacturing in Guatemala. To give you an example, David, today we are offering customers from PO to in DC 60 days. From China or India, it's just the freight which takes 60 days. So that's the biggest advantage. And everybody wants to play, in today's environment, fashion environment, everybody wants to be close to the marketplace. Or, so quick turn is the key. Secondly, in terms of, imposing tariffs on Guatemala, personally, I do not foresee that. Reason being, look at the trade. Today, US exports to Guatemala is about 5 billion, imports is about 3 billion. So it's more advantage. Now, if you're comparing it to Mexico, Mexico imports only about 300 billion and exports 500 billion. So Guatemala in real terms is just 1% of the trade with Mexico. So I think it's just a small little speck, which personally, I hope we don't face any tariffs from Guatemala. And also, let's face it. If one has to stop illegal immigrants coming in, you need to create employment in a particular country. And, you impose tariffs, the employment goes down because factories don't want to operate. If you don't impose tariffs, they have an edge. They give more employment. People are employed. They don't want to move elsewhere. So I think Guatemala, we're in a good place as of now. That's my personal gut. And we just hope there are no tariffs imposed in Guatemala.
Well said. The strange part about it is that nobody can say for sure that it won't be affected. Right. Obviously, if the trade deficit is in the United States' favor.
Why should we?
Right should be, but the why part is always a big question when it comes to things like that. And just for everybody's edification, is that not, when you work in Guatemala the way you're working, is that not called nearshoring? Is that?
Yes, it's called nearshoring.
Okay.
And again, all the customers want to reduce their carbon footprint, do quick turn times at a slightly better price than what they would get in the US. So Guatemala is, and plus Guatemala is comparatively a much safer country than the other countries in the region.
Right.
So which kind of helps. I mean, I fly down there every month, and it's beautiful.
Right.
I can
Some of the
walk in
other
the evenings on the street without being too much.
that's
Crazy
that's
concern.
another important distinction, especially when you're talking about Central America and just the idea of the logistics of working in a country like that are positive, but yet the country themselves have some drawbacks.
Mhm.
So thank you very much. So for our third question, I'd like to hear from each of you on what you think will be potential advantages for India's textile market, given trade and brand sourcing will be looking for alternative ways to avoid rising tariffs from the U.S.
So I'm happy to kick that off, and it's not a new phenomenon. I would say for the last year and a half, 2 years, we have seen growing interest and shifting sourcing as companies are moving to minimize their risk in China. India is the #1 destination. We do a benchmarking survey every year, and in our benchmarking survey last year, it was the first time that more companies said they were growing their sourcing from India than said they were growing their sourcing from Bangladesh. So basically, I think India is the #1 magnet for the shifts in sourcing in Asia and South Asia. So that's really the good news. And I think the messaging, as you said in the introduction, David, for what's available from Indian suppliers for all of you in the audience, there's a wider range of products that's available. There are sustainability initiatives that are being met, which is a big selling point for many of the brands. So I think the future is bright for India. The one uncertainty, and why probably no one is placing new orders with a new vendor this week, is let's get past the tariff hurdle and let's see what's happening. That what I hear, we just did a survey of our membership, and obviously the #1 concern is what's going to be the impact of the tariffs, and folks are really holding back to see what happens. Now again, and you mentioned it, and I want to emphasize this, the personal relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi is essential. Even if there are big tariffs announced on April 2nd, our suspicion is that there's going to be a negotiation that will happen. Several cabinet officials in the administration have already said they're interested in a broader trade agreement with India. It's not clear what they mean by that, because they keep saying it's not product by product, which is kind of the way you have to think about a free trade agreement going forward. But all the vibes are totally positive for India and for India being able to, get over the hurdle. I mean, I would imagine India will be targeted with reciprocal tariffs because the president has talked about the tariff discrepancy several times. But that, as we've seen, and I'll say unfortunately, only because uncertainty is so disruptive to business, we've seen that something is announced and then it is renegotiated and changed relatively quickly, the roller coaster that David talked about initially. But I still think it's a very positive time for increased sourcing in India.
A little follow-up on that. With the tariffs, do you actually think that that these tariffs are really being laid out for negotiation? I mean, that's what the feeling I'm getting, that even if there is something that comes toward India's way, that there'll probably be more of a negotiation than it would be just imposing a tariff.
It definitely seems that way from a lot of the press statements, but this is the conundrum, and talking with administration officials, part of the uncertainty, because yes, President Trump is a deal maker. He wants to make deals, and he feels that you only make deals from a position of power. So he has the power to impose the tariffs to then negotiate deals. On the other hand, he keeps talking about the tariffs as a funding mechanism for the tax decrease, for maintaining the lower taxes on corporate taxes and high income individuals here in the US, and maybe expanding even more tax cuts. And then you need to make up that revenue. he keeps saying he's going to get that revenue from tariffs. So there's a conflict there in the two ways that tariffs are being discussed, both as right, it's a cudgel. It's a way to force our trading partners to make changes to benefit U.S. exports, but it's also a way that he wants to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. So that's why I wish I could more confidently say, absolutely, there will be a negotiation and we will see no problem 2 months from now. But I think no one really knows what the president will do. And the one thing that I can say absolutely definitively from all of our contacts in the administration is that no one knows what the president is going to do until he does it.
Thanks. Sanjay?
Yeah, well, I mean, the way I look at it, India stands at a greater advantage than any other country in that region. I mean, as a sourcing person, when I'm outsourcing, what do I look for? Good infrastructure, stable government, safety, and available of raw materials. So today, India I think it's overtaken China as the largest cotton manufacturer in the world. We have a stable government, a democracy, infrastructure over the last 15 years has become really good. So, why not India? And when we talk about tariffs, there are going to be tariffs imposed in the other regions too. So eventually it'll get to be a even playing field. And with all these, advantages India has, like I earlier mentioned, I don't see any reason why India would not, it would gain from all of this. And plus, let's not forget, I mean, now you see a lot of second generation coming into the manufacturing business, like our company also. I mean, these are young kids who've been educated overseas. They know how the US system works. And it's not what India was 25 years ago. India has changed for the better. And I think, it's a golden opportunity for India at this point of time. We're probably the only country in the region who's totally vertical, right? From growing their own cotton to, shipping the end product. So I think it's going to be a boom time. We are seeing it amongst our factories. We are expanding. We're setting up 2 new factories, one in northern part of India. So, the writing is there on the wall.
That's fantastic. Thank you. I agree with you on that. Particularly over the last 25 years, we've seen India really come into its own. And as a cotton producing nation, I think, and I've noticed, the innovation is definitely coming out of India. And I think one of the positive things about that is the mixture of synthetic fibers as well within cotton. I think we're all, used to be the day where everything was 100% cotton. And we're learning that there's a lot of alternatives that are really, in fact, better than just 100% cotton. And so I think that, again, it's innovation that has really carried India toward the forefront. And I think that's going to continue as well. Obviously, since we're talking to the textile industry, I think that's a real positive thing for everyone to really think about. And it's a great takeaway.
Yeah, and it's the government is fully supporting the industry. We've been last couple of years holding these big textile fairs where you have customers, BharatTex, which customers from all over the world coming in.
Right.
And, all these things help. Infrastructure is much better than it was. So yeah, and, let's not forget English speaking, largest population in the world. So.
Absolutely. And some other languages too. While you're at it.
Absolutely.
Can't even count them. Okay.
300 other languages.
Right. I just know one. So question number 4, let's discuss the topic of reciprocal tariffs. It can be a little confusing because the word has been used so much. And the increasing threats to the EU, adding 25% tariffs, particularly on cars and other goods, such as champagne and wine, which is incredible. So Julie, what do you think will happen if the US imposes higher tariffs on US exports? Should we expect reciprocal tariffs from the EU in response?
I think we have to expect reciprocal tariffs from most of our major trading partners. And again, in a sense, that's anticipated, right? Because if you're entering a negotiation, you want to also strengthen your hand in that negotiation with the US to lower the tariffs. But I don't think all those penalty tariffs are going to remain in place permanently, but I do think we're going to see a bit of a trade war, especially next month, and hopefully not going on for too long. I mean, I thought it was really interesting that yesterday the Europeans decided they had originally announced immediate retaliation on April 1st for the steel and aluminum tariffs that the US put in place, and they delayed those now until later, April 13th. And they said they were delaying it so that they could wait until the big day, April 2nd, to see what the US does on the reciprocal tariffs and then decide how they will respond on all of the tariffs on them. So I think everyone who's a smart negotiator is going to be looking at this for, right, how do I have something to negotiate, right? What am I going to be talking about with the US, and then what do we have to offer? So I think we're going to see a lot of retaliation going back and forth. It's an inevitable part of the discussion, but I don't think they're going to stay in place forever. It just means we're going to see a lot of disruption for the next month.
That's a bit of an understatement. It's going to be a lot of confusion, but try and,
I'd love to be more optimistic. I mean,
Right.
for those in the audience, it's like, we'd love to be more optimistic, but we can see it's going to have to play out, right? It's going to be a big bang, a big announcement. And then there's going to be the negotiations. Again, I do think India is at the front of the line or close to the front of the line for countries where President Trump is going to want to negotiate a good deal with Prime Minister Modi. So I'm assuming that all of you in the audience and your officials are thinking about what that deal should look like. And so lower tariffs for textiles and apparel would be great.
good advice to everybody in the audience to take that, because that could be the key. I think, sometimes the emotional, as I said, used the word emotion before when it comes to tariffs, which is, I think, two words that are never usually together. But, as you said, the friendship and relationship between the prime minister and the president are quite interesting and could really influence everything. As simple as that. So that brings me to you, Sanjay. What do you think as far as how are your customers going to be affected and their sourcing decisions? And what are your thoughts about sourcing more out of the EU in the future?
Well, EU, I mean, if the tariffs come, that could definitely help US manufacturing. I mean, today manufacturing in Europe is slightly cheaper than, excuse me, manufacturing in the US. And if there are tariffs imposed in the apparel business, in apparel coming in from EU, then I think we in the US will see a business coming in, which we are hoping for. Will we get everything right away? No, because unfortunately we don't have the infrastructure today. But long term, I mean, I think 3 to 5 years or 3 to 8 years, I think we can see a large growth in manufacturing the high-end products, which today are coming from Europe. Things like our facility in New York, it's multi-product. We do woven shirts, we do cashmere coats. So, these are things which will help us for sure. And again, we'll have to set up training programs, train the people. That's why I'm saying 3 to 8 years. Long term, yes, it definitely will help us in the US.
Good insight. I agree with you. I think that, in fact, Eastern Europe, which I think a lot of people assume makes lower end product, when in fact, Eastern Europe is just as important as Italy and, even with the artisans in France. It's just amazing that what's coming out of Eastern Europe and the quality of factories.
Yeah, and in fact, some of the countries in Eastern Europe, they do most of the work and then finishing is done in Italy and they still put a made in Italy label. So, which is legally allowed, which is strange, but, so yeah, like you said, Eastern European factories are pretty.
Well, there's stranger things happening than that. So,
no, but that's, yeah. So
moving forward.
And the other thing I must add here, because, once we start, the issue we have in US manufacturing, we don't have a continuous flow in orders. Tomorrow, if we have continuous flow of business, if I set up a line just doing men's shirt, my efficiency will get better, and the prices will definitely come down. So, that definitely would help us with the tariffs in the US, in EU too.
That's a very good point. I was at FIT last night speaking to a class, and a lot of them asked that question. Do I feel that the tariffs that are being implemented will bring manufacturing back to the US? And exactly what I said, I said it'll work if it's consistent. But if the way things are working now, it's all piecemeal and there's smaller orders, and
Yep.
anyone that is manufacturing here in the US has to make concessions for that.
True.
So there's no way to become efficient at something. And then when you have things like tariffs on aluminum and steel, as far as building new, as far as any type of construction, is going to cost a lot more money, because that's just aluminum and steel. And I'm sure there's other products too that will be tariffed higher than they are now, and will stifle some of the progress made, little progress that's been made, particularly when it comes to building new factories.
There is another unfair trade investigation ongoing right now that has started on timber and lumber. And so if that action is taken against imports of lumber, again, that's going to raise the costs for building our factories.
For everybody. For everybody and everything. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on India and how they are currently placed in the U.S. attack on tariff deficits and the future for Indian textiles and apparel trade? I know we've talked about this throughout, but I guess as your final thoughts for the audience, what would you say?
I mean, I'm happy to go first. I mean,
Sure.
again, I'm totally positive about the opportunities for India. We've seen the increases in U.S. imports from India already, but again, most important, what I think is the fact that brands and retailers, the sourcing executives, are saying they're looking to India first for where they're shifting their production as they're moving production around. And the potential impact from the reciprocal tariffs, right? As well as if you're shifting from China, that Vietnam, that's been the US #2 competitor for apparel, but there's not a lot of capacity that's left there. And they have a huge trade deficit with the US. So there's a lot of concern about targeting Vietnam. Again, all of the advantages that Sanjay talked about, in terms of vertical integration and the types of companies that are available. And I'm not just saying this because you guys are the audience. But this is the reality of where do we see opportunities right now. There's Western Hemisphere nearshoring, which we are very positive about. And the administration has not focused at all on the Central America region in terms of trade issues. So we're kind of happy they haven't gotten any attention yet. But if we look globally, it's India that has the best opportunity to take advantage of the uncertainty we're dealing with right now.
Yeah.
I agree with Julie. I mean, India is today, as a sourcing person, I would go to India first rather than any other country. And let's be honest, US cannot fight battles everywhere. They need a strong partner. And India, again, like you said, Prime Minister Modi, Trump, their personal relationships. So basically, US also needs India to offset China, let's be honest. So, like I said, we are very gung-ho about India. We are expanding and see no reason for India to, go full throttle.
Well, that's great to hear. Thank you. Yes, and I think that is a very good point about Vietnam, particularly since the majority of the shipments that have been stopped by U.S. Customs for suspicion of forced labor have really been coming out of Vietnam more than anywhere else, including China. It's much higher. So Vietnam's the place to watch for not bringing in new business, which isn't quite that far from India. So I agree. I think India is poised. And I'm not just saying that. I think, as you look at it, and from both of you guys, I totally agree with you. I think that India is on its way to a brighter day, if you will. And I just think it's a matter of stepping up to the plate and being able to match that need as well, because that's the other part. It's going to be challenging, and I think I don't see why it wouldn't happen, and India be able to pull it off, but I think it's going to be challenging nonetheless, particularly initially, as things get ironed out and we really look at what's happening. Okay, well, thank you very much. Any last thoughts? No, I think
Just
I
thank you for
Let's
having
go
this
India.
conversation. Yeah,
Yeah, go
that's
India.
right. This
Thank
is a
you.
real,
Go
it's an
India.
opportunity.
Yeah,
so
thank you very
everybody.
much.
Thank you so much, David Duricoli. Before we conclude the session, I would like to invite Mr. Rajkumar, past Chairman Citi, to sum up this discussion and give some key highlights.
Good morning, friends, and we listened to the Mr. David Uchali, partner of Guernsey, USA, and we also listened to Ms. Julia Hughes, President of the United States Fashion Industry Association, and we also listened to Mr. Sanjay Israni, Executive Vice President, Apparel USA. Friends from the industries, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude this insightful session, it is evident that the global trade policies are undergoing a major transformation. Asia, particularly India, is well positioned to stir the global growth in textile and apparel industry. The US trade shifts are creating both challenges and opportunities with India, standing out as a key sourcing destination due to its vertical integration, ethical manufacturing, and policy stability. However, the road ahead is not without challenges, and uncertainty surrounding the future trade agreements and trade structures continues to influence sourcing decision, while nearshoring trends in regions like Central America offer increased competition. India's inherent strength in scale, infrastructure, and skilled labor provide a solid foundation for continued leadership in this sector. And to capitalize on these opportunities, industry stakeholders must prioritize diversification, innovation, and sustainability. Collaborative efforts between government and manufacturers will be essential to develop trade-friendly policies, invest in smart manufacturing technologies, and build resilient regional supply chains that can withstand future disruptions. So the key takeaway points of the sessions are: global trade policies and their impact on Asia is that the US has introduced new trade tariff targeting key trading partners like China, Mexico, and China. India is emerging as a major alternative sourcing hub due to its strong textile ecosystem, skilled labor, and ethical manufacturing practices. The US-Mexico-Canada agreement, called as USMCA, has had minimum impact on apparel, which the biggest policy changes affecting other sectors like automobiles. And the India's competitive advantage amid shifting sourcing strategies are: with rising trading barriers on China, global brands are increasingly sourcing from India, outpacing Bangladesh for the first time. And we are seeing this trend in Tirupur and other places also. India's vertical integration from cotton production to finished goods market makes it an alternate attractive for global buyers. The country benefits from a stable government, improved infrastructure, and strong trade relationship with the United States. And the trade uncertainties and nearshoring trends and the upcoming trade policy changes, such as potential trade tariffs which is to be announced on April 2nd, could disrupt the global supply chain. Brands are exploring nearshoring options in Central America, particularly Guatemala, due to shorter lead times and logistical advantages over Asia. The uncertainty surrounding tariff is delaying sourcing decisions, with brand adopting a wait-and-see approach before committing to large orders. US-India trade relationship and negotiations, the strong personal relationship between our Prime Minister Modi ji and President Trump could result in trade agreements that benefit Indian textile sector. India's compliance with ethical sourcing and sustainability standard makes it a preferred partner for brands avoiding forced labor concerns. While India may face reciprocal tariff negotiation, could lead to favorable trade terms that strengthen its global market positions. And coming on to the future outlook for manufacturing and global trade, the rise of automation, sustainability, and digital manufacturing will shape future trade policies and sourcing strategies. Manufacturing in Asia must invest in agility, digitalization, and sustainability to remain competitive in a shifting trade landscape. And the long-term shifts towards regional supply chains and diversified sourcing will define the next phase of global trade in textiles. But with these discussions today, I am quite confident that these insights will serve as a strong foundation for informed decision-making as we collectively work towards securing India's leadership in the global textile and apparel industry. I thank you all for your active participation. I look forward for your continued dialogue and collaboration. Thank you very much.
Well, that was quite enriching. I request ITMF President Dr. K.V. Srinivasan to felicitate our past chairman city, Mr. T. Rajkumar. Thank you so much. And without breaking the momentum on the steering topic, we will take a short break to set up the stage while you can break to get some tea and come back again in 5 minutes. And we will be starting with the continued discussion on trade dynamics and policy shifts. I would like to thank our principal sponsors, LMW, gold sponsors, Reader, our bronze sponsors, ITME Society, Sulochana, and Sistel. For our relentless support from the association partners, Clothing Manufacturers Association of India, Indian Technical Textile Association, and other city association partners. Our panelists for trade dynamics and policy shifts to come to the dais. Yeah. So I request everybody to get seated. Continuing with the momentum that the first panel, Strategies for Changing Landscape on Trade Dynamics and Policy Shifts, have created, we continue with the discussion on trade dynamics with our next panelists. I request Dr. Siddhartha Rajagopal, Executive Director, Textile, to come and moderate the session, introduce the panelists. Meanwhile, I request the panelists to come on stage. Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, President, ITMF, International Textile Manufacturers Federation. Mr. Dinesh Nolkha, Vice Chairman, City, and CMD, Nitin Spinners. Mr. K. Shaktivil, Chairman, Powerlooms Development and Export Promotion Council. And joining us from across borders online, Mr. Debashish Kumar Shaha, CEO, Transformed Limited, Bangladesh. I request Mr. Dinesh Nolkha, Vice Chairman, City, and CMD Nitin Spinners to join us on the dais. While they join us, I request Dr. Siddhartha Rajagopal to come and moderate the session, give us a context-setting presentation, and set the tone for the panel.
I think we have two more panelists are awaited. Maybe they're having a cup of coffee. Shall we start? Shall we start? Okay. Well, I think, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Gives me great pleasure to be here today in this panel discussion on, come please, on trade dynamics and policy shifts, the subject matter of our discussion. We have a very distinguished panel with us, and it is my pleasure to introduce them. Right now on the stage is Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, the past chairman of Textile and the present chairman of the International Textile Manufacturing Federation, based in Zurich. So he's one of the leading personalities in India with his own spinning, weaving, and home textile unit, and a leading exporter as well, and currently heading the International Textile Manufacturer Federation, among the second or the third Indian to do so in the checkered history of that institute. I also have now joined by Mr. Dinesh Naulakaji. He is the vice chairman of Citi and also one of the leading spinners and fabric manufacturers in India with a state-of-the-art plant. If you go and visit his unit in Bhilwara, you'll really realize what modernization can achieve and upgradation of technology. So he is joining with us with a veteran in textile industry in India. I'm also joined by Mr. Shaktivel, the chairman of the Powerloom Development and Export Promotion Council, PEDEXIL. He is a leading exporter himself, based out of South, and representing the SME sector, as we call, because a large part of fabric weaving in this country is still under the small and medium enterprises unit. So thank you very much, sirs, for joining in today. We have a very, what shall I say, interesting subject, and I must appreciate the organizers for really catching the spirit of the times, talking about trade dynamics and policy shifts. Almost daily when you get up, there is some flux or the other which catches your attention when you read the newspapers or you see the WhatsApps or you see whatever else you see on your phone. Together with them and of course with the audience, our dear participants, we will navigate the session that aptly captures, as I say, today's times. What I will do is I prepared a couple of slides, about 6 slides. I thought there were 6 panelists here. So 1 slide each, on which I'll ask each of the panelists, once I run through the slide, I'll ask them to comment so that you get the perspective and we can move forward in a more structured manner. So each slide will play out and I will ask our panelists to respond on a question or two which we have framed and see how the process we can all benefit from the insights these gentlemen can give us, because they're all veterans and they have a deep knowledge of how the textile industry in India is working and also on the international level. So may we start with the presentation, please? We were actually having, 6 panelists. Mr. Jemi, I think, Kertiva from Indonesia is held up. He's unable to join. 3-4 minutes he will join. That will be very nice. And of course, Mr. Amir Akhtar, probably there was some misunderstanding on the scheduling of the session for him. He probably will come here only at 1:30 by the time we would have ended this session. So anyway, we have got, nevertheless, a panelist equally erudite in their learning. Now, I'll start with the presentation. The first point I like to raise, there's a Chinese proverb or a curse which says, may you live in interesting times. Now, actually, this is an English expression claimed to be of Chinese origin. And when we looked around to see where the origin is in China, well, there is no text which claims this kind of a statement. But nevertheless, knowing the Englishmen as we all do, they popularized this in the 1930s and say that interesting times actually means the times of tumult, turbulence, trouble, and whatever else you can think with the letter T. So all that is happening around us as we sit and watch the events unfold. Now, the emerging landscape is an important thing. What we are trying to say here is trade dynamics and policy shifts. 2 parts to this session. The trade dynamics is an interplay of global trade flows, yes, all of us are aware, affecting economies and businesses. Quite true. What happens in the global trade flows is affecting both our governments and the economies and the businesses. Influences of government policies and international relations, yes. As you are seeing, a lot of government policies and international relations are shaped by the kind of trading environment or the economic environment that you see not only at your local level or your national level, but also at the international level. Then you have the interconnection between emerging trade policies, yes, and the whole potential to reshape global markets and supply chain. We've seen that how trade policies really have been used as methods to reshape trade flows. And that has been, there is enough evidence in history, there's enough evidence available to us in the literature, which will show how times on people have used these methods to sort of reshape trade. One example I can give you straight away is that after the Second World War, the multilateralism as a concept grew. And the United States was actually the one which was really trying to build this, because they did not lose anything in the war, but the entire Europe, Japan, and all other producers had suffered substantially. But the same United States today is trying to push the policy in another direction. So the wheel is almost turning full circle. But we are seeing that the world is very sensitive to what really is being done in terms of the trade policies or the policies that emerge from some of these big countries. And the implications. The implications are pregnant with economic disruptions. If you look at it, a lot of people worry there will be economic disruption. A lot of other people say, no, a lot of new opportunities will come, especially for countries who rely on export. So both ways you can look at the problem, whether it is the glass is half full or half empty. It depends on how you look. But then a lot of people can come up and say. But therefore, these 4 or 5 events, 4 or 5 trends that we see in the landscape that we are seeing emerging today. And then policy shifts. Well, this is again very interesting. All of us grew up after the Second World War, most of them who are here in this room, and have seen the world evolve after the Second World War. None of us know what happened after the First World War. None of us know what happened in the 19th century, because we were not there. Maximum you would have read in books, all of us have read. But then the world that is now being reshaped, perhaps there are people who say that we are moving towards an era which has already been, which outlived its time that time, but seems to be reinvented again. So deglobalization, we started with protectionism. Deglobalization now has come up as an important phenomenon. Rising protectionism, whether you call it MAGA, whether you call it Atmanirbharta, you're basically trying to protect. Hyper-nationalism, now with all these things, trade policy also has the added push from nationalism. So therefore, an added element has been introduced into the matrix. So therefore, that gives it another edge. So nobody can argue against MAGA, because that protects national interests. That protects the nation's interests. Nobody can argue against Atmanirbharta, because that protects your own self right to see that you produce yourself. Technological advancement, something which all of us are seeing, is beyond our control. It seems to be simply something which is keeping ahead of the human energies, affecting trade patterns and competitiveness that we are seeing. All these forces you are seeing are affecting us. So as we move forward, this is the emerging landscape which we see that is there before us. Now the key factors which seem to be defining the trade dynamics. Number one is obvious. All of us are reading the newspapers, all of us following events. Geopolitical tensions and fragmentation has taken place of a kind which was not really imagined. Friends have turned foes. Foes have turned friends. The whole thing is in a flux, as you see. And especially with what we are talking now is perhaps from the administration of Mr. Trump, which has emerged. But these are all simmering somewhere, and that's why they exploded. So therefore, this is a very important thing. Geopolitical tensions, economic fragmentations are reshaping global integration, capital mobility, and currency mobility. And all these things are getting affected. Secondly, trade policies have emerged as drivers, as you're seeing in the policy that is being pursued today by the United States. Somehow they believe tariffs has become a very, very important weapon by which you can simply not only achieve economic objectives, you can achieve territorial objectives, you can achieve other social objectives, you can achieve many other things, the way things are being used. So therefore, tariffs have become an important thing, and therefore, trade policy, in a way, has become very important. And you are really seeing that as something new, which has not been tried before in the history of trade policy that we have seen. And then impact on supply chains. Now, all this is having an impact on supply chain. Everybody is scurrying around to try to see how to reorient his own supply chain. Currently, we were depending on a certain module, but that module is under threat, under change. So how do I secure my interests? Who are the people I can reach to? So therefore, that's another important thing which is impacting businesses and consumers as we start. So I think what I will do is now start with Mr. Navlakha. I put out this side of trade dynamics. Navlakha ji, what strategies can businesses adopt to navigate the trade barriers and geopolitical uncertainties? As you see today, sir, what kind of strategy should we broadly at the business level, not only at the national level, but maybe at the business level to meet this?
First of all, thank you for inviting me to this interesting discussion. I think the first and most important thing which we need to have in our businesses is agility and adaptability. We all know geopolitical tensions are something which is unpredictable. We cannot forecast how this is going to move around. So we need to, for that particular thing, we need to diversify in a very proper manner. We have to diversify our markets. We have to diversify our products so that we can go around the things in a smoother manner and build upon supply chains. And more important thing, as you rightly said, we have Atmanirbhar Bharat, and like MAGA, we have to look inside as well. In the businesses in textiles, we are blessed to have such a large market with us, and we need to look at the import substitution as well as developing our products for this domestic market as well. We have all been discussing about the international trade, but very, very important factor in our textile businesses today is the domestic market. So this is something which we need to look around, see how we can develop the technologies and how we can build upon the products which we need in our own country. It's a growing country, growing economy, and we must focus on that as well. Plus, of course, you need to work upon agility as well. We need to be very, very prompt on acting what is being happening all around the world. So this is something which we need to look at in our own businesses as well.
Well said, Mr. Navlakha. Basically, you are fortunately in India blessed with a very big domestic market. And as the Chinese have also started doing, they've started looking inward because they also have a very big market. So I think that's one strategy which can be adopted. But at the same time, a lot of people tell you that there is demand elasticity in exports. Domestic market cannot absorb as much what exports can achieve. But anyway, the right balance that we can strike is an important thing. I don't know, the second point that we had is on policy shifts. Now, policy shifts, you see, all of us are following protectionism versus liberalism, liberalization, in fact. Protectionism is emerging. It's not that it was new. It was always there, lurking behind the shadows. But then we were moving in a world of liberalization and globalization. And therefore, that did not rear its head, as they would say. But today, it is their reality. Today, it is central. Today, there is a clear idea that nobody is interested in globalized, trying to globalize their businesses. People are looking at how to protect their own turfs. So that is coming as a national policy, as an international policy. And that is why you will see even institutions which are set up in multilateralism, those institutions are today under severe pressure. Secondly, bilateralism, regionalism, and multilateralism. These are three phrases which came. Bilateralism, today we are seeing a form of bilateralism which was not seen before. Today, in fact, for example, it was mentioned in the morning, North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, which got rechristened as USMCA in 2000 by this current administration, has completely been thrown out of the window. And what you're seeing now is, irrespective of a trade agreement, you are now entering a situation of muscular bilateralism. You are simply ensuring that through a muscular bilateral approach, you will try to get, and at least whatever are your goals and your objective trade policy can be achieved. Regionalism, unfortunately, as I said, with NAFTA being blown up, regionalism as a concept has more or less collapsed. Multilateralism is something which the Americans, as I told you, started after the Second World War. They were the ones who forced it. The GATT and the most favored nation, all these principles were developed that time, where you try to equitable distribution of resources, trade across countries, were all part of the mandate that was developed during the various rounds of multilateral negotiation. But today you see, WTO is supposed to be the symbol of multilateralism. Unfortunately, it is actually dysfunctional. And the Americans made it dysfunctional by ensuring that they do not, whatever are the procedures there, they simply did not believe in it. Because they found a lot of things going against their country, and therefore they said, we don't believe in this. So we'll do our own thing, which is muscular bilateralism. Thirdly, you have trade agreements. There are bilateral FTAs, there are multilateral FTAs. Bilateral FTAs are being talked about. One of the current things which all of us are aware of is the Indo-US BTIA has been agreed upon. And at the same time, we have to grapple with what is called the reciprocal tariffs. So that BTIA will be signed or has been signed or is in the process of being signed by September, October. But the fact remains, how valid it will be is anybody's guess. So you will basically see whether the bilateral FTAs that are signed, what is their validity. Multilateral FTAs we have done, ASEAN trade is an example of that. The other trade agreement that you've done with the other countries, the EFTA countries has been recently done. All that is there for India to progress. But now as you go forward, how are these going to pan out is something which remains to be seen. Tariff, non-tariff barriers are talked here. Tariffs are, as you know, are taxes imposed. Non-tariff barriers again are being talked about. A lot of people are thinking that tariff barriers, if you put, I'll hit back with non-tariff barriers. But non-tariff barriers have their own definition, have their own, the way they have to be imposed. So it's not easy. But it only leads to regulations and many other things which probably will come up. Subsidies and export promotion, that is an important thing. Import substitution, Navlakhaji talked about, which is an important concept, because what you cannot try and see as much as possible that you have the resources under your command, and then you can make the necessary products. And export incentives, yes, we've been talking about it, all of us know that. The word should not be incentive, but support that is given in terms of tax rebates and all that. There again, how, let's say, somebody reviews a trade policy, how they will perceive some of these things that we are operating here. We already have cases of RODTEP being countervailed by different countries. So we have issues there. So therefore, how you sort of, frame your subsidies and policies will have to be very carefully done, because the trade regime that will be set up will be very, very sensitive to some of these things. So I don't know, I had a question for, did Mr. Jemmy join? Is he there? He's not there? Is Johan not there? Can I, Mr. Johan, are you there? Mr. Johan from Sri Lanka? Is he going to join? Okay, anyway, there was one question I had for Jemmy, or even for Sri Lanka. Now, for them, how do these trade policies? Mr. Johan, thanks for joining in. Can you hear us? Yeah, wonderful. Now, being a voice of the Sri Lankan textile industry, how, according to you, industry leaders and governments reshape trade policies? How do you see the role of the industry as well as the government in reshaping trade policies, addressing both internal risk and global threats? Because we have two things. One is the internal risk and the global threats on account of this market fluctuation. Trade policy fluctuations, how does the industry propose to handle it? And how do government think of supporting industry to meet with these market fluctuations?
So I think for Sri Lanka, the challenge, the bigger challenge is the external, because we are a small country, and I was listening to you talking about the impact of local markets. This is not really a viable option for Sri Lanka because we don't have a large, our local market is very small. So I think that the biggest impact for us is really the external side. And as JAF, what we try to do is to work with the government authorities to develop policies. Sri Lanka is a very vulnerable economy in the whole ecosystem. We're a very small part of global world trade. We're a very small part of global exports. So therefore, we are very vulnerable to these impacts. So we see our role in JAF in terms of working with the stakeholders locally, the various ministries, the various officers, to make sure that we can deal with these policy implications. And this is something that is part of our ongoing process. I think our internal ones, Sri Lanka has had its share of internal challenges, but we've always been able to work very closely with government, with authorities. There's a recognition for the role of exports, there's recognition of the importance of exports. So I think anything domestically, we're able to arrange and we're able to resolve very quickly. I think the challenge for us is more in terms of the international things and the external pressures that come on board. These are the things that are really going to affect us and how we are able to deal with them.
Thank you very much.
But that's where we work, as I said, very closely with our government to make sure that we are giving the right policy input and giving the right guidance to government to be able to navigate these waters.
Thank you very much. I think that's very encouraging. At least the Sri Lankan industry will be able to weather this storm because they are probably more efficiently organized, and import is something which you are encouraging for your raw materials. And then obviously moving forward, I suppose you will be able to take care of whatever are the requirements in terms of the sustainable activity and other things that might come up, labor standards and other things which may come up. We don't know what the Americans or other will start unraveling when they discuss this. But anyway, I'm very happy to note that. Are we joined by Mr. Jemmy now? Mr. Jemmy, can you come in? How does Indonesia look at this development which are happening now around the world, especially the American? Mr. Jemmy from Indonesia, are you there?
Yes, yes, I just joined.
Nice seeing you, sir. Please come in and tell us how are you taking in all this turbulence which is taking place around the world?
I think we're facing almost the same problem after Trump in power. There's many uncertainty. So we still keep watching, and we have to be careful also. You know, one of the big player in garments. We are worried that our country being the place to be the change in certificate origin. We have to be careful. So we have to put many trade barrier to check the imported goods coming to our country, especially the garments. We are afraid that our garment industry only the place to change the label only.
Okay, that's interesting, because why I asked this, because Indonesia and most of Southeast Asia is very closely integrated with China, you know. So a lot of Chinese investments are there in your country. So you will have to navigate that very carefully when you go forward.
Yes.
Oh, anyway, thank you very much for your intervention. Thank you for
many
coming in.
coming to Indonesia from China especially.
Right. I think the next slide I will take. Okay, thank you. Can we just go? Now, third slide we have got here, or slide 2 if you like, potential impacts. Now, this is important. What exactly is happening? What kind of impact we can think of? Market volatility and investment risks is well self-evident. Economic growth, there are reports economic growth is slowing down in the United States and other parts where economy is linked closely to the United States. Inflation is coming up, and that's something else. Consumer welfare is the third point, because if tariff goes up, the consumers perhaps might face high prices for their goods. And recession looms large. I mean, in fact, the way we use the term recession these days, it seems to be very casually being talked of. A recession is a very important event which takes place in a world or an economy. But recession is looming large, they say. Many of the economists who have read this. Income inequality, yes, that point was made. USAID, for instance, has been stopped. That was aiding a lot of people across the world in trying to help people, both on terms of medical and other aspects. But that seems to have been stopped. So inequality will go up. And there could be issues in the US and the Western countries as well. And then adaptability and diversification, something which, as Navlakhaji pointed out, you have to diversify into domestic market. But again, your adaptability and diversification will be an important component how you are able to negotiate in this emerging scenario. So my question to Mr. Shaktivel, sir. So the powerloom sector, which you represent, has many MSMEs that manufacture and export cotton fabrics. Now, what is the future for these MSMEs in these volatile times? How do you read? Because there's a view that the big people may still be able to manage, but the smaller people may get entrapped and might find it difficult to navigate. So how do you see that, sir?
Good morning, everyone, and I take this as an opportunity to add. Thank you, Siti. I would say the challenges makes the right path. So rather taking it pessimistic, I would take it as an optimistic. I know these challenges we have faced in history. So these challenges makes us to innovate new things, and we are coming into the right way. As concerned MSMEs, the current turbulence has made an opportunity that we explore the new markets, and there is a good demand now for the fabrics of such of ready fabrics like that, either in domestic as well in exports like that. The manufacturer who is holding there is certain inventories of ready Pantones has a good opportunities nowadays. So people, as earlier, they are not ready to stock on inventories for ready-cut fabrics like that earlier. Now they buy the ready-cut fabrics, make the garments and issue it as soon as, because they don't want to wait for what's the trend is going to change, everything like that. So moreover, the government incentives, particularly in countries like India for MSMEs like the PLI, what maybe the new incentives would really make a more competitive market and it would facilitate huge opportunities. Focused on e-commerce and direct-to-consumer marketing would, there's a huge opportunity for MSMEs to explore it. Being a big multinational companies, MSMEs has more opportunity at this moment, I would say. Thank you.
Very encouraging, very good, because MSMEs are more flexible in their structure and they're able to adapt, as we are trying to talk here. That's very nice. And government also incidentally has increased this, threshold limits of turnover for the MSMEs. So they are also scaling up what is tiny, what is small, what is medium, what is large. And so they are trying to push people into developing scale. So that again is a very encouraging sign. And our friend from Bangladesh, is he there? Mr. Saha, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Saha, how is Bangladesh looking at all this turmoil and the impacts that are likely to come up? How are you viewing this?
Thank you very much for inviting me in this great session. Starting with good afternoon, everyone. For Bangladesh, I would say Bangladesh is in little bit, I can say, in a positive manner and positive way for our export, increasing, where we can see that increment of the business is there for 3-4% every year, and sometimes even more, especially in US market. We have a significant growth even after this kind of turmoil and all this policy matter you have been already talked about. But I want to focus on different, but very relevant with the customer requirement actually. Actually, since my many years journey in this journey, I have actually jotted down with various countries and also various brands requirement they are looking for. They basically looked into eco materials. They are looking into eco processes. They are looking into eco factories. And then they are looking for certifications and this traceability. And last but not least, they are looking for innovations and in the circularity. These 5 is the basic requirement of every single customer, you can say, from the discounter to the upper brands. Brand like La Fleur and Pullover and more than that brands are looking for these things. So in this manner, if you looked into it, in the Asia, definitely China +1, here Bangladesh is in a, definitely other country also there, India, Vietnam, and some others. Bangladesh is a little bit ahead on this because Bangladesh has, in the sustainability part, if you looked about the eco process, eco factory, and the eco materials, Bangladesh has little advance because we have got our almost 200 factories, energy efficient factories. So here we are in a little bit ahead. And yeah, I can see if factory is looking for the eco factory kind of solar and all these treatment plants and all these energy efficient and all of, so customers are actually attractive these days. So dynamics, if you ask me regarding the dynamics and policies, I am focusing on the policies of the, apart from the government and the global policies, the policies of the brands are important, and Bangladesh is getting ready for that. Slowly, gradually, even improving. And even you can see in Bangladesh, we have got our challenges with the small factories. They are facing problem, but big players are doing very good with very good growth. Some factories are there, 10, 20, 25% growth are there. So I can say up to this, up to now. Thank you very much.
Very nice. I think that means differentiation as well as high value, high-end garments. And is probably perhaps that's something which you're looking at. which is interesting
Exactly.
and very encouraging. Is that right? Right. Thank you very much. I think that's a very interesting response. That again brings us to the concept of adaptability. How do you adapt to this changing environment and position yourself in the marketplace? Okay, sir, moving forward, we go to an important question which a lot of people are asking. Where is global trade heading? So this is what is happening. I mean, right now, where do we see ourselves? 2030 is one year we have all marked in our calendars. India will achieve various things, 5 years. 247 is also being marked. Now, trade reconfiguration is taking place, as you see. Mexico was largest US trade partner in 2023. Vietnam trade with China and the US is surging, as we have seen. The EU's energy imports have shifted dramatically away from Russia, while imports from China, such as electronic vehicles, continue to boom in spite of all the efforts being made to restrain them. An increasing number of trade reefs are seen on account of US-China trade war that is going on and the way the supply chains are getting rearranged. US reciprocal tariffs has emerged as a very important variable. EU sanctions on Russia and vice versa, and what happens to the Russia-US relationship, which is now re-emerging, and Red Sea crisis and all through which all of us have lived through. But these are some of the paradigm shifts which we are seeing, the reconfiguration when all these events will shape. The new lexicon, as we call it, policymakers and businesses are using strategies. We heard that in the morning also. Decoupling, de-risking, reshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring. All this was mentioned in the morning also. Our friends from the United States also were mentioning. So you have a whole plethora of concepts which have emerged, which were not really there in the dictionary, let's say, when we started in 95, 96. But now you have all these things coming up. These are the ways to define the way you will rearrange the cards on the table, how you will remanage your supply chain. And new influencers of world trade. New influencers have also come up, apart from comparative advantage, which was one classic theory which was always given, that comparative advantage was the basis for any trade relationship. You have trade intensity, you have geographical distance, you have import concentration, you have high-tech capability, and the new emerging dimension of geopolitical proximity between nations. So all these are concepts. It's not enough to have comparative advantage. It's not enough to produce a goods competitively. It's now all these factors which are going to influence you. So I think this is what they are saying, and the role of the WTO is a big question mark. All of us, some of us have been associated with this process, and now when we look at it almost 25 years back afterward, you are virtually seeing a 360-degree turnaround. The relevance of the WTO is being questioned, and it is actually lying defunct. So there is a need to develop reassurance around the crucial role of WTO in monitoring global trade measures and promoting transparency in trade policy. So there are various views coming. The United States is against the WTO. So there is a view that you remove US out of the WTO equation, all others could join in and make it a vibrant body, as happened in earlier years when America left a lot of organizations in the past. So America's history is checkered in terms of its dealings with international organizations. But there you are, the role of WTO, how it will emerge. So my question now goes to Dr. K.V. Srinivasan, who is the chairman of the International Trading Textile Manufacturers Federation, has a bird's view of the whole world, sir, from the Zurich and from the entire set of people with whom you interact. How do you see the global trade panning out when you see things from not only Indian perspective, but from the global perspectives?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rajgopal. And let me start by thanking Citi for inviting me today. As you said, we are in interesting times. Perhaps we are in even more interesting times than what the British said. Trade policies keep changing. I mean, if you go back 100 years, you had colonialism, where trade was, industry was cut out in one country to promote an industry in another country. That was, let's say, the rule of the law of the jungle. Today, it's become more sophisticated. You have trade barriers, trade tariffs, and now more muscular tariffs coming in. So times are changing, and I think the textile industry has to keep adapting itself to different situations. The ITMF actually, during COVID, when things were at a standstill, came out with the concept of global survey. And now this has become very popular, and it's done on a quarterly basis. And this global survey has now become the benchmark of what is happening in the textile industry across the world. It covers more than 40, 50 textile manufacturing countries, and it wide range of sectors, right from spinning to garmenting to technical textiles to apparel and everything. So the recent survey, I mean, it's done on a quarterly basis, and the recent survey done in first quarter of 2025 showed that demand was still slow. So which means global demand has not picked up, even though in the end of 2024 there was an anticipation that demand would pick up. It still hasn't picked up according to this survey. What's interesting is the data that comes out of the survey. Now, there is a shift in textile manufacturing from one part of the world to the other, but there is also a slight difference between textiles and apparel. Apparel manufacturing can shift very easily, like you've seen apparel manufacturing shift to countries with low tariffs, like Bangladesh, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, and Guatemala and Central American countries. This can happen very easily because the industry is capital light and investment light. So this can shift very easily. Whereas the core textile manufacturing, which is spinning, weaving, finishing, processing, doesn't shift that easily. I mean, it's still focused on countries where there is a lot of source of raw material, there is source of labor availability and manufacturing capacity. Again, the ITMF comes out with machinery statistics, which is actually a global survey of machinery manufacturers, which shows how much of investment is taking place across the world every year. And in 23-24, the largest investment in textiles manufacturing was still in China. China was still the biggest buyer of all textile machines across the world. And number two was India. So this shows that still the core textile manufacturing activity is still based in these countries. Whereas shipment of garment machines, cut and sew machines, and other machines had shifted out of these two countries to countries like Vietnam, Central America, Bangladesh, etc. So there is a thin line which says that core textile manufacturing will still remain in these countries, and whereas value addition and light textile manufacturing will move to other countries. On the other hand, trade tariffs and other things are also having an effect. Data has shown that the textile exports from China into the United States in the last 15 years, about 15 years ago, China was 40% of all textile imports into the United States was from China. And currently this has come down to 30%. So which means other countries are getting the benefit of these imports into the United States. India has advantages, definitely. I mean, we have a wide range of raw materials, all kinds of cotton, synthetic fibers, etc. We have a big historical and a trained labor force, and also big manufacturing facilities are being set up inside India. We have disadvantages too. I mean, our transport costs are higher. Maybe in certain raw materials, we don't have the competitive edge which other countries have. So these are challenges that India will have to face, and as time goes on. And as Mr. Nolka said, you know, the industry has to adapt. I mean, if something is difficult, we look at something else. We try to be more flexible. We cover a range of products which is more economical to manufacture in India and go forward. And again, I mean, in difficult times, difficult solutions have to come. Mr. Saktivel mentioned that how the MSME units are adapting themselves by being more flexible to adapt, change their product base. And this is, again, a way of going forward. The change is taking place in a way in different countries. Now, for example, many of you had come to the ITMF conference in Uzbekistan, and you can see the focus on the textile industry there. There's a lot of focus right from both the private industry as well as the government. In fact, the Deputy Prime Minister of that country came to the conference to emphasize the need for Uzbekistan to become a global player in the world. So these are, again, shifts that are taking place. A lot of Central Asian countries, they have, again, raw material there. They have relatively lower labor costs. And so they will try to emerge as textile manufacturing countries. The opportunities here are there. I mean, I think there's plenty of opportunity in India. I mean, times are difficult. I mean, tariffs will always be there. But something that we need to overcome, and I think India is probably well placed to, as far as tariffs are concerned, and hopefully we will get a level playing field going forward. And there was a gentleman from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Indonesia who came in. These are, again, countries which are growing very well. I mean, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka have very high productivity in garment manufacturing, and that's something which India needs to catch up with. Indonesia has a huge synthetic textile industry, and there are very large investments taking place in Indonesia. And in fact, the next ITMF annual conference is being held in Indonesia by the Indonesian Textile Association. And it's very well placed. I mean, so it's not far from us. It's very close to India. And it's also being planned just before the ITMA Asia conference, which is in Singapore this year. So it will give an excellent opportunity for everyone from India to have a look at both the ITMF conference and attend the machinery show ITMA Asia in Singapore. So these are this is the current situation, and hopefully times will improve. But in the long run, I see India continuing and probably emerging as a stronger player in the textile world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. As it continues to be a flux, as we can see from the interpretation and the impressions which are coming from different parts of the world. We go to the last slide. Changing rapid trade dynamics in India. And of course, the India story has to be, we to talk about it. It's as we see, India has actually done a very commendable job of balancing bilateral and multilateral approaches. Both these have been very, very well balanced by the government, and they are able to increase their influence as they move forward. The two concepts have emerged. Many of you who followed foreign policy earlier, we used to have non-alignment in those days. Now we have a multi-alignment approach. So non-alignment has been substituted, and very well explained by our foreign minister, multi-aligned approach. And multi-aligned approach with strategic autonomy. So two very clear concepts have emerged in foreign policy. And that is what has seen India today move forward without really balancing the interests of the US, Russia, anybody else. And moving through strategic autonomy and through the concept of multi-alignment. These two have emerged, and that has actually, in our view, or in my view personally, been able to ensure that the government and the India navigates through this chaos that you see before you. Regional and free trade agreement, that has also picked up. India has signed, we realized, 13 RTAs and FTAs in the last 5 years. And more to come. In fact, if you had read the newspapers yesterday, day before, India has been, there are a flurry of people who have visited. They have discussions with Sweden, there's discussion with Oman, there's discussion with Egypt, there's discussion with countries like Cuba, who have all visited in the last week, and talked to the government for various possible ways of trying to have arrangements which will increase their trade. So therefore, there's a flurry of activity. So both regional and free trade agreement, and as somebody said on the call earlier also, the China plus one advantage, definitely, if not China, then who? It is India. It almost comes on a lot of people's lips, you get this. If not China, who? Then India. So therefore, India is now fortifying itself with FTAs in a very, very imaginative manner. And we have been able to do a good job with Australia, with UAE, and many EU. The EU delegation came here, the UK people were here. There is a bullishness about concluding everything by the end of the year. So it looks good, Even the US delegation is arriving today. From tomorrow, you'll have the bilaterals for 2 days. And there again, there'll be an intensive discussion. So they will try to engage with them and see what best they can get in the US. So therefore, there is an activity which is really pushing India towards, playing a central role in many of these things without compromising its own interests. Tariff regime tweaks, yes, everybody is tweaking tariffs in the regime in which we live. Tariffs were always tweaked. In regional trade agreement, you gave tariff concessions. Now you are asked to give bilaterally. Earlier, there used to be the MFA, most favored nation, MFN, was a concept developed in 1948, but that concept seems to be getting on the back burner because now countries are coming and asking for themselves. So the bilateral tariffs are one example, or reciprocal tariffs which are anathema in WTO. never discussed, have now become central to the discussion on tariffs. And promoting investments, yes, India's programs are well known, PM Mitra Pa, investment promotion program, credit-linked subsidies, various other things are happening, and government is actively pursuing a policy which is dynamic and trying to look at most of these factors. And local to global is another item, another area which we have seen. Local to global through the ODOP program, one district, one product, which links the district to a product and hopefully to the market. And as Mr. Shaktivel talked of e-commerce, a lot of people are plugging in and selling their products on e-commerce. It's not necessary that you sit in Mumbai. You can be in your local place and still connect to the world market. So therefore, all these national logistic policy and production-linked incentive, all these are very well known. So I think with this presentation, I just want our panelists, the three Indians on the panelist, quick word, sir, on how do you look at the dynamics. Already Mr. Srinivasan had mentioned a few sentences. Maybe we'll begin with Nalokhaji.
Looks quite optimistic. We are present in the whole value chain. That is one of our biggest advantage. And with large consumer base as well in this country, and having a lot of workforce as well available with us, we can do wonders. We have to, the policies has to fall in the right place, which of course everybody who are here as well as in the government are doing their best efforts. So quite positive going forward as well.
Thank you. Mr. Shaktivel.
Yes, Mr. Local told that it's really optimistic. I don't know, this, as you told, MFN and, favorable products are waiting off nowadays, and the FTAs would really benefit. So India has to move forward because we are already in that track, and FTAs with European is going to happen now. So if those things happen, definitely products like sustainable products and products with the traceability, particularly like, the products of India, Kasturi cotton, all these things would be in a good track, and there's a huge opportunity for entire textile chain, I would say. So we have to move towards forward integrating and go for those things. Thank you.
Fine, sir. And sir?
I think Mr. Nolka and Mr. Shaktivel have summarized, and Mr. Rajagopal, you've given a lot of data here. And this thing, so just want to say that India has good opportunities, and the old proverb, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. So I think this is an opportunity for India to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, do we have our panelists overseas, any of them? They've left? Okay, sir. Finally, I think we'll come to the last slide and just sum it up. Way forward. Way forward, yes. I think with which everybody can get involved. Trade dynamics and policy shifts are complex. Yes, it's quite obvious. It's a no-brainer. Yes, surely. It has impact for global economy. Yes, and regional economies. Yes. Trade are crucial for businesses, policymakers, investors. The word we heard in the morning from our American friends was there's uncertainty. A lot of uncertainty. Nobody really knows. Even the Americans don't know how the thing is going to turn. Leave alone those who are trading with them from outside America. We ourselves, we don't know, but even American businesses are not very sure what is going to happen. India is building a future trade landscape, which all our three panelists agreed, and we have a bright future, a local ecosystem with global markets, and we will be able to also overcome our infrastructure and logistical challenges. A lot of work has already been done. Our friend from America also said that it's easy now to do business with India. That point came from there. Then we are also in a both, what shall I say, as India progresses towards making a mark on the global trade stage, as all of us are fervently hoping and working for, the future holds a blend of ambitious targets, yes. Targets are ambitious, $100 billion of exports by 2030, $350 billion market size for our textile industry by 2030. All that is there, and where we stand today and where we want to go, but we are still hopeful of, making that quantum jump, which is what all of us require. And finally, on the role, it is, you have to say, a lot of it will depend on the will of its policy makers, obviously, and right or wrong, government has a role to play, not only in here, but even we find in US businesses, the American government has had a major role, and you've seen how the business is behaving in America, the businessmen are behaving in America. and the zeal of the entrepreneurs who are there, who are the backbone of this entire effort to build businesses. So they are, I think in India we can see it, a lot of motivation. In spite of the odds, people are really putting their best foot forward and hoping to achieve these targets. Would you like any of you to say anything? The last word, sir? Shaktivelji, last word from the three panelists before we...
Yes, as you told, nowadays the global buying, they are reducing reliance from China, and they're finding India as a good opportunity. And India, the ethical sourcing, they say it is a place for ethical sourcing. So I would say India has a good opportunity, and we have to utilize it. And earlier we were in a defragmented manner. Now all these with compliance, everything is set up. Even a small players get enrolled in compliance and they are adopting it. So in this particular conference, I would say we have to utilize this opportunity, and this turbulence has made India as one of the emerging market, for exports like that. So we have to utilize it. Thank you.
Wonderful, sir, because a lot depends on the MSMEs, who are the backbone of the businesses in India. Sir, Nolakhaji?
One of the things which we also discussed in part of our discussion was sustainable practices. This is something which the world is looking forward for. And we have all the opportunities in our country to have built a sustainable ecosystem and balancing all the segments of the industry. One of the reasons why India has not grown or achieved its potential has been that we have not been able to take a balance of all the segments of our industry. So this is something which we need to take care from the farmer till the end fashion. We need to build a proper ecosystem, proper regulation, which is beneficial for everyone. As our earlier textile minister also pointed out, that the balancing all the constituents of the industry is one of the biggest challenges today in this country. So we need to introspect ourselves and see how we can grow together. So that has to be the motto, grow together, and I expect that all of us will do that.
Yes, sir. The zeal of the entrepreneurs is there. And Dr. Srinivasan, sir, a last word? Not really the last word will come from Vietnamese. He's on the line. So we'll just finish that.
Well, I think everything has been said, and as I mentioned earlier, there are a lot of prospects for India in the international textile field. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And since it's an Asia conference, we should not forget it's an Asian textile conference. So, sir, we have our friends from Vietnam. We talked about India. Our Vietnamese friend, Mr. Thuong, are you there? The last word to you, sir. Mr. Thuong. Okay. Mr. Johan, they want to speak. Okay, Mr. Debashis, we have your word as well from Bangladesh. We heard the Indians. How do you Bangladeshis see it?
Yeah, good to have these all opportunities over the Asians. I'm not particularly hopeful for the India in any particular country, but I'm very much hopeful with the Asia. If you looked at Bangladesh, you see, Bangladesh has so many, challenges. Like we do not have cotton, we do not have petroleum, so we do not have the synthetic fiber and cotton in our hand, but still we are doing good because Bangladesh market has 50 years experience now with the skills and all, and having all these challenges, we are moving forward. If you see, so I am very hopeful over the Asia. I'm hopeful with Indonesia, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, and everyone will grow in this as people say that everyone agreed that the volatile situations. So it is an opportunity for the Asia. Wish for all the good for textile and the industry. Thank you very much.
Very nice, and nice to hear that from you. And I'm sure Asia should get together. We saw in the first slide itself during the inauguration how Asia has emerged. And if some of you are interested, if you see the statistics back to 1954-55, you will see that the whole thing has changed toward Asia. Earlier, it was all the Western countries which are dominating practically textile production, textile consumption, practically everything. It was known the Asians were not there at all. And today, the slides which Chandrima put out are really revealing, and they tell you how the compass has shifted towards Asia, and Asia holds the future, as a lot of people will say. The final word to our friend from Sri Lanka, Mr. Johanan.
Thank you for that. No, I think I agree. You know, right now this shift sees an opportunity for Asia to work together. I think for the countries around, you know, this focus brings a lot of opportunities for everybody. We're all, you know, the whole issue about China. You know, there's nobody who can just replace that supply. So I think this is something that is an opportunity for all of the countries in the region to work together and really see how the region can grow. So I think it's a massive opportunity and something that we would be happy to see how we could help to work towards.
Very nice, sir. We look forward to a closer integration in South Asia between Sri Lanka and Bangladesh and of course India. And then we have our Southeast Asian friend. I think he also wants to sum it up. So our friend from Indonesia, sir, you just getting?
Yes,
yeah, please come in.
We hope.
Yeah,
yes,
please, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity. We hope we can work together with our friend from India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. We are close each other. We need support by each other also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So as you heard from all our friends across South and Southeast Asia, they are quite bullish about the way things are moving forward. And I'm sure as we move ahead, the wisdom and the sagacity of our leadership will carry us forward. And I'm sure the turbulence that we are imagining may not be there as much on the ground as perhaps it's in our minds. So with these words, thank you very much for your attention, and thanks to our panelists.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sirs, from outside.
And the discussion was absolutely lively. I would request Mr. Amit Ruparalia, past chairman TextProsil, to come and felicitate our honored panelists. Mr. K.V. Srinivasan. Please give a round of hands for Mr. Ruparalia, past chairman TextProsil. Mr. K.V. Srinivasan, ITMF President. Mr. Dr. Siddhartha Rajagopal, Executive Director, TextProsil. Mr. Dinesh Nolakha, Vice Chairman City, CMD Nitin Spinners. Mr. K. Shaktivel, Chairman API. I would also like to thank our panelists joining online, Mr. Jemmy Kativa, Chairman API, Mr. Debashish Shah, CEO, Transformed Limited, and Mr. Johan from JAV. Thank you so much. So now, moving forward, it is now, let's take a moment to actually welcome Mr. Rakesh Mehra. He will be addressing the audience. He will be addressing the audience to launch, for the launch of the 5-point agenda of textile and apparel industry.
कौन है इधर? We are taking this opportunity to launch or to set up a common agenda for the textile sector, for the Indian textile sector, and I'm grateful to the other stakeholders, namely South India Mills Association, SIMA, CMAI, Clothing Manufacturers Association of India, Textile, that is, which was earlier SRT EPC, Textile, and one more is there, and ITA, Indian Textile Association, Technical Textiles Association. So what we are trying to say is that, we are all together and we have to grow the textile sector in this country. And we have outlined and listed a couple of points which we endorse, all of us are endorsing, and we will put this up to the government once again, and we do hope that the government will take cognizance of it and try and help us in furthering the cause of the textile industry in India. The points which we have been talking about in the past and now formalizing also, one is to ensure enough availability of raw material within the country. Along with the quantity, we also need to make sure that the raw material is available to us at internationally competitive prices. The Indian prices are distorted today because of trade barriers, non-trade barriers, and also custom duties, which we are requesting the government to rationalize. Removal of the duty on cotton, that is extremely important because we already have a disadvantage of poor yield in this country, and along with the custom duty, it is becoming more expensive, which is disturbing and distorting the entire value chain. We also request to announce incentivization scheme with a mix of upfront capital subsidy and performance-based incentive to catalyze investment across the value chain. A special focus may be put on the processing sector in this regard. The fourth is the fast track the implementation of the PM Mitra parks, as you all must be are aware of, and you must be seeing in the press every other day that the government is strongly taking these up, and we do hope that these really come up fast and capacities are set up there, and this will greatly enhance our competitiveness in the international market. Then there's the expedite the FTAs with markets like EU and USA. The government has done a good deal in concluding some FTAs, but I think Europe and USA being the most important markets for us, we are looking forward to those FTAs too to be concluded at an early date. As I've read, the US delegation is here in Delhi already, and they are all discussing the various modalities of the same, and let's hope this comes up quickly. Europe also is a great market for us. There are irritants. FTAs don't come easily, but I'm sure that the negotiators in both sides will, it's a matter of give and take, and they'll come up with a concluded FTA soon. Then the other ask is the GST rates. We have requested that the GST rates on garments may be maintained so that, there is a robust growth in the textile, in the garment industry. By focusing on these priority areas, like T&A industry will be well positioned to overcome current challenges, leverage emerging global opportunities, and realize its long-term growth potential. Thanks once again to the other stakeholders who have jointly signed this memorandum. I'm requesting Mr. Shaktivel is here, Dr. Sundaraman and Dr. Siddharth Rajgopal, please come on stage. is Mr. Rahul Mehta. No, he'll join later. Shaleen Toshniwal. He's also not. He also joined it.
So you join that, let your photo.
अभी क्या करना?
अभी एक photo आपको नहीं और एक भी चीज़ है सबके copies दे दीजिए सबको
एक copy सबको दे दो ना.
Yeah. The other is let them hold this so that. Thank you. This can we? Yeah, that's the second launch. Thank you, CMAI, Metexcil, ETA, Pedexcil, SIMA, and Texprocil for joining this common agenda, which we thought we should share before the start of the coming financial year, as there are some recurring common asks from the industry. May I request all of you to stand together for a photo up on this? So this is the common minimum 5-point agenda that the textile industry wants to submit, basically to ensure that the entire textile value chain can grow, and the growing gap between the target, which is a $350 billion industry, requiring a CAGR of 18% for the period 2025 to 30 can be attained. As per the latest figures, we have a CAGR of 7.2% only, so there is a huge task. May I request all of you to keep standing here because we have another launch. Is ETA representative here? Mr. Avinash Messer is here. Okay, so Dr. Sundaraman will be wearing 2 hats, one as Chairman SIMA and one as past Chairman ETA. This is the launch of the Common Code of Conduct for the Textile and Apparel Value Chain, which has been endorsed by AEPC, CMAI, City, Metexcil, Pedexcil, SIMA, Texprocil, and TA. From time to time, there are various segments, be it cotton, yarn, apparel, or made-ups that have come under scrutiny for the presence of child labor or forced labor. There's an urgent need to address these issues with a common voice. For the same, a national sectoral approach was taken by the NCTC to demonstrate the intent and institutional mechanism that can guide and address these concerns. For the same, the NCTC had finalized this code, which we wanted to formally launch today. For this, we hope that this document will be important for enhancing, for addressing the reputational risks, if any, for US brands to source from India and enhance the India-US trade in the coming month, as it demonstrates in the industry's commitment to ensure there is no tolerance for child labor in the entire textile value chain. Thanks to all the associations who have joined, and look forward to more textile associations to join hand on this and prominently endorse this in, sorry Prashant, I forgot. Can you please join? ISA has also given its endorsement for the Code of Conduct. And demonstrate this in our website so that as a sector, we are all together in ensuring that there is no child labor or forced labor in the entire textile value chain. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the first half. It was definitely a very power-packed, insightful, and I'm sure we are taking a lot from the first half. But let's just break for lunch right now and reassemble at 2:15 so that we can continue with the next sessions, that is on technological disruptions and digitization, on future of fashion and consumer trends, and expanding roles of technical textile. Thank you. request our moderator, Mr. Suryadev Mukherjee from Gerzi Consulting. He will be providing an overview on the topic and followed by a dynamic panel discussion featuring experts, Mr. Vivek Arora, General Manager of Marketing and Sales, LMW, Mr. Ketan Sanghvi, Chairman, ITME Society, Mr. Prashant Deka, Country Managing Director, Reader, and joining us online, Mr. Mark Jarvis, Founder CEO of Textile IQ. I request everybody to please join on the dais. Our moderator, Mr. Suryadev Mukherjee from Gerzi Consulting. Our panelist, Mr. Vivek Arora, General Manager, Marketing and Sales, LMW. Mr. Ketan Sanghvi, Chairman, ITME Society. Mr. Prashant Deka, Country Managing Director, Reader. And joining us online, Mr. Mark Jarvis, CEO, Textile IQ. So I hand it over to Suryadev. He will be giving an overview of the topic and will be followed by the panel discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving to the third session of the day, and this being immediately after lunch, we will try our best to retain your attention. Okay, the topic that we shall be discussing today is technological disruption and digitization, which assumes importance in the era in which intelligence is artificial and machine is doing a lot of learning. Okay, we find the penetration of digitization and automation in all walks of our life, and our industry is no exception. So example of technological disruption and digitization in textile and apparel industry include AI-driven design, 3D knitting, digital printing, automative sewing, blockchain for supply chains, smart fabrics, virtual fitting rooms, cloud-based inventory management, IoT-enabled reproduction, and e-commerce AI. These innovations enhance the efficiency, sustainability, and customer experience while reducing waste. To dig deeper in the topic, we have a team of stellar panelists who have already been introduced. The format of our discussion is going to be that our panelists they have prepared a short presentation and they will do the context setting, and then we move to the question and answer session, provided we have the time. Okay, so I begin by requesting Mr. Vivek Arora to do the short presentation.
Thank you, sir. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to Citi for organizing the 12th edition of ATEXCON. The dedication of the team has significantly contributed to the advancement in the textile industry. Thank you. We'll go through a small presentation on this one, sir. The back is this one. Yeah. We'll go through a small presentation on the technological disruptions and digitalization in textiles. Let us look at the 5 pillars of the smart factories. The first one is the AI and the big data for process optimization. The second one is Industry 4.0. Third one is the blockchain for the supply chain transparency. Next is the sustainability-focused innovations. And the last challenge is developing the control room concept for the manufacturing units. The key challenges the industry today faces and the bottlenecks which are there in implementing the smart factories concept. One is in the market slowdown, there is a lot of financial stress which has come on the manufacturer. The second is the technology adoption lag, where there is a hesitation on part of the manufacturers in embracing AI and digital tools. The third is the skilled workforce gap, where there is an urgent need for reskilling the manpower to manage the automated systems. And fourth is on the sustainability pressures, where there's a need for eco-friendly manufacturing practices which need to be adapted. Looking at the way forward for the Indian textile industry, the first and the foremost is to invest in the tech-driven upgradation, where the government and the private sector collaboration is required and the financial support is required. The next is to encourage R&D in digital and sustainable textiles with a focus on AI, IoT, and eco-friendly fibers. The next one is to develop a future-friendly workforce, upskilling and training program. And the last is leveraging the best global practices and adapting Industry 4.0 and scaling up the solutions. Let us look at the spinning industry and the innovations which are coming in. We'll be dividing them into two parts. One is on the automation side, and the second is on the digitalization. On the automation side, today the industry, the manufacturers, thanks to all the manufacturers, they are offering to the industry canned transportation systems, lap transportation systems, bobbin transportation system, cone transportation systems, automatic packing. And on the digitalization side, the manufacturers today are offering Spin Connect for offering connection between the manufacturing units and their control room concept. Next is on the secure remote management, which is fast catching up, where they can support the manufacturing units even offline. If you look at the challenges which the industry is facing, mainly it is related to the preference of the younger generations who do not want to go into the blue-collar jobs, and then which is leading to a shortage in the manpower, higher attrition rate, and the global competition which is setting in. Training and development is another challenge, and the recruitment challenges. Two important innovations which have come to the industry. One is the ring frame auto piecer, which is greatly reducing the manpower requirement of the textile industry to the tune of 60%. And let us look at a small video how it can really help the industry. We'll start the video. So this was the Spin Connect, where we can connect the factories with the Spin Connect. And when we look at the modules which are there, this has 6 modules where you have the production module, you have the energy module, you have the conditioning module, YBS RSM module, maintenance module, and online quality module. This is very essential when we move on to the, when we look at the single room where we can control. The entire factory can be controlled with a single room. So one of the very essential tools, and these are the further sub 12 sets, which further can help us control the smart factory concept. and the tangible benefits which flows out of them. We have the data accuracy and the transparency. It reduces the cost of production, manpower, energy maintenance, and increases the utilization. It brings in consistency in productivity and quality, helps faster connection to experts, quick decision making, predictive maintenance to reduce breakdowns and extend the machinery lifespan, and last is on the improved operator morale. And going to the final thoughts, the industry has to think bigger. They have to embrace the digital transformation at the earliest. They have to move towards the modernization, and there has to be a collaboration between the manufacturers where they share the industry best practices among themselves. Let us look at digitalization as not a cost, but an investment into the sustainable and a competitive future. Together, let's drive innovation and achieve excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek, for that, showing us the challenges and also the solutions and what digitalization can do. Now I invite Mr. Ketan Sangvi.
Thank you, Mr. Suryadev. Distinguished members of the audience, all stakeholders from the textile industry, members on the dais, all leaders in their respective fields. I'd like to again express my thanks to Citi to give us and the India ITME Society an opportunity to share some of our thoughts on the concept of technological disruption and digitization, challenges facing the industry from the perspective of the engineering industry. So I'll just try and, okay, so we'll just go through the presentation in the following format. We'll look at the focus of the society on disruption. What are the global machinery markets like? Challenges of the Indian machinery producers, how the India ITME Society approaches some of these challenges, and what seems to be the way forward. So we look at the technological innovations happening in every segment of the textile industry today, and no segment is removed from the effect of these disruptions. What does India ITME do to address some of these challenges? One is to organize exhibitions to bring global leaders to showcase their technologies. So as you all know, every 4 years we do the India ITME flagship exhibition. This year it will be in Noida in December 2026. We also do ITME Africa. We've already had 2 versions of ITME Africa. The first one in Ethiopia and the second one in Nairobi, Kenya. We also do the GTTES, which is a smaller exhibition focusing on post-spinning technologies. This also every 4 years, in the interim 2 years between the ITME exhibition. This is what we do as far as exhibitions. In addition to exhibitions, we also organize and participate in various knowledge sessions, conferences, in order to understand, interact with the global and the Indian textile industry, members, stakeholders, and also understand what the needs of the industry are. We also actively participate in many textile-specific exhibitions and seminars. In order to encourage and recognize the leaders of the textile industry, we've started the India ITME Awards. We've already had 2 sessions where we recognize the leaders of the industry, basically entrepreneurs. There is also specific focus on women entrepreneurs and their interest in leading the industry. some specific focus also on research and development. And in general, the people who are working hard to bring the industry to the forefront. There is a new activity which we've just started, which we've announced at the current GTTS, which is the trade desk. We've just launched it, and we hope that we will be able to provide continuous connectivity between interested buyers and sellers. And there is a disruption after every 4 years. People tend to disconnect. We hope that we will be able to get continuity in the process and ensure that the buyers and sellers somehow stay connected. Okay, trends. As you all know, I think most of the people are familiar. I have two leaders of the two giants of the spinning industry and one giant from the consulting industry, basically aware of all the latest trends that are happening. A lot of changes happening, as I mentioned, across the spectrum in terms of spinning, in terms of weaving, in terms of process development, in terms of product development, and all kinds of, and to add to this, since the last few years, there has been added a layer of sustainability, digitization. We hear all these keywords, automation, digitization, circularity, sustainability. Earlier, it seemed like a whole lot of buzzwords, but during the last probably 2 years, it seems that some of these words are actually now beginning to take form and take shape in terms of policy, in terms of initiatives taken by the industry, the user industry or the textile industry, and also driving the manufacturing or the engineering industry. Okay. So, as is also well known, the major thrust in terms of development, in terms of achievements, is primarily in terms of spinning solution. There is lesser development or progress in sectors like shuttleless weaving, knitting, fabric processing and finishing solutions. Again, sectors like technical textiles, most of the focus seems to be again on the low-hanging fruit like PackTech, but still a long way to go as far as the migration towards value-added products. One of the issues that seems to be of special concern to me is the supply chain, the absence of a supply chain within the ecosystem. There are, as we look towards automation, as we look towards digitization, there are some components of the supply chain which seem to be missing in terms of they are available but not available manufactured in India. A lot of them have to be imported, and this adds in terms of cost as well as in terms of delays to the supply chain. Something needs to be done, and I think we in the textile engineering industry are trying to address this as one of the key issues for the growth. We see, if we look at case studies, if I may, with reference to LMW, I think one of the major reasons for the growth of spinning companies like LMW or ITER for that matter has been the development of an ecosystem around their company and their ability to access components, raw material within easily, which kind of shifts their focus primarily onto good R&D and good manufacturing. Whereas the smaller manufacturers still struggle with just procurement and sourcing, and as a result face a lot of difficulties in upgrading their products to global standards. Okay. There is one more concern that we see in terms of this. This is an issue that we've seen for many years. The textile industry comes under the Ministry of Textiles. The engineering industry comes under the Ministry of Heavy Industries, And sometimes, not always, but sometimes these industries are not, the objectives are not aligned. And there is some confusion which needs to be addressed, and this also needs to be looked at. Okay. So once again, in terms of the endeavors of the ITME society, we try to bridge the gap in terms of the differences in the needs of the consumers, in the needs of the industry, whereas the differences and with what the industry can provide. A lot of our members are MSME, with the exception of a few companies. So they face specific challenges on resources, on skills, on raw material, and finances. Okay. We try to promote new innovations through exhibitions and seminars, and also through the ITME awards, as I mentioned. The trade desk basically will offer us a global marketing platform to offer to our machinery, spares, and component manufacturers. And the objective is also to work with educational institutes and startups, because today they are focused on the field of innovation, startups particularly, because they come in with a very narrow focus and with the objective of solving a solution which can sometimes, result in a very large paradigm change. Okay. And the idea is basically to create a supportive ecosystem to the various stakeholders, right? The issues are, in order to just keep the presentation short, I'll just skip a few slides if it's okay. But these are issues facing everybody in terms of the ecosystem, in terms of the duty structures. We can probably discuss these on some other platforms. And the idea, again, we have some suggestions as to how we are going to meet some of these challenges. Our suggestion is to boost technology development and production within India. Our premise is that unless we look at manufacturing of engineering machinery, basically machinery, spares, components, accessories, unless we look at the manufacture of these products within the country, it's always going to be a struggle. So the endeavor is to try and bring the consumer or the user industry along with the engineering industry to see that if we can collaborate to develop products which may be adopted in the long run. I'm sure there will be challenges in the short term. There are targets to meet for the industry, and this is always a struggle. So, but this is something that we can always work towards. The other thing is that we're looking at Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this should, basically our strategy should be aligned towards this cause. And as I mentioned, it is our desire that the stakeholders, all the stakeholders, whether they are the users, whether they are the manufacturers, whether they are the press, whether they are the academic sections, or whether it's the government, basically, if we can align our thoughts in one direction, the objectives will be much more easier to achieve. Once we do this, I believe that joint ventures and FDI will come on their own. Right now, there are challenges to attract investments within the area. They are coming in, but it's still a little iffy. And we hope that with the adoption of some of these strategies, maybe the situation should improve. Again, our focus is a unified approach, India first. the industry support and to plan together. And I believe that Citi, as the umbrella organization of the textile industry, can play a major role in this entire exercise. So the way forward, basically the ITME Society has just entered into an agreement for conducting a study for the textile industry, which will outline the vision for the textile industry and also chart a path forward. And this vision will include not only short-term objectives, maybe over the next few years or over the next 5 or 10 years, but also go up to all the way up to 2047, which is the objective or the dates defined for the Viksit Bharat objective. And try and understand maybe to gaze in the crystal ball and try and understand what kind of changes are needed for the textile industry and how should the machinery manufacturers or the spares and accessories and component manufacturers adjust their strategy. So a few points basically relating to the study, and what I can say is that the study will require important inputs from the user industry, and these will be critical in order to formulate the strategy forward. And the study will also prepare a set of recommendations for policy formulation. So that was a little more about the study. We hope that the study the basic preparation for the study has already started, and it should kick off from next month in earnest in terms of contacting the various companies and also trying to get their feedback. So I'm sure the respective associations, the Textile Machinery Manufacturers Association, the Indian Textile Accessories and Machinery Manufacturers Association, both of these are going to be contacting various members within the industry, and also to nominate, we will try to work with Citi and the other organizations to try and take inputs from the key members of the user industry or the textile industry. And we hope that by the end of the year, we should have a set of recommendations and the study report in place. So this is what we do, or what we are trying to do at the ITME Society. Once again, I think I would like to make this pitch for closer collaboration, cooperation between the various segments of the textile industry, between the various stakeholders. And I hope that this will help us chart a path forward for progress for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sanghvi, for bringing up the perspective of textile engineering industry as a whole. The point of absence of supply chain challenge to digitalization is worth noting. Also, how to achieve that is by boosting the technology and boost production and technology within India also is worth noting. We eagerly await your study that you are getting done, and wish you all the best for that. Now I invite Mr. Prashant Deka to give his perspective on, maybe you have a small presentation.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Dais and dignitaries, respected friends from the industry. I think we have already talked, Vivek has already prepared and shown you certain challenges of the industry. And I would, let me bring you back to the disruptions that we are going to see, or we think that we will face in coming years with respect to this automation, digitization, and circularity. I think so far we had been, talking about automation as a standalone topic. This started a couple of years back. Then we started to work on digitization 2-3 years back. And then came circularity. So as long as we were discussing these three in a separate pillars, it was looking like a trend. So we thought there is a trend towards automation, there is a trend towards digitization. But now, when we combine these three, it's a real disruption. I mean, if I look at, what is happening around the globe, because we have been talking to, our teams are talking to people who produces textiles around the world. This is something that, calls for a major change in textile machinery manufacturing industry like us, if we have to really, support them in years to come. So challenges, Vivek mentioned already, but here I am just talking to you something related to the vision that we have. When it comes to labor and skills, we are somehow imagining a textile mill where you will need only 3 persons per 10,000 spindles. So for 100,000 spindles, you will need 30 people. So this is the concept which is in the target, and we are working, and this is the need of the hour, maybe not in India immediately, but this is the demand from across the globe, wherever they want to set up a plant. Volatility, we all know how the raw material quality, particularly in terms of cotton and recycled fiber, it is giving us challenges. So we need a kind of a system where you can monitor and you can optimize your quality requirements and your productivity requirements online. Then the third, of course, market. I don't have to talk about it. All of you are experts, how the market is giving us challenges every now and then. Let's jump to the end-to-end connection. Now, today what we see that automation and digitization cannot go standalone. They are a basic part. They are combined. It's not enough if we automate a machine. We have to automate entire processes, and also we have to digitize the process so that, from one single incident, you can track back where you can improve and where is the main culprit, for example. So when it comes to sustainability, when it comes to track and trace, when it comes to raw material management, unless we connect the entire system from bale to yarn, we cannot do it. We cannot do it. And more difficult it is when we jump into recycling business. In recycling business, the variability of our raw material even increases compared to cotton. Now, we will not have a fixed kind of machine setup. We will not have a fixed kind of machine settings where you can really process recycled fiber, particularly for ring spinning. So we need to connect. We need to first adapt the machines, of course, for processing recycled fibers. Today, many of you are processing recycled fibers for ring spinning on our conventional cotton system, but at a very high cost because productivities are low. You are not able to get the amount of recycled fiber that you want in the final yarn. So our responsibility is to find replacement for these spinning machines where you can process recycled fiber in an economic way, so that when this becomes a commodity, then you can really sustain the market. And also, how do we make it easier for you to reset the process without losing time? So with this concept, we are working. And finally, if we look at, a mill, so from one output, from one yarn problem or for one yarn requirement, it should be possible for you to find out where do I make changes. First, which machine group I have to change or which machine group I have to attack. Then you go to the individual machine, 360-degree view of the individual machine. And finally, you go to a single point where you have to really, attend. For example, you are processing recycled fibers for your ring spinning with 19 mm staple length. And suddenly you encounter a lot where you have 15, 16 mm short fibers. What do? You can't deploy hundreds of people to change settings or to change the processes. This has to be done online. This has to be done automatically. The last one is, this is our vision, to have a meal where probably you can switch off the lights and it should work. This is a dream, and I don't think it's something which is impossible. It is possible, and we also would like to, connect entire process starting from your infrastructure, which is facilities, utilities, air conditioning, going to the machines, and then we go to your ERP system, your HR systems, and we connect everything together so that you have one system which can control from end till the beginning. So mostly we are working in this line. More focus is here rather than focusing on individual machines. Yes, that's also one part that we have to do. But we feel this is more important to overcome the disruptions that is coming on our way. The last slide on recycling, this is something, again, very important. I have not brought any, slides, detailed slides, but I can tell you we are working towards, also finding a solution about post-consumed raw materials, how to open it effectively. There are players in the market. We are collaborating with them. We are trying to also develop a system where we can sort them out. And finally, of course, how do we spin them? It is our job, where we are investing a lot of time and resources. And finally, we are working with a couple of chemical, companies who really recover, wastes by way of chemical treatment rather than mechanical opening. So a long way to go, but I think this long way is not, we cannot say 10 years, 15 years. I think we have to do everything within next 5 years. Otherwise, all of us are probably in a deep, competition around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Deka, for crystal gazing the disruptions that we may see in coming time. Not very distinct time, it seems. And also, it's great to know about this end-to-end digitalization, which is important to note, and also the solutions to the recycled fiber processing. We have, okay. So we have one participant who is joining us online. So I will quickly introduce Mr. Mark Jarvis, founder and CEO of Textile IQ, management consultancy firm specializing in textile industry. He has over 40 years of experience, including leadership roles in UK and Europe. Previously, he served as managing director of World Textile Information Network, WTIN, very focused on digital transformation with textile value chain. So over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists and to the delegates in the audience. The topic or the theme of my presentation today covers data-driven sourcing intelligence tools that are becoming increasingly business critical for your customers. This is an area that has developed rapidly over recent years. But if I start by looking back into the history of sourcing, what we can see is that The biggest hurdle in offshore sourcing initially in the period between 1980 and 2000 was, if you remember, the multi-fiber arrangement under which quota restrictions were in place for countries importing from developing countries. Offshore sourcing gained momentum, however, after the expiry of the multi-fiber arrangement, and also at the same time the rise in fast fashion, which led to much more rapid production cycles, an emphasis on shorter lead times and better cost efficiency. More recently, after 2020, a lot of emphasis was placed on reducing dependency on specific countries, very much as a response to what was experienced during COVID, where there were logistical challenges and also the emerging geopolitical tensions that remain with us today. And we've seen a little pickup in both shoring and nearshoring. But more recently, we've also seen a higher adoption of sustainable materials and practices, which is driving more change within the sourcing environment. So with the rise in offshore sourcing and the fast fashion boom, the need for data and intelligence increased. Since the stakeholders now needed information on prices of different raw materials, they needed trade insights, macroeconomic country level parameters were required, information on suppliers, tariffs, trade agreements. What I'm describing here is an ever more complex environment with deep understandings of data that increase that complexity. And indeed, after 2020, with the growing emphasis on sustainable sourcing, the need for intelligence relating to sustainability also started escalating, thus increasing the complexity of sourcing still further. And then, as I mentioned earlier, due to COVID and increasing geopolitical tensions and more recently trade wars, there was an increasing volatility in the market that we've all experienced. And as a result, sourcing professionals started putting a lot of emphasis on predictive analysis and forecasting. So, with the growing fast fashion trends and increasing adoption by your customers of direct-to-consumer models, this has led to much more on-demand production. You've experienced, I'm sure, smaller minimal order quantities, much more frequency or an increase in the frequency of orders, and of course, shorter lead times. This indeed will compel companies now to be more flexible and agile with their sourcing and supply chain so that they can quickly respond to changing needs, particularly of their customers. And at the same time, adding to this drive towards a much more complex environment, we've seen a rise in consumer awareness of sustainable product, strict government policies and standards, and increasing pressure from investors that will force brands to adopt more sustainable sourcing practices and make their supply chain more sustainable and compliant. And I'm sure all of us have felt those pressures already, those demands coming from the brands. In addition, with the increasing commercialization of technologies like blockchain or the Internet of Things or 3D printing and, of course, artificial intelligence, there will be a lot of adoption of technology in sourcing and procurement to both optimize the cost and the lead time. So what I'd like to turn to now briefly is how will sourcing intelligence tools meet this challenge? So focusing first on sustainability, and with the rising adoption of sustainable sourcing practices in recent years, this is forcing sourcing teams to gather data and intelligence pertaining to sustainable materials, sustainable countries, and sustainable suppliers to work with, and also sustainable practices to follow, which are currently being adopted by their peers around the world. Sourcing professionals will require data on pricing of sustainable materials, material innovation, country-level indicators for sustainability, certified and audited suppliers, and sustainable materials and practices being adopted by their competitors. And also, when we look at agile sourcing, this is compelling brands to diversify their sourcing and adopt split sourcing strategies, hence requiring more data and intelligence about new emerging sourcing countries, both nearshore and offshore locations. Agile sourcing will require faster decision-making, so the brands will require real-time data and insights which are analyzed and ready to consume, and that's a really important point. Hopefully I'm painting the picture very clearly here, that we have an enormous amount of data that needs to be analyzed and processed by sourcing professionals in order to make the best decisions for their companies. So agile sourcing will require brands to anticipate risks in sourcing from different countries, and they will have to plan for those risks. So they will require more detailed country-level indicators to evaluate the risk of sourcing, and crucially, more predictive analysis and forecasts will be required to estimate these various risks. Now, last week I was in Gujarat with one of my clients, and I'm very pleased to be able to share with you their sourcing intelligence product, TextPro. This is a sourcing tool that's been available now and developed over the last 10 years by Fiber to Fashion. And TextPro, the tool, assists sorting teams in answering 4 fundamental questions. What price to buy at? Which countries to source from? How to source sustainably? And which suppliers to work with? TextPro, through its offering, through its features, delivers comprehensive and ready-to-consume data and insights, which in turn saves a lot of time and costs, makes decision-making in sourcing faster, and helps to mitigate risk in sourcing efficiently. Now, what I can share with you, that at the moment, approximately 70% of their customers to this tool are in either Europe or in the United States. They are either brands or apparel retailers, or indeed more generalist retailers with an apparel element in that company's retail proposition. Outside of that, the tool is also used by sourcing houses for some global brands and retailers based in Hong Kong. And it is anticipated that this product will grow significantly in the coming years with the increased complexity in terms of data and analysis required by sourcing professionals. So finally, where is TextPro heading? Well, it won't surprise you to hear that such a heavily data-driven tool is now turning to artificial intelligence so that the data can be analyzed much better, much quicker, and trends can be identified much easier, and thus providing the users of TextPro with actionable insights. AI is going to revolutionize the analysis of this data. It'll do this also with better visualization of the analysis and identification of trends. It will also assist in providing more accurate forecasts. At the moment, TextPro provides forecasts based on various algorithms with an accuracy of between 85 and 90% on the pricing of various raw materials. This is expected to increase above 95% in terms of accuracy with the overlay of artificial intelligence going forward. So I'll leave you with just one final thought, and that is the world gets ever more complex, and sourcing and textile and apparel sourcing gets ever more complex. But with the use of disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence, the vast volumes of data already stored in tools like TextPro will be turned into much more actionable market intelligence and insight for sourcing professionals. That concludes my presentation. If you'd like to reach out to me to discuss anything or to learn more about TextPro, then you can see my email address there on the screen or ask the organizers of the event for my details. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak to you today.
Thank you, Mark. We, of course, understand sourcing is a tough business and more variables are entering into the fray, making it even more complex. But it is encouraging to know that the digital solutions are there and getting refined. And thank you for bringing that perspective. We have time for one round of questions. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. So now I'd like to ask the panelist, Mr. Prashanta Deka, that in the past, short staples industry thrived on processing of cotton, right? However, with the prevalence of circular fibers, blends, and new generation material, what are the two major innovations? You did mention about circularity, so maybe if you could mention what are the two major innovations?
Yeah, I think I touched this topic during my presentation. There are two areas where we see industry facing difficulties. I'm talking about only post-consumption materials because the rest is, I think, not that difficult. One is, of course, how do we open these fibers effectively so that we don't damage them too much? And also the sorting of the colored fibers. And the second challenge is spinning itself, because as I mentioned, you just can't spin recycled fiber on a conventional spinning machines to achieve the highest degree of return. This is not economical. So the two major points where you can look for certain breakthroughs is the effective opening of this post-consumption material. And the reason why I'm telling so far people, individual companies or individual entities were working on this, but the good news is that the spinners and these companies, they have come together to find a solution. And a lot of works are going on in this direction. And in the spinning itself, already the root causes have been identified. I mean, where we break these fibers further, which gives more challenges in our final product. So today, if I can say in ring yarn, probably you achieve 30% of recycled fibers, which we can't measure, but at least we know. But target is that, we should be able to cross 50% and economically. So these two areas, opening, sorting, and spinning, I think we are focusing heavily today.
Yeah, great to know about that. Next question is to Mark. Mark, we understand that as the Western brands demand greater transparency and traceability, how are the digital platforms enabling manufacturers to create a more efficient and compliant ecosystem?
It's a very good question. And I think if I can refer back again to the TextPro platform from fiber to fashion, as well as being used by brands, it's also used by manufacturers. Okay, so fabric manufacturers, apparel manufacturers, so that they can take greater control of their supply chains, and also through that gain knowledge into what the brands are seeking in terms of greater transparency and sustainability. Whilst all that information is available within platforms like TextPro, brands' websites are a great source of guidance and information on what the brands are setting out to achieve. They have made some very bold statements in terms of where they expect to be with their, for example, their carbon footprint by 2030. And a very small part of that is going to come from their own operations. The vast majority of that is going to come from the supply chain. So this can be found on the brand's websites, but it is all aggregated into one place on TextPro, providing information on the policies of the brands.
Thank you for your response. And next I want to ask Mr. Vivek Arora. The spinning industry is undergoing a difficult phase, which also seems to be retarding its upgradation, as we see lower degree of modernization in India compared to the Asian region that we talk about. So what are your two key messages to the spinning industry, and how can spinning industry benefit from adoption of Industry 4.0 technologies, and what impact can it have on the global supply chain?
I think message number one would be that we should prioritize the upgradation of smart factories despite there being challenges in the market. India has three very inherent advantages. One is on the established infrastructure which is available. Second is on the competitive labor cost. And third is on the skilled manpower. There is a potential to scale up our trade with US and European countries to almost to the tune of 10 to 15% this year. But this would be subject to our addressing three major concerns. The first is on meeting the stringent quality norms. Second would be the efficiency of the supply chain. And third would be on the sustainability challenges. If the manufacturers are able to overcome and adapt Industry 4.0 standards, this would be greatly benefit for the Indian textile manufacturing companies, and we really need to invest in digitalization and move forward with automation. The second message would be on the making the workforce future ready by investing in upskilling and the talent development programs. Indian talent has been widely acknowledged across the globe, and we should be really proud of it. The industry should collaborate to share the knowledge and the industry best practices, and skill development programs are a must to prepare our workforce for digital manufacturing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the perspective and painting a bright picture in what appears to be a gloomy present. My next question is to Mr. Ketan Sangvi. So the textile engineering industry operates in a vast ecosystem, and how you as ITME Society are addressing the challenges, barriers to digitization, automation, and use of AI?
Thank you. I think that's an interesting question and also a very challenging one because we have a spectrum in terms of capability from our members, from the very advanced companies to the smallest of companies. And the advanced or the larger companies, while they can find their way out, it's the smaller companies that need to be encouraged. I think that one thought that we look across is that there is no running away from this. There is no shortcut. We have to face the problem head on because our user industry is battling with these same issues. And if we don't accept these challenges, then we will reduce our relevance in the industry even more. Today we are struggling with the concept of cheaper imports, the concept of imports simply happening because we don't have the ability to provide global standards. But I think if we face some of these issues head on, we should be able to, at least in, if not the immediate term, maybe a slightly medium to longer term, rise up to the global capabilities. I can, just maybe share an example. We were looking at the development of a high-speed shuttleless loom, and the simplest solution was to, maybe buy a couple of machines and try and reverse engineer them. I think the reason why we did not adopt that approach was that ultimately that would lead us to simply playing catch up all the time. At some point of time, we've got to develop the basic capabilities, the basic strength to manufacture machines. And as I said, even if it's a little painful in the shorter term, it will help us pick up much faster. And I'm already seeing this. A few companies have introduced high-speed shuttleless rapier looms in the market recently. And the next step to introducing air jets and higher productivity machines, it's an accelerating path. So we expect that the returns will come much faster. It's the initial steps which seem to be more painful. So the role of the society is going to be to encourage our industry, once again, to not shirk the challenges, but to face them head on. And also, again, to work collaboratively, as I keep mentioning, with the user industry and the various stakeholders to really look at solving problems. I also feel that there is a case for appropriate technology. There are many solutions required in different parts of the world. And maybe if we look at the concept of providing the appropriate technology, then we can optimize on the solutions that we provide to the customers, whether they are in India or whether they are in other parts of the world.
Thank you. Thank you. And we'll have a quick concluding remarks. We'll start with you, Mark. Any concluding thoughts?
Yeah, I can. Thank you very much. Well, once again, my thanks for your kind invitation to address this conference today. I'm just disappointed that I'm not able to be there in person. But what I would conclude by saying to you is that data and data-driven intelligence is going to increasingly drive decision-making in sourcing and throughout the value chain. And I would urge delegates, members of Citi to look into this and seek to understand how your customers are using it and how you can benefit from these tools. Thank you.
Thank you. Vivek?
Thank you very much for providing this platform to express the views on digitization and automation and how we can address the disruptions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Sangizab?
I think it's been a wonderful session. Apart from the opportunity to share thoughts, it's also an opportunity to learn so many wonderful new ideas that we come across. And I hope, once again, that we will be able to absorb and put into practice some of these ideas that have come in. I looked at the concept of dark factories, as Mr. Deka had mentioned, silent mill, or I remember in going to a textile weaving factory in Japan. That was probably 40 years ago, 1985. And we went inside the mill. The mill was like completely dark. The machines all operating on their own. And so we asked the person, I mean, who is running this place? So he took us to a little corner. There was this little lady, maybe about 17-year-old, practicing the flute next to the warping machine. And so we asked her, don't you really need to attend to the machines? Well, what we do is do preventive maintenance on the machines. We make sure that we use the best quality yarn so that the breakdowns are bare minimum. And every let's say 2 hours, she takes a little round around the factory just to make sure that the weft bobbins are replenished. It was all shuttle looms, not even shuttleless looms. And I think it was, had I not seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. We had dark factories in 1985. And I hope that we can go to the next level where we can have a completely integrated factory running without individuals. I mean, there is talk, I believe, of 15 to 20% saving in terms of energy. So that could be a huge benefit. And some of these opportunities to learn, I think, are really wonderful. So I'd like to thank Citi once again for organizing this event and also giving us the opportunity to share our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Prashanta?
Yeah, I think last word from me is I think our industry is really well equipped to face these disruptions. And particularly in recycling, I see a lot of opportunities for our Indian, companies. Only thing is, I think we are always in a dilemma. On one side, we have a huge workforce, skilled workforce. So the question is, shall we do automation? Shall we go for digitization? And on the other side, we have to face the challenges of circularity, which cannot happen without some automation and digitization. So we have to somehow find a balance here. I'm not talking about dark mill right now, because I think it will take some time. But this balance, I think we need to find somewhere, and I think we'll be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we conclude by saying that technology, there are a lot of technology actually getting input into textile industry like any other industry, and the problems are identified. The solutions are being found, and we are into exciting days in future, days and years, where we'll find even more disruptions. So thank you, panelists, for your valuable inputs. And if at all we have any questions from the audience, we'll be happy to take it. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. Sir, I'm Sachin, representing Textile Machinery Manufacturers Association. I just did one course from IIT Madras on advanced data science and machine learning. What is my experience is that while the organized companies, big companies are investing in Industry 4.0, artificial intelligence and robotics, but there are smaller companies also, MSMEs also, who know how to use these tools, whether it is your ChatGPT and all. And what I'm seeing is that there is a requirement of our people on the floor, because they are getting a lot of information, a lot of learnings. That information, that data has to be captured into our databases, and that data has to be translated into information. And my question would be like, say, Vivek and Deka sir is here. The medium-sized companies, how are we transforming our data-driven approach that Mr. Jarvis has mentioned about? Are we going to use that? Or how are we going to capture that information or knowledge that is there on the shop floor? Because non-technical people are now learning how to communicate. Now we are being advised that no coding is required. even a person who is good at communication but having a good logical mind, they can put queries or on the chat GPT or other AI platforms, and they can get the codes and algorithm. It's all about how do we communicate and get the right material out or the codes out.
Yeah, I mean, if I understood right, the first question was how the small and medium companies, they will take on these changes, right? I mean, you are right. I have also been to this IIT Advanced Center in Chennai, and you can see more such companies than big companies. Huh? And they are doing excellent jobs. And I think my own assessment or our assessment is that AI and all other digitization, they will not be very, very expensive. This is because these solutions are available, we have to only, bring them together and make it work. So it can be afforded by many. It will not be something which is just for, an elite class. And second, how this is going to impact the workforce, I have no idea. I have no idea, because whenever we talk to people, is AI dangerous for us? There are two sides always. Some people say it's very dangerous. Some people say no. But frankly, I have no idea. Maybe Vivek can have something here.
May I just jump in with an observation that might offer some reassurance to the small and medium-sized manufacturers in the audience. If you look back maybe 10 or 15 years, some of the major software vendors at the time changed their approach, whether it was IBM or Microsoft, with a lot of the solutions that they used to sell. They started offering them as subscriptions, thus democratizing their use across smaller businesses. And I see the same happening here. I see the larger companies providing subscription-based services rather than selling solution products. Solution is always an expensive thing, whereas subscription services to some very, very clever tools is something that will be made very affordable for small to medium-sized businesses as well. It's happened before, it'll happen this time.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mark. And any more questions we have in the house? Yeah, please go ahead. Introduce yourself first.
Hello, my name is Surabhi Lal. I've been in a manufacturing business for 5 years now. My company's name is Criminal. I manufacture menswear. I am a sustainable company. We make garments out of jute, silk, cotton. I have a question on that. There was a statement which I agreed on, so I would like to start with that. I agree startup results in paradigm change. When it comes to digitization and automation, it can sometimes affect the circularity of sustainability. How one can manufacture sustainable fashion with fast fashion module?
Okay, that's a good question, but that actually is the new trend, So one is fast fashion also when you check out the points in sustainability, fast fashion also is under question. So, because we have this idea of reduce, reuse kind of a thing. So I think this model is yet to develop, whereas the fast fashion is there. At the same time, there's a lot of pressure from sustainability. So probably we will see many more models to come up. For example, there is a growing trend of, reusing of the clothes. So you have second-hand clothes or pre-loved clothes, which are popular in the West also. So those models are coming up. So we will see. It's a very volatile situation. It is in the state of flux and evolving. So we will see a lot of things to come. Yeah.
I have a follow-up question to ask you on that. When it comes to recycle and reuse, we can say that it's upcycling, but we cannot say it's sustainable at any point because the carbon footprint is double. So how do we put that into a sustainable product?
Will you take this, say, recycled of yarn? Yeah, from recycled yarn perspective.
I don't know if carbon footprint will be doubled. I don't think so. Because, you know, the fact that we are reusing, for example, you take example of cotton, right? If we reuse cotton fabrics again and again, at some point, we will be left with very, very little cotton cultivation, right? Now, the amount of sustainability that we are doing there, I don't think we will be producing double, you know, the carbon footprint in the process which we will follow. Because this is only mechanical opening and then spinning again, and then the same process that you would do for a virgin cotton.
But
if
then,
you have something,
but then
we
again, the
would like to
energy,
know.
while you were talking about dark mill, and so the energy is used double the time, and again the product goes to the another person who uses differently. So,
Well, I mean, a dark mill is separate, but if you talk about sustainability and recycle, I don't think there will be. See, if we talk about you know, chemical way of opening fibers, we don't know, because a lot of research is going on there whether it is sustainable. But when it comes to mechanical, it is purely sustainable. Maybe we can connect, because if you have some data where it is double, then we would like to really know. Huh? Please
yeah,
share.
we've been working on it. So, understanding with the product that we are making, not with the what has already been done. So the kind of product that we are making is with the fact of that how sustainable can be the beginning and the end of it. You know, to be something to be sustainable, that needs to end. It's just a saying, you know, like the destruction and creation needs to be at one point. It has to be circular.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Maybe we have to deliberate.
Yeah, thank you for bringing in that perspective. In fact, making a virgin product, you know, it will actually take a lot of energy compared to if that energy is already spent, then you save that energy. So that is the basic premise of having sustainable products, rather recycling, sorry. Okay,
I think sometimes sustainability can seem like an almost impossible challenge for some of the reasons that have just been mentioned. But my view is that we're on a journey with sustainability, and it may take us another 1 or 2 generations to reach its optimum conclusion. And even then, it might not be completely circular. What I would say to all manufacturers is that sustainability is your competitive advantage. And what I mean by that is if your own sustainability practices can keep you ahead of your competition, then the customers will be looking towards you more likely than to your competitors. So even though it can at times feel very frustrating, sustainability is absolutely key to any successful business.
Yeah, thank you for those words. So that brings us to the end of this session, because I'm told that I have to wrap it up now. So, yeah, thank you, panelists.
Right. Thank you. It was a very lively discussion, to say the least. I would request Mr. T. Rajkumar, past Chairman City, to come and felicitate the moderator and the panelists. So I request everybody to come and join for a commemorative photograph after this. Mr. Suryadev Mukherjee, Principal Consultant, Gerzi Consulting. Mr. Vivek Arora, General Manager, Marketing and Sales, LMW. Mr. Ketan Sangvi from ITME Society. Mr. Prashant Deka from Reader, India. Thank you to all the panelists, including Mark. I hope next time you will make time to join us physically, and we would be more than happy to welcome you here.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. While the stage is being set, I'll just set up the context. So this session explores the growing significance of technical textile in various industries. As the global demand for specialized fabrics rises, this discussion will highlight opportunities for investment, innovation, and expansion in the sector. I invite Dr. S.K. Sundaraman, Chairman SIMA, to come to the dais, introduce the topics and the panelists, followed by an interactive session. So on the panel, we will be having Professor and Dr. Yves Simon Gloy, Partner Gerzi Textile Organization, Associate Professor RWTH Aachen University, Germany. He will be joining us through VC, and joining us on the dais will be Mr. Avinash Misra, Chairman, Indian Technical Textile Association, ITA, and Mr. Shalin Toshniwal, Vice Chairman, Man-Made and Technical Textile Export Promotion Council, Metexcel. We will also be joined by Mr. Suresh K on the video conferencing from Thylon Techno Fiber Limited. I request Dr. S.K. Sundaraman to address the audience.
Good afternoon, friends. I know it's 3:30. I would like a response, please. That's why they put the technical textiles guy at 3:30. Good afternoon. Pleasure being with all of you. And I'm very happy to welcome my good friends and distinguished speakers from the technical textile industry. Shri Shalin Toshniwal, the Vice Chairman of Metexcel, who handles exports of technical textiles, and Mr. Avinash Misra, the Chairman of the Indian Technical Textile Association, who essentially runs or caters to the technical textile industry at large, more specifically the domestic industry, which is very large. And I have two speakers online with us today, Professor Yves Gloy from Gerzi, and who's also Associate Professor at Aachen University, which is one of the very well-known places for technical textiles, as well as Mr. Suresh K. from Thylon, who is a nylon manufacturer from Thailand. And thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for being online. Friends, I would like to say a few things on my thoughts on technical textiles before I go to my friends over here. But I'll be a little brief about it and then invite our speakers who've been waiting online to give their comments first. Technical textiles is exciting, right? Everybody thinks, we are like the action movie of the movie cadre, if you will, we are Mission Impossible. And that's why people like us. They think these guys are doing something very exciting, a lot of value, and we go there and tell how, like, you can make parachute fabrics and fabrics for aerostat, that's 10,000 rupees a square meter. And city chairman always says, you guys are having, like, high EBITDA industries, you're 30%. And I am always wondering, who's the guy in the 30% in the room? But then, friends, it is really a very exciting industry to be in right now. I have my thoughts on value addition, but before that, let us go right up to somebody who's got a global perspective on technical textiles, and who can probably be the best person to start off this conversation on an international level. My question would be to Professor Gloy. Technical textiles is about value addition. It's about creating the next big thing. How do you see elements like nanotechnology, biotechnology, combining to create products out of Asian companies? This being an Asian textile conference, and the premise being that Asia would be the next big thing in terms of inventing cutting-edge stuff. We would like your views, Professor Gloy, on where the technical textile industry is going and the Asian technical textile industry is going, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the kind introduction. I hope you can hear me very well. There's a good connection.
We can, yes.
Because I'm perfect. I'm sitting in Berlin, in Germany. So, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, warm welcome also from my side. And first of all, I have to agree, technical textiles, that's I would say maybe the most interesting part in textiles. Mr. Chairman, you explained it very well. It's technical textiles giving a huge opportunity because you find these textiles in so many applications. And then the question is, why textiles? And the beauty of textiles is what I would describe as the multi-scale model. That's something that we teach at Aachen University. So looking at the process chain in order to produce textiles, I mean, you have the material production, you go into yarn production, fabric production, then you have finishing, then you have cut and sewing or similar operations to the final product. And now the beauty of textiles is that at every step of the production chain, you can adopt the properties. You can adopt the properties in a very huge area. You can very light to very heavy. You can very, flexible to very stiff. You can have something like a textile membrane, or you can have like a net, very porous. So that's the beauty of textiles. You design the properties depending on the application. And then, of course, in technical textiles, it's always looking, okay, what's the application, and then looking on the requirements engineering. So you really, and that's maybe something a little bit more sophisticated in comparison to fashion. You've got these very strong requirements. Often you have to fulfill standards, or you have to fulfill several standards, giving you really hard limits, on the stiffness or the strength of the textile, and then it's up to you. But also, from the European point of view, it's the contracts you can achieve as a technical textile producer, for example, in automotive, long-term contracts with still some interesting margins, as you mentioned, some numbers. And then, of course, it's a question on what's the next step? Where are these technical textiles being further developed? And of course, nanotechnology, biotechnology, and smart textiles are all opportunities, and where I think that Asia is in a very, very good position to bring up the next innovations. Now, let me talk about smart textiles, because about smart textiles, from a research perspective, they've got somehow a long track history. I mean, there were even companies like Google having projects on smart textiles calling Jacquard. And so what's that with smart textiles? So the integration of additional functionalities like sensors, like actuators, having information being transmitted by textiles. And often there were, people saying, okay, that's going to be the next big thing in fashion and so on and so on. But you don't see that so much place in the market in the fashion. But for technical textiles, these smart textiles become very, very interesting because, having example, you design textiles for the reinforcement of concrete, and you adopt these textiles, including sensor functionalities to record the loads on the textile. So you can predict maybe the lifetime of the textile in the concrete. And that's giving further value to the user of the textiles. And these are really, really interesting cases. Just to give you an example, in Germany, we have to renew a lot of our bridges right now. we spent a lot of money in, renewing the bridges because they're getting old. And we see already potential to integrate smart textiles in the reinforcement of concrete in order to measurement the loads on the bridges, to predict better, okay, do we need to replace it now, or maybe by the record of the loads, we have more time before we do that. So that's giving a huge room for innovations and potential. Just to give you another example, that's in the field of filtration. I was talking to a textile producer who's supplying the textiles for the filtration of server rooms, where they have the IT servers. And there was a large US company with a lot of server rooms, because they do a lot in the IT business. And then this company came up with a filter needing less energy to keep this room in a clear condition. Because they adopt the surface, they adopt the finishing, and the plissé, the textile in a certain way. And by having this impact on the energy efficiency of keeping this server room in a good condition, the end user, he could come up with a better CO2 footprint. And because of this large-scale use of these filtration textiles, that was already also for the textile producer very good case. So there, in the world of technical textiles, as I said, you have these very sophisticated applications, and also looking at biotechnology, there are a lot of projects right now being running on looking on alternative biomass for fiber production. So there are projects on using algae in order to produce fibers. There are projects on having fungi as biomass source for fibers. So there's a lot of potential in these areas. Also artificial silk. There are several startups and research going on worldwide to come up with artificial silk, because silk, as you know, for medical application, the strength of the silk fiber, that's a very interesting material. So we see that in biotechnology. In nanotechnology, we had this trend, this hype about nanotechnology a couple of years back in Europe, and there was also research going on. Okay, how secure are these nanoparticles if we integrate them during the melt spinning process or via finishing on the textiles? And you see that there are very interesting applications, self-cleaning of textiles as example. So again, technical textiles gives you a lot of opportunities. It might be a little bit more sophisticated to design the textiles, but I see that Asia and the capabilities, manufacturing-wise and research-wise in Asia, they are very well positioned in the worldwide market.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Gloib. You touched upon various innovative elements, from nanotechnology to building materials to filtration, and given us a glimpse of what's going on and what would be the future. I know that Aachen University has got collaboration with Indian companies. They've taken technology from there, and there's a very strong bridge. Where is the future? If I can just ask you one question, because I think you have to leave now for another meeting. If I can just ask, where is the future of build tech-based technical textiles going? Is it into the refurbishment of old buildings, like you said? Is that the future?
Yeah, that's one future. That's one future refurbishment. You see that a lot in Europe. My last trip to India attending Baratex, I see there's also a lot of construction going on in India. And then you see textiles in very much applications. All these geotextiles, underneath the roads, also not only in the concrete, but in very sophisticated applications. And what we are talking in Europe, and for sure that's also the topic in Asia or worldwide, it's also in this case sustainability. That's a big question. What do we do with the textiles after they're being used? How can we design technical textiles in a more sustainable way? And production-wise, a lot of things are investigated, but we have carpets in Europe that are classified as building products, you know, and then we also investigate how can we recycle all these things. So that's a major trend that also in building and technical textiles is coming up. Sustainability. So that's what I can say.
Thank you. That was very well said. Thank you very much, Professor Gloy. And
Thank you.
We are all very happy to have you over here in this conference. Thank you. Friends, I think the core point that we would like to bring out in technical textiles, or in general, any value addition in any business beyond textiles, and why technical textiles seems to excite a large number of people, is that one of the fundamental metrics to see whether a business is sustainable in the long term. When I say sustainable as a business, not sustainable from the environmental perspective, is in terms of your asset turnover ratios. And one of the hallmarks of the technical textile industry is higher asset turnover ratios. The larger asset turnover ratios in our industry always used to be in the garmenting industry. 1:4 at some points of time, but then with land and building becoming more expensive, that's sort of coming down into the 1:2.5 kind of levels. In technical textiles, I remember recently I was visiting some friends in the geotech industry. The asset turns were somewhere close to 1:5. So a 20 crore investment would get a 100 crore sort of top line. And I've seen similar thing in the hygiene industry in terms of diapers and sanitary pads and things. So one of the highlights of the technical textile industry is the ability to have higher asset turns, which then mean that the sustainability of the business is quite strong. This, of course, comes with a lot of innovation. And in technical textiles, my perspective, what normally confuses people is that out of the 12 different segments of technical textiles, each one is distinctly different from the other. Hence, when you call speakers to come on stage and speak about technical textiles, it's very difficult to have an overview. These two gentlemen sitting over here are probably the best people at this point of time to give this overview in terms of where we can grow. There are some great success stories in technical textiles, places where the Indian story dominates. I'm not sure how many of you would have heard about a sector called FIBC, Flexible Intermediate Bulk Carriers. FIBCs are essentially jumbo bags that are used to take industrial material from one point to the other. Indian companies have 36%. Shalinji would probably elaborate more because that comes into exports predominantly. 36% of the world market is Indian. Today, we are making competitive hygiene products that are being exported out of India to places around the world. So technical textiles out of India is a global story. While the Indian market is about, I don't know, 18 to $20 billion of consumption, about 2.5 plus, I am sure we'll have more updated data, $2.5+ billion is our approximate exports. Should we look inside for our growth story? Should we look outside? Should we look at seeing where the next technological opportunities and challenges are? These broadly would be the points that we should look at as an industry, because technical textile industry is definitely an industry of great promise. So with that introduction, I'll probably go take my seat, but I would ask our panelists, let me start asking questions to our panelists. I'll start with Mr. Shalin Toshniwal. Shalinji, you understand export. So I would probably ask you to spend a very brief time in your views on where exports are going, but then probably dive into one of the 12 sectors, because we can talk macro level, but I'm sure the audience would be interested in micro level and the opportunities. And what I can think of is something like mobile tech, because globally it's been proven that a business or sector becomes big if it piggy rides on a much larger segment. And the largest organized segment in Indian business is possibly the automotive sector. So I would request you to talk a bit about what's happening in mobile tech and the potential of that for Indian entrepreneurs, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sundaraman, and you really have set a very good context. And indeed, technical textiles is very interesting. When we talk about the overall export scenario, as Dr. Sundaraman has the figures and has rightly said, last year we covered about $2.5 billion worth of exports. And a large part of that was FIBC. this year, we're seeing possibly 15% growth. We should probably hit about a 3 billion overall target. And FIBC still continues to be strong. But other than FIBC, you have Indutech, which is all sorts of different made-ups like ropes and cords, nets, tapes. This is the second largest chunk of export that the Indian industries make and do very well with. Other than that, you already touched upon mobile tech. And mobile tech is strong because of our inherently strong automotive industry in India. If I may now, I think just straight away go in and dive into a little bit on mobile tech. And to give you a little bit of background, our company is the company that I work in is Banswara Syntex Limited. We also have a joint venture with a French company that manufactures upholstery fabric for cars. So I have a little bit of insight on mobile tech as well from let's say, a manufacturing perspective. So let's just share some fun facts about what kind of textiles go into manufacturing cars. To begin with, upholstery fabric. Upholstery fabric is about 5 to 8 meters that goes into your cars. Other than that, would anybody like to venture a guess in terms of the total meterage of textile that goes into a car? If anybody wants to take just a fun guess. Okay, 20 meters, one guess. Anybody else? Okay, so between 20 to 1800, we're exactly in the middle. We're about 50 meters. 50 meters of textile that goes into a car, and it weighs approximately 25 kilos worth of textile that goes into a car. And it covers the three major areas that technical textiles, as we spoke about, and Dr. Eves also elaborated on. Technical textiles is giving you functionality. So the three functionalities that technical textiles brings to automotives is comfort, protection, and performance. On the comfort side, of course, we're talking about your upholstery fabric, the carpets on your car, the padding that goes into your car, the insulation that's in your car. And that's on the comfort side. Protection, of course, you can't get on the roads without a seatbelt. And of course, India is doing very well on airbags. And on the performance side, tires wouldn't be tires without tire cords. And this is one of the largest components of mobile tech textile. Because of the nylon 6 cords that go in and give the integrity and strength to the tires. And then you have all sorts of composites that lighten the structure of a car that will help fuel efficiency, etc. Carbon fiber and other such fibers are fibers that are used in car manufacturing. Now, just another fun fact. Let's say, what is the value of all of this material that goes into a car? Let's say we're talking about a Honda City. How much textile material, worth of textile material goes into manufacturing a Honda City? Would anybody like to venture a guess? $40. We started $40. Okay. 1 lakh rupees. So it's depending again on the spec, it's between $200 and $400. And they estimate that it costs to manufacture a car about $5,000, with the steel and everything. So technical textiles does take, or mobile tech, if you want to call it, a fair chunk of the cost of your manufacture of a car. And it's quite interesting because we never think of it that way, but a Formula One car now is pressing the other end of performance, where you've got, fire safety issues, speed issues. The technical textiles that goes into a Formula One car would probably cost $10,000. So obviously, very wide range, very wide span of what you could use. But again, great potential, and again, the very exciting, great applications of technical textiles in industry. Now, overall, the mobile tech industry is globally, I believe, $40-odd billion. The Indian industry currently is about 2.5 billion. So out of our 25 billion odd, the mobile tech alone is about 10%. Would that be right? More or less. And so again, with the automotive industry growing so rapidly, exports are growing every year, year on year. And we've got new investments coming in. Tesla is coming in, promised 500,000 cars per year. Hyundai, Toyota, they've promised billion-dollar expansions. We've got Mercedes, who is expanding their footprint. So I think domestically we have a lot that's going for mobile tech, but also slowly but surely we are expanding our footprint on export, and figures show that we have grown within the first 6 months about 19% year on year. So it certainly does look very promising. And I think you guys have probably heard enough about mobile tech. Yeah, Dr. Sundaraman, that's what I have on mobile tech, but there's no better person to talk about pro tech than you. And I'm really interested in understanding the potential of where ProTech is going in India, and maybe even what the export potential is, because on the export side, we've been more or less stagnant.
So, but firstly, thank you, Sharenji. That is, I've been around the technical textile industry for a while, but I got to learn something today in terms of how many meters go inside and what's the value. And that's very interesting. And that's great potential, because in the automobile industry, I'm sure you would agree, most of the order books are typically 12 months ahead, because the companies need to plan their thing. And that gives you a stability of production that literally, I would say, no other customer would be able to give. But thank you, that is very interesting. Now, you turned the question on me and asked about ProTech, so let me just try to share something. So ProTech actually is very wide. ProTech, I operate in a specific sector of ProTech, which is in the defense segment, particularly with regards to 2 or 3 distinctly different items, one in chemical, biological warfare, the other is in extreme cold weather clothing, and there are other new frontiers like thermal camouflage, which are coming up where we operate. Typically, ProTech has been industrial to a large extent, and the Indian ProTech industry, I'm happy to say, is quite robust, but is probably not growing at this point of time. Industrial ProTech, I would probably put it into essentially fire safety as your primary product that goes into industrial safety. The second product that would probably look at in industrial safety is cut and slash resistance, be it in gloves, be it in uniforms, because those are essentially the hazards that you go through. I do not think there is still anything that is crush resistant. There are certain industrial scenarios where that might be needed, but it might not be practical in a flexible textile substrate. But cut slash protection and fire are bread and butter. And it happens everywhere in the oil and gas industry, in the electrical arc industry, there is a certain spec for electrical arc protection. For first responders like the firefighters, fire again, it comes to FR and such. So FR has been I would say FR was one of the first functionalities on which the ProTech industry in India was built. And Indian companies have by and large been good at doing this because we are good at being compliant to certain standards. And they are good at following international certifications and not trying to take shortcuts and able to create the thing. In fact, one of the gentlemen would probably throw better light on industrial workfare would be Mr. Avinash Misar, so we'll also ask him to put in his thoughts on the matter later. In the areas of defense where I operate, it is essentially soldier protection, mostly element protection. It's high value, longer gestation periods of getting inside, and it's usually typically within certain protected environments because governments would like to have their own domestic sources of supply. So there are certain inbuilt protections into that. But at the same time, you need to be able to absorb technology on a global level to be able to give the best on parity solutions to the customers that you're servicing. Overall, it's a great place to be, and I believe that in my personal experience, I have always evangelized that conventional garmenters get into pro-tech first because it's easy for them to understand because most of it's garments. The functionality elements apart, it's essentially a garment, and it's easier for a conventional textile manufacturer to wrap their mind around that than, let's say, something as abstract as, let's say a pond liner or something which is, in a sense, removed from conventional textiles. So I think there's great potential in that segment. It's definitely something that Indians can do because there is a confecting component to it, as in all garments, where we have certain strengths in addition to the knowledge aspects. So that's my thought process on pro-tech. We can always take each of those topics as like your mobile tech is a topic for a full day session, but it's a very exciting place to be in.
Thank you so much. I think encouraging also to learn that it is accessible. It's not something that is so far out of the reach of conventional textiles. But are there challenges in terms of getting certifications and nominations and entering, let's say, the business stream? Because mobile tech has that in a big way.
No, I understand. In mobile tech, you are essentially going by certain general standards of acceptance that a country would impose, but you're also going against very stringent quality norms, not only stringent in their technical features, but also you're expected to have quality norms of less than 1 parts per million and things. That's how you're rated by these large automobile companies. I have some exposure to automobile companies in an engineering perspective, and I know they can be very demanding. While that level of demanding systems might not be here in the general pro-tech industry, the standards that need to be achieved for those products' performance are pretty stringent, and the certification is usually international. One of the challenges that Indian companies have, and which the government was trying to attempt to address, but they could not do successfully till now, is to get those global labs that the customers recognize to actually set shop over here rather than to go forth. But on this topic, Avinashi, would you like to say something? Because you come from a protective workflow background as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sundaraman. And interesting discussion on protective wear. I come from that background of protective wear for many years, and especially the industrial protective wear. As rightly said by Dr. Sundaraman, there is one part of it which I say that's the world, a special world where Dr. Sundaraman operates in protective textile, and that's the very, very important area. And that apart, that keeping aside, industrial textile is not that a difficult subject, when we are talking about industrial protective wear. Because currently, fabrics required for the performances, that is, the fire retardance performance, or electric arc performance, or molten metal performance, or let's say variety of other things that people look for in terms of performances in the industry. Dr. Sundaraman has already talked about cut resistance and things like that. So keeping all this kind of applications in mind in the industry, I think it's a fairly stabilized industry, I would say, in terms of supply chain, in terms of what are the fabrics needed, in terms of the certification of the fabrics. Many a times we say challenges of the fabric and certification, as you pointed out, sir. But the most important thing here is the basic fabric certification. When it comes to garment, you're not fighting so much on those certifications. Not in the industrial work workwear zone. Certainly in what you're doing, sir, there are a lot of specifications, when we talk about CBRNE and we talk about those things. But when it comes into generic garments for industry, it's not that difficult when it comes to fabrics are certified, availability of fabrics are there, large players, large fabric manufacturers, they operate in the country, fiber manufacturers, they operate very well. Gone are those days like in 2013 and 14 when it was fire retardant fabric, people used to only talk about 9352 and DuPont and talking about brands. I think it's fairly accepted thing that as long as you have a proper fabric which is certified and which is standing to all the specifications, things are fine when it comes to industrial. And it's a large zone to operate in. I think currently if you really look at it in a way in the domestic market, frankly speaking, when you look at large manufacturers today in protective wear, I personally feel that domestic and export is around 45%, 55%. 40 to 45% is exports and about 50, 55%. It's almost like equal. And there is a good focus on export market because what export market needs is a garment. And as long as you're using the right fabric, as long as you're using the confirmed raw materials for the specifications desired, they need a garment. And they get a garment at a very good price from India. Conversion costs are competitive when you get it into an international focus, when you're making it for some brands. Some of the brands in US, in Europe, they are quite ahead in their, in their market. And the acceptance in the market is very high of those brands. And at the end of the day, like any other garmenting business, the brands look at manufacturing it in countries like India and otherwise. So we do have an option, an opportunity, and that's the reason 40% of the export, 35 to 40% for sure, that happens in this zone. That's my take on it. And of course, domestic market can grow immensely. More and more support that we get from the industry and from the government, because this is a subject matter that, a workman who is there in the industry needs a protection, some or other protection, be it in cement industry, be it in oil and gas industry, be it in pharma industry, be it in... I think that culture of, workmen having an industrial uniform, that needs to catch up. And that needs some compliance structure too. I think there have been a lot of efforts in that from ETA and from everybody to put things across in the government through the various ministry, through the labor ministry and everywhere that, the pickup of these kind of uniforms and things like that, protective wear, should become more and more compliant in the industry. As it moves, I think the consumption in the domestic market is going to increase and is going to be ever increasing. It's only the absorption of this technology as what it has happened in other areas also, be it agri-tech, be it geotech. I think geotech is a classic story that nobody used to use geotech fabrics, maybe 20 years back it was being made, but it was not being used in India. Why? Because it was not a part of what we say, the standards. Yeah, the standards. It was not there in the standards. So any sort of government, what we call as tenders coming in, there was no specification mentioned in that. So there was no question of, being used. And the day BIS standards came in and the day it was included in the standard, there was a big change. And you see that happening in geotech, you see that happening in agri-tech. These are the segments which have been prominently growing. I mean, the fact of the matter, crossing the protective wear story, I think the fact of the matter is that the growth of technical textile has been, in the early days, in the 90s, has been from PACTEC. And that is where we find that today also PackTech is a huge industry and a huge domestic industry. And that's the reason when you look at the technical textile numbers also, if you're looking at it in terms of exports, that's my take on it, analysis on it. Look at PackTech, look at Geotech, look at Agrotech, mainly large industries. And they form a big chunk of that 20 billion what we speak about in domestic. And all this being with a domestic market focus and their utilization in the Indian soil, you know, the opportunities of exports has not been there. That's the reason you see exports as 10%. But you take this away and you look at the areas like protective wear, you look at the areas like Industech, specialized fabrics, you know, being exported. Today also people who are in specialized fabrics, they are exporting pretty well. Can't name the companies, but yes, they're exporting pretty well. And those are the areas which are growing now. So protective wear is growing, Industech is growing, and there are many other segments which we spoke about, where the technology, high impetus is on the technology, high focus is on the technology. I mean, all these 3 or 4 areas, technology has been there, but it's not that critical as what we are now talking about, nanotechnologies and medical technologies and things like that. So technical textile is again, if you closely look at it in a generic way, there's one part of it that, yes, buddy, this is there. Agritech, Geotech, PackTech, everything is there. Everyone knows what's the technology there, and it's growing, and it has grown significantly well, and it has its own place. And there is another set of composites and protective wear and all these things where the technology is thriving, technology is growing, new things are coming in, and that's where the 2 aspects of technical textile. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Avinash ji. I think that's how I'd like to see a conversation go. We started in mobile tech, came into pro tech, went there for pro tech, and then got an overview. I think essentially what both my illustrious companions here are trying to say is that I think the opportunity is great. The potential of technical textiles growing is in all probability at a much faster clip compared to conventional textile industry. The government of India is doing a lot of things for a technology adoption, where a geotech manufacturer 20 years ago would struggle to get his product into a road. Today, capacities are being put up. Pond liners, which I mentioned earlier, a segment that never existed. Today, people are digging in the south of India, where I'm coming from, people are digging 50,000 liter, 1 crore liter tanks to hold water for agricultural purposes, and each of those needs a liner. And that's an industry that's coming up. Industries are coming up which did not exist before, and they're just multiplying. And that's the great potential of technical textiles, and I think it's a great India story. But this being ATEXCON and not an India story, but an Asian story, I'm going to move on to our next speaker who's online, Mr. Suresh K. from Thailand Techno Fiber Limited. Mr. Suresh, are you online, please? Mr. Suresh? I saw that he had logged in earlier, but I'm not sure whether he's still there. He has dropped out, okay. Because we do one thing that standard, it will be very surprising if we didn't, which is actually to run past time. So I think that gentleman is in Thailand and he's probably had to go home. But he was supposed to talk about nylon 6.6. It is nylon 6 and 6.6 is a nylon fiber manufacturer out of Thailand. Nylon, friends, is one of those particularly 6.6 is not made in this country, and for people like me who are from the defense forces, it's a critical element of their thing. Avinash, would you like to say something on new fibers, what the government's view on bringing in new fibers into the country? Or those few specialty fibers that are not yet available, are there any measures taken? We can have a quick word on that, please.
Yeah, I think when we talk about technical textiles and, some of these segments where technology is high and a lot of new things are happening, fibers and yarn specifically plays a major role. Because all said and done, there are a couple of fibers and yarn which are not available in the country. Even if the availability is talked about, it doesn't meet the requirement. I mean, just a small mention. We say we have polyester in the country, heavy denier polyester. And when we talk about it, when 1,000 denier polyester we speak about, we talk about what is the GPD. I mean, Indian manufacturers, we cannot think of a GPD beyond 6.5, 6.8 in actual. I mean, technology talks everything. Okay, we can talk about 8, 9, everything. But when it comes to practicality, it stands there. When you look at imports, you get the GPD above 8, 8.5. This makes a big difference in the product. And this makes a big difference in the product, its performance, and its acceptability to the customers, especially to the export customers. And as well to the local customer. Why only to exports? As well to the local customers. Because the requirements of that industry, for example, tensile segment, tensile fabric manufacturing, you all have seen airports, you know, and you see those fabrics, white fabrics, you know, the shelter fabrics. And these are all tensile fabrics. I mean, requirement of a tensile fabric to make a right tensile fabric starts from the yarn, starts from the fiber, and the right kind of fiber with the required specs, not something that we just have it. So when I just made a point to, for the audience to understand that, you know, we have it, but yet we don't have it. You know, that's the kind of a scenario in most of the high-end fibers or other. And imports is inevitable. If you want to be into the industry, and there is a big industry which we call it as midstream and downstream industry. People who make these fibers, people who make these yarns, specialized fibers, right from aramids to polyester to nylon 6/6, whatever. All these people are, I mean, you know, large corporations who have invested a lot of money in R&D of these fiber development. And everything is, you know, intellectual proprietary controlled, you know, that's the kind of a scenario. It's not freely available. And when you want this fibers or fabrics in India, by the midstream and downstream industry. What is midstream and downstream industry? I just want to make a good fabric by weaving it. So I'm a midstream. I get the best of best yarn, I get the best of best things, I weave it properly, and there I'm ready for my market. And it is downstream also which goes to the end customer. So let's say, where does a tensile fabric end? A tensile fabric ends into a pagoda also. So you see a lot of pagodas being made, structures being made. So for that, what we need is we need a very specialized fabric. I mean, this is just an example, I'm putting it out for you. So what I mean to say is that imports of the fabric is very, very important. And when we talk about imports, now we all are aware of the current scenario, trade scenario, and it has become a challenging part, you know. I don't want to say that it could be easier or it could not be easier, but given the ecosystem is such that there is a challenge. And availability of the material is the most important thing. Price comes next. In technical textile, I would again like to say price comes next. The right material to be available for the midstream and downstream technical textile industry is the most important thing. And without putting any control on the availability, that's the request we have been making to the government, that please do not control on the goods coming in. Please put duty or whatever it is, even an dumping duty, but let the material flow in, especially nylon 6/6 is one of such things. And of course, there are many aspects to it. Atmanirbhar Bharat is one aspect. There is a China aspect to it. There is now, the whole thing is changing. So yeah, a lot could be spoken about it, but there is a challenge in that part. But yeah, industry moves.
Thank you.
Yet moving.
Thank you. I think That is pretty accurate. I think both of us would agree with you on that point as to where we are. Shalinji, some views on this particular point?
No, I think Avinash-ji elaborated this really well, but I think just as an industry, what we need to do is we need to come to terms with the reality, and we need to know how to deal with the, let's say, the lack of a better word, the red tape that there is. And therefore, we must, I think, increase our liaison with the Ministry of Textiles. And I think they are being very cooperative. They are listening in terms of, you know, if we say that something is not available, how can they help facilitate, bring, you know, get us the certifications and the BIS approvals, etc. So we just have to be a little bit more proactive as industry.
Totally. Dealing with non-ideal situations is a regular affair for Indian entrepreneurs and companies, so I'm sure we'll find a way going forward. Friends, we wanted this to be interactive, and we are open to taking a couple of questions from the audience, and I would like to make it as short as possible so that I give it over to the next panel and we don't make them wait too long. So there's one hand up there, the gentleman in the back first, and then, yeah, please. Kevlar bulletproof. I'll probably take that, I think. So bulletproof products, Kevlar is actually, when Kevlar is multi-axially oriented, you have a fabric that is, and you keep on putting layers of that in multiple orientations, you have a certain bullet stopping ability. Kevlar by itself would not be able to cross a class 3, which is typically a 9mm bullet. And anything beyond that into a 5.56 or 7.62, you will need to have a ceramic or a boron carbide plate over there. So my personal take is that as far as bulletproof goes, the textile component is only a supporting mechanism. Because if you are going into a combat situation, you would not be facing 9mm bullets. So, and particularly currently our armed forces are facing a challenge of having hard-nosed steel-tip bullets that I don't want to elaborate too much on that, but that requires a next level of ballistic protection. So only plates can do that. So in bulletproof, my personal take is that unlike in the US, where you got a lot of people with guns on the street, where you probably want to have a lightweight armor against handgun, in armed forces scenario, it has to be plated, and once it gets to be plated, then the textile just plays an auxiliary role over there. That's my view. Another one, please. Yes, gentleman. Yep, go ahead. Please.
Yeah, I'm just picking up on what Dr. Sundaraman was saying, and you know, in terms of technical textiles, and especially when we talk about knitted, fireproof. You know, again, it starts with using the right fiber and the right yarn, and then the remaining process is the same. So you have to pick the right fiber, you know, whether it's monocrylic or you know, fire retardant viscose, and then with your knit, find applications for it. You know, nowadays, fire retardant underwear and fire retardant innerwear is becoming increasingly, you know, more interesting, you know, for the workplace. So that's something, that's just a thought and an idea that you can expand on.
I think that's a very apt answer. Thank you, Shalinji. Yes, please. There's one from the gentleman there, and one from the gentleman in the back. So we'll, and probably for gender representation, we'll stop with the guys, and if any of the ladies have a question, we'll go there. Please.
Hello. Yeah, the three segments that you talked about, I mean, specifically, right, where India is growing, which includes protective which includes defense, which includes automotives. Where do you see are the missing links as far as the infrastructure requirement for growing this industry is concerned, right? Are the center of excellences equipped enough to actually cater to the requirements of the industry? Or, where do you see the missing links, right? That's my question.
I'll ask Kamnashi.
Yeah, a very nice question, and especially for technical textiles, the growing industry. I must tell you that in the last couple of years, specifically as what we all relate to, 2014 onwards, till date, not from any political standpoint, but from a standpoint of real things happening and measures being taken in technical textile. I think the most important thing is the formation of COEs, NTTM, the right policy making on technical textiles, and technical textiles being dealt as a special subject in the Ministry of Textiles. These are few of the things, which has been very important in the past, and it has continued very well, be it about dissemination of technical textiles, the subject technical textiles across India, the utilization of the same, the advantages of the same. I think a lot of efforts have been put in that direction. Coming to the missing links, I think the most important point which I'm trying to make from here is the missing links have been closed during this process and this time. What were the missing links? Which I mentioned earlier. Like, for example, for technical textile products, there was no specific HSN codes, There was no harmonized codes for technical textiles. It was just a part of textiles, and there was no specific to that. Now that effort has been done over the years, and now today we have technical textile as a subject, and proper harmonized codes are there, maybe around 400 of them at this point in time. The numbers doesn't matter, it could be 310 or 420. But the point is that we have harmonized codes for textile. That's one of the foundations which I would say. Second best foundation has been there is on the BIS platform, Bureau of Indian Standards. Technical textile is a subject which needs specification and which needs very, very important is that these certifications specifications needs to be standardized. The efforts of BIS over the years has been there to make all these specifications in the area of Protect, in the area of Agrotech, in the area of Industech, in the area of protective wear. So all these areas, lot of efforts have been done to make standards. And today it is very important for the industry to follow these standards, and the acceptability of the standards amongst the users has also taken a very strong base, So these are the foundational things which has been done. So the missing links were there. And whatever is, still a gap which is there in these areas, I think a lot of work is being done by the respective association, by Textile, by ETA in terms of contributing on technical side of it. And a continuous assessment is going on in this area. So I particularly feel that that was the missing link in the industry, and formation of policies for technical textile specifically, that was another missing link which has been taken care of. And the best of it is formation of National Technical Textile Mission and the COEs. So all these things put together, we really have, as a country, we have a very robust structure for technical textiles, for the growth of technical textile, for investments in technical textile, and certainly, it is being appreciated world over. It's not that just we ourselves talk about it, but our products which are exported, the industry, the way it sees itself, this is one of the remarkable things which has happened.
Thank you, Avinash.
Thank you, sir.
I think the message is very clear. Time is now. Okay, one last question. I'll go with the lady. Please.
I'm from Henkel Adhesives, and we do supply a lot of sustainable solutions to the technical textile industry not in India, but apart from other regions like APEC and Europe mostly. However, from the morning I'm keep, listening about the adoption, that's a missing link, adoption of sustainability in the textile industry more specifically. So when we supply these FR grades or bio-based adhesive solutions to this textile industry in the APEC region, but when we see to India, the adoption level is very, very low. So where do you see Indian industry future in terms of adoption of sustainable solutions in their specifically this technical textiles?
Yeah, I think in one word, there's no running away from sustainable solutions. That's writing on the wall. I think someone else in a previous panel had said it. If you listen to what the customers are saying, the gentleman from Bangladesh, and he was saying, look, sustainability is number one. You need eco-factories, you need eco-material, you need eco-processes, etc. So that's going to be written law. It's going to be a government mandate. It's going to be all of the customer mandates. So it's just it has to be done.
I would agree with Shailenji. I think it's a matter of time that on technical textiles, because in garments, the focus is, because it's mass consumption, the focus is much earlier in terms of sustainability, going green, circularity, etc. In technical textiles, since functionality become paramount, the first aspect is to be able to get that functionality. When enough suppliers of that functionality come in and enough consumers come inside, the next step, natural step, would be towards those points which we talked about. So it's just a matter of time before it comes to. That's my view. So would you like to say something, Anish? Or with that,
yeah, I think since you come from Henkel, you come from chemical industry, I mean, you would be knowing that in technical textile, most of the products, the chemical products at least, I'm talking from Industech vertical. Most of the technical or most of the chemicals that we are using, they have to be compliant, REACH compliant, and all the compliances are in place. So, I mean, the suppliers of the chemicals where we buy from, they are sustainable. They talk about sustainability. They practice sustainability. So I think this is a journey which is happening all over India. Small, big, whatever you may talk about. We may talk about gaps into it. But in terms of accepting it as a nation, in terms of accepting it as an industry, I think it has gone down very deep that we've got to be sustainable in whatever which way we do. So I just see that this is going to be an ever growing, and we are going to be very, very positively focused on that. Having said that, the last speaker I have heard about from the gentleman who was there in the earlier session, he said that it's a journey. We don't know whether we are going to be 100% sustainable or 50% sustainable or 20% sustainable. We really don't know. But we have to walk that journey.
Particularly in this area of performance, when performance comes inside. But you know as well. But we're going to get there. That's my view on it. On that note, thank you all for being a very patient audience, and thanks to Citi for giving us this opportunity to talk about technical textiles. And thank you, my fellow panelists, for a very engaging panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sundaram. Thank you, Citi. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. We will conclude the session. I will request Mr. Ashwin Chandran, Deputy Chairman Citi, to felicitate the moderator and panelists. Dr. S.K. Sundaraman, Chairman, SAIMA. Mr. Shaleen Toshniwal, Vice Chairman, Metexcel. Mr. Avinash Misar, Chairman, ITA. Mr. Shaleen Toshniwal, Vice Chairman, Metexcel. Now, from the thought-provoking discussions on the advancements of technical textile, we move towards the next exciting topic on fashion. So let's see what the future of fashion holds for us and discussion on the consumer trends. As consumers' preferences rapidly evolve, this session will explore emerging trends in fashion, sustainability, digital retail, and shifting market demands. From fast fashion to slow fashion, sustainability initiatives, and digital transformation in retail, this discussion will provide a comprehensive look at where the industry is headed. I invite Mr. Rahul Mehta, Chief Mentor of CMAIA, that is Clothing Manufacturers Association of India, on the dais to moderate this session. Please come and introduce the topic and fellow panelists for this session. The panelists will be Sanjay Jain, Group CEO, PDS, Mr. Jaspreet Chandok, Group Vice President, Reliance Brands, Mr. Neeraj Nagpal, Chief Business Officer, Apparel Retail, Raymond Lifestyles Limited, Mr. Lal Sudhakaran, Chief Sourcing Officer, Arvind Fashion Limited. I now hand over the mic to Mr. Rahul Mehta.
Sorry for this delay. We thought there was a tea break before our session, so we were all enjoying ourselves outside. So, yes, thank you to the few remaining loyalists who have continued to stay back. I feel like Mr. Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray, with very few loyalists left behind in his party. So I think it's good to have you here. So today's discussion, I believe, is the future of consumer behavior and fashion trends. And we have with us a very eminent and distinguished panel to give us some insights into this topic. I would just like to start off by saying that there are 2 or 3 very clear-cut trends that one can see in both consumer behavior as well as fashion. And that is, number one, I think the speed with which fashion is changing. The earlier scenario where, you know, checks would reign for 2 years, 3 years, then to be taken over by Stripes and then by Plains. It was a 5-year, 7-year cycle. Today, I think if checks are in fashion during summer 25, Stripes could be in winter, autumn, winter, or festive season 25. So the speed has dramatically increased. The second, I think, where speed again is playing a role is the speed with which international fashion, global fashion, is coming to the developing or the underdeveloped countries. For example, I think even during my time in the industry, if there was a European trend or a European fashion of mini skirt, it would be at least 3 to 4 years before that trend came into India. Today, I think it is virtually in the same season. That is how fast fashion is shifting or moving from one country or one part of the world to the other. And the third area where I think, again, drastic changes are happening is the way consumer is purchasing and consumer is buying. And for example, just a few years ago, we in the apparel industry at least were debating as to whether e-commerce had a future or not. I think today not only is that taken for granted, but whether e-commerce will be replaced by quick commerce, and even in the apparel industry. These are some of the major or critical changes that are taking place. But what I would like to know really from the experts here is, one of the important aspects of fashion today, which is becoming more and more heard, at least in the seminars and conferences and also across the globe, is about non-fashion elements such as sustainability, circularity, and so on. So Neeraj, I would like to start off with you. In the mass market segment, not that Raymond's is in the mass market, but at least in the commercial part, are these concerns like sustainability, circularity actually being seen by you? Are they being experienced by you? Or are they only in the export segment and only in the seminars and conferences such as these?
No, I think the world that we are in today, consumers are a lot more conscious about the value chain that products are being sourced from. Sustainability is at the heart of what the questions are. And of course, different brands are sort of at different life stage in terms of adoption of sustainability. But there is definitely sort of a higher awareness where customers are keen to know where the products are coming in from. Is it sort of sustainable? The kind of product attributes that are making up the product. You need to sort of define it on the product. You need to talk about that. So there is a greater consciousness from a consumer perspective. So one part is, of course, whether the value chain is sort of sustainable. There is an equal, let's say, concern about where the raw materials are coming from. And therefore, you will find even products which, even in a 100-year brand that Raymond is today, we are conscious about where sort of supply chain we are drawing in from. Even if we are doing man-made fibers, there is a part of the chain it's coming from what is recyclable material. And this is all innovation. This is all at the heart of fashion in terms of variety of raw materials. And some of these raw materials are also really making a bulk of differentiation that's coming in from. There are plenty of trends which are sort of disproportionately playing out. So one of the trend is actually what is happening in the West. So in the West, the market is sort of clearly differentiated between sort of premium end and the mass end. And in the premium end, it's about differentiation, innovation, and more is actually about experiences. And some of those experiences are personalization. I mean, you look at the brands that are coming in. A lot of the brands are in a D2C space. Today, if you look at content which is out there on OTT, each one of us is looking at a very different kind of an content. Same is playing out in terms of consumer trend, in terms of what fashion is sort of defining. And that's an interesting sort of paradox. I mean, for brands, it's also about living up to the promise that is being there. But if you have to get in new customers, you also have to look at how do you drive that differentiation, how do you drive that innovation. And therefore, it's about making multiple sort of choice being available. So we are in an interesting place where sustainability is playing out, personalization is playing out, experiential services is playing out. Some of the issues around is the brand being omnichannel, I think that is probably 5 years back that theme was playing out. Quick commerce is really in. And my sense is what we are seeing is customers are appreciating value, and value is in all terms, whether it's product, personalization, delivery of service, and all of it is about making it available now. So agility of supply chain, agility of value chain is at the heart of it. And of course, younger customers are looking for defining the fashion the way they look at. And one of the large changes that we have done internally is a lot of design work is happening through AI. And this is where this idea of fashion coming into country is happening at scale, is happening at speed. So some of the trends that rightly you're saying what used to happen a couple of seasons back is now a lot more simultaneous, because the world of creation is also in the same verse, is in the same multiverse. So it's interesting times. The name of the game is simultaneous, agile, sourcing from where it's happening at that point in time.
I think Neeraj has put that very well. Simultaneous and agility. I think this is going to be defining the future trends as far as consumer behavior is concerned, fashion is concerned, and the industry. But Lal, Neeraj made a very interesting point about the D2C, personalized service. That's one of the future trends that I think all of us are seeing. But what is your gut feeling? Is this just an add-on, additional kind of channel or additional form of business? Or do you think this is going to be a threat to the traditional format of retail and the old-fashioned way of doing things? What's your experience at Arvind?
I do believe the D2C and the explosion of D2C will complement the present basic bricks which has been placed in a retail, when you look at the retail industry. Rather, I would like to take a couple of decades back and how me as a consumer actually passed through the stages and then where we reached, and thereby what impacts it is actually giving, because being coming from the sourcing supply side. And it's, I think the decades which we passed in the 90s and the 2000s has been very benign to us. Like, it was slower. And we have reached a stage where the dynamics of the retail industry is really hitting you very hard, and the supply chains are really getting redefined. So coming back to that question, during the late 80s, when we were in campus, actually the consumer was buying that 2 meters of fabric and then converting it with a tailor. And then we moved into the 2000s when we saw the flying machines and the Louis Phillips as brands coming into the market. And then we started looking at FG, the finished goods products. And then the e-commerce happened and the retailing happened. These days, we look at retailing by the number of pin codes covered rather than the number of shops which is there. Because, that is the reach in which we speak about, because the layers have been built up like that. As a consumer, you are spoiled with choices. And I was actually looking at the best possible knowledge bank in Google and asking, what is the future of fashion? And Gemini replied, and it is there, it's there. Gemini replied, it will be technology-led, it will be sustainability-led, and it will be personalized subject. These three umbrellas virtually takes care of the huge subjects. And thereby, I think the supply chain and how we are going to adapt it will define how the consumer, because the consumer can very well play in multiple baskets. And again, I would like to take through my personal experience when me and Neeraj worked together in Aditya Birla for quite some time. and we were colleagues for some time. In 2009-10, when the Madura started taking off as their journey to ABFRL, the way we defined our supply system was, in the core of the supply system was speed and agnostic MOQs. And we defined the entire supply chain system around that, and Madura benefited out of that. Then I moved into Goguldas Exports as head of one of the business verticals. We got exposed to the way H&M was working. At that point of time, the silhouettes were, and H&M was fast, absolutely fast. And the silhouettes were getting fixed early. The colors were getting decided slightly later. And the combination of the design and the consolidation of the silhouettes happened so close to the market, and you have to deliver from order placement to the market in 7 weeks to 15 weeks. High spikes of demand, and then the tails were managed by what the market wanted to dynamic. So I'm saying that as the consumer started, the speed started changing, as you really said. And then I went to Fab India. It was like coming out a bullet train which was riding on H&M and getting into Gannu's Tange, virtually out of Sholay, which was, you are walking into a village and you are seeing that huge spectacle of craft in different regions of India where life is slow. You started realizing that ethnic has making a comeback because it is the most celebrated piece in our Indian landscape of late. They have taken the share of your wardrobe. So there is an entirely different land space which is existing in fashion in that part of the business, and which is slow, which is original, and which is very craft-based. And then we move back to Arvind, where 5 different brands which is positioned in 5 different ways, addressing the changes which is going in each of the bricks, like whether it's brick and mortar, whether it's D2C, whether it's institution, there is different manifestations of that. I would define that this success in that market is about how your supply chains are going to adapt in different. And D2C definitely is going to be one of those complementary bricks, and very significant complementary bricks, which will define the success and commerce of a business. But still, I would take a step back and say that brands will have to differentiate themselves, and that is one discussion which we continuously have, because most of the premiumization, which is the most talked about part of the business, is not happening from India. It is happening outside India and coming to the country, because we have not been able to actually do justice to value addition within our country, and thereby the D2C really doesn't represent at that point of stage. There are a lot of entrepreneurs who are having their own signatures, who are actually offering their product, but the struggle and effort they have to make scale will be at a different level because they don't have the supply chain to actually support it. But at the same time, the best of Indian products are not produced by India. It is actually coming from outside. And that is something which we really will have to introspect, and at the same time, really work hard on getting those great products, which is right now offered in the Indian retail market, to be made within our country. I think that is going to be a great challenge. On the D2C, all the rest of the bricks will all add up to the difference and the preferences the consumers will have. And I think that will stay. It will get more dynamic. And as I say, the past decades has been very benign with us, the present guys who are actually running the industry.
Thanks, Lal. You began your answer by saying in the 1980s this was the fashion or that was the fashion. Were you born in 1980?
I was born much before that.
Much before that, okay.
I was in the campus in the 80s. So.
Okay. No, I felt quite at home because I said, okay, he's talking about 1980s, that's my time. So I was quite in a...
That's our campus time.
But Sanjay, he made 2 valid or rather important points. One is the importance of supply chain in dictating the fashion and succeeding in fashion, as also the use of technology as one of the drivers of fashion. As one of the, I think one of the largest supply chain partners from India, What's your opinion? Do you feel, are you using technology to really shape fashion, or are you just using technology to sort of improve your operations? How do you view technology in your organization?
See, before I talk about technology, I think there's a lot changing in the supply chain landscape, whether it is a geopolitics, the tension across some countries that happened, whether there was post-COVID a choking of vessels on the sea, the recent tariff barriers that we are experiencing, the disruption that happened in Bangladesh. So there's been constantly, every 6 months to 9 months, something that has been keeping the retailers on toes, as well as the suppliers on toes as well. And to add to this problem was this issue of high inventory post-COVID, 2 years down the line, wherein all retailers had high inventory piled up at their end, etc. So therefore, as a result, what is happening is nearshoring is becoming a predominant factor in considering a global supply chain sourcing strategy. Not over-depending on any given country is becoming very relevant as well. Any disruption in Bangladesh, which is the second largest exporting nation after China, left people, running here and there. Now the recent tariff announcements have happened as well. So therefore, if I take all of us back to the boardroom or the sourcing strategy discussion in a retailer's boardroom, then it is like, okay, the price points are being considered, the quality specs are being considered, the handwriting is being considered, but at the same time, the geopolitical risk is also being considered. I should not be over-banking on our given geography. So that's the changing supply chain landscape. I think coming to technology, what does the implication this has? Firstly, on a larger landscape, I think technology is here to aid us. I don't see technology in any manner replacing, what's happening. There have been some efforts, wherein people have said, okay, if you are a buyer, then I have aggregated some X number of suppliers on a platform, and we can start transacting business. No, it is way beyond that. We started a discussion on sustainability, compliances. How do I, if I'm a brand in Europe, I'm extremely conscious of the entire value chain through which the clothing is landing into my warehouse. How do I ensure that an online porter is, making, that assurity or that confirmation to me? So technology is always going to be an aiding factor. Now to a company like PDS, who is trying to serve the customer, overcoming these supply chain challenges with 600 partner factory network, I got to have technology that gives a full visibility to my buying officer, that which is originating from which part of the world, So technology again is an enabler, Again, we touched upon the fact that AI is being used right now for at the designing stage. I think when the COVID happened, there was a constraint on physical meetings of people. There was a constraint on samples moving around the world. So as a result, there was a lot of investment and effort and openness to embrace, can we have technology as giving us an experience of designs, giving us a kind of a virtual showroom experiences, etc. So that kind of reduced the lead time, reduce the movement of so many samples moving around the world. It is also sustainability, environmental compliant, but at the same time made the process much more faster as well. So for us, technology is at the front end, assisting the customer to aid a faster decision. We just touched upon the fact that today's Gen Z, for example, if I talk about India, in the age bracket of 13 to 28, they would like to wear 3 garments in the day. Depending on whether it is a lunchtime or an evening or a night wear. They want a value, they want the aesthetics. It's at a price point of $500 or something. That means we as suppliers, we as manufacturers got to think extremely fast. And technology really aid us in that process. The whole inventory assortment management. And the Gen Z is also using a lot of social media, which influences their buying decision. So therefore, the algorithm, the program to, draw meaningful inferences
from the interface of a Gen Z with social media, that inference leading to an inventory planning at my end to make sure that the lead time is low and whatever I'm putting on the shelf is getting consumed to a large extent. So therefore, there is this technology aiding at every stage, of the entire process. And I see this traction, increasingly, gaining more and more momentum as we move ahead.
I'll come back to the Gen Z issue a bit later. But Jaspreet, with so much talk of technology, call it replacing, call it aiding, whatever, you need to press that button, yeah. Going forward, looking in the future, do you see designing moving from being an art to becoming a science?
So firstly, I thought you were going to dovetail from his, because you're dovetailing from everybody's conversation. As soon as he mentioned Gen Z, I thought you were going to talk about Gen Z with me.
No, Gen Z, then I would have gone right from him.
No,
I'm Gen Z.
Because I'm the only Gen Z guy on stage. And just for your reference, whoever did that math, we only change our clothes twice a day, not thrice. So just wanted to clarify for all the Gen Zs who are not here today. I think at a base level, somewhere design will start getting a little more commoditized. I feel that, and see, also the industry that I work with, is effectively called the designer industry, right? So design is in fact part of the industry that I represent. We interface with nearly 600 designers, across the Fashion Week ecosystem. I think one of the things that we have realized is that, and in fact, just to take a step back, some of the top designers in the country have actually been, let's say the Rahul Mishras of the world, have actually come from the Fashion Week ecosystems. They are our discoveries, people that we have taken, to the world stage now. And I think there is always great value associated with original design that exists. I speak to a lot of business leaders, and exactly, what's being spoken about on how AI comes into design, when you're looking at significant, amount of SKUs being built as you start competing more with fast fashion, who is moving with design that changes every 15 days, and new products need to come into the market because that's what the consumer expects. Okay, I remember a time, and I do not have so many lovely organizations that I have been through, nor that my time has been that long, but I used to work with ITC, 2 decades back, and I still remember the design process that we used to go through, where the entire design process would last over a year before you actually went into production, because you start looking at trends for 2 years, through WGSN, and you do all of that. And when you had that, you had design teams who had the time and the bandwidth to be able to create that, right? And those design teams worked in a certain flow with a certain expectation, but the world has changed now. If you have to be competitive, you have to move quickly. And as you start moving quickly, more technology comes into the picture. And when more technology comes into the picture, I believe that design also gets commoditized. Because the AI tool that you use is an AI tool that your competitor will have as well, right? So I think that's the decision that organizations need to make, because the technology will evolve fast, will move fast. You might feel as though it's a science, but the use of technology in design perhaps might commoditize it. And once it gets commoditized, how are you creating, that differentiation in your product that you actually stand out in the market? So these are actually, I'm not answering your question, I'm asking a question basis your question, because that's something that business leaders and retail organizations really need to think through. Okay, it's simple to think that AI will lead to X, but does that over a long-term period actually affect business and affect what differentiated your product? Okay, how much of that human element you will retain in your organizations as you go along? It's the same thing, and we keep having these conversations across creative industries, right? You know, whether you talk about advertising, it's so easy to now just write copy, okay? I'm supposed to write some key points in a couple of days. Isha's coming in for one of our events, okay? And her team got in touch and said, just give us some talk points. So I was speaking to somebody just outside and they said, yeah, wo chat GPT mein dal do na, wahi aapko likh ke de dega. Okay, but the point is I can't commoditize conversation. I can't commoditize what we are trying to do as Reliance in the industry. And similarly, somewhere down the line, technology will have to be viewed in a manner that still remains an enabler. And that's what we always used to say, 4 or 5 years back, technology is enablement, but at least in the design process, I'm being specific to design, not supply chain, not to other areas of business. I think it's easy to say that, AI will take the lead and, it's easier to make smaller teams. But effectively, brands will stand out when there's that human element. So science versus commodity is the answer, for me. And, I think to not commoditize it over a period of time and to stand out is the science behind brand building and understanding consumer trends.
You mentioned, and I think also Sanjay mentioned about this Gen Z's tendency to wear more clothes but at a cheaper price. Neeraj, as a brand and as a retailer, and especially as a brand of, let's say, a premium segment, where do you see the industry, especially the fashion industry, going forward? I mean, are we going to, whatever you say, yes, some of the larger corporations have more overheads than the smaller ones, but all said and done, you can't really reduce prices beyond a point without impacting quality. Do you see in the future fashion becoming less of a quality conscious product, but more of just a trend, catching a trend in the, at the right time and getting rid of it after 3 months or 1 month or 6 months or whatever? And ultimately, the whole quality of your product is going to go down. Would you agree with that, or do you see something different?
So I see what is happening in the country is what probably happened in the West maybe 10 years back, 15 years back. I mean, if you, let's say, segment the market today versus what it was 20 years back. 20 years back, India started with premium menswear. So you hear the brands which are, let's say, roughly at about 2,000 crore kind of scale, came in 20, 25 years back. So it started with men's premium brand. I mean, Indian market, and I'm talking organized market, so that we sort of say, look at that journey. Then, of course, with the premium brands came in the mid-market brand. And by premium brand, let's say 2,000 rupee shirt. And then came in the mid-market brand, which is 1,000 rupee shirt. And of course, the market gets defined by, are you selling in a specialty store? In a specialty store, from a business standpoint, there is a certain body of the business model, which means you pay rent, you present that in a brick and mortar store, and that's how you sell it. So India got through this space of creating a premium menswear space into a mid-market space. Then 10 years back, Indian Western wear and Indian wear brands came in the women's wear space. So last 10 to 15 years got exploded with a whole lot of brands, but essentially in the premium, sub-premium space. I mean, if I now look at last 5 years, there's been a disproportionate growth in the value space. By value space meaning there are organized chains which are listed, and therefore the numbers are in the public domain. You've got a 6,000 crore apparel selling machine at 200 plus average selling price, like a Vishal Mega Mart. You've got another 2,000 odd crore at V2. You've got another 3,000 crore at V-Mart. So you add the number of players in it, you've got roughly about 20,000 crores of organized market which are sort of listed. And if I go back into companies which are not listed but would get listed in the next 2 to 3 years, you've got another 10,000 crore coming into listing. So you've got tremendous amount of organized segment getting created in the value space. Average selling price 200 rupees, 300 rupees. We've seen and spoken about Zudio in the 400 plus average selling price. So suddenly the products which were selling at 2,000 rupees, which were, we know in terms of costing X, because you have a certain business model, those business models are under severe attack because consumers are saying, look, I want a good product. I don't want to pay that much. And of course, I need to refresh my wardrobe more often. I need that personalization. So the business models are going through stress. Business models are getting redrawn. So, I mean, even if I sort of support the argument on value, value is growing at about 15% compounded rate, but the premium is sort of stayed through constant +1. So therefore, what you're seeing is a remodeling of the space because Indian 1.4 billion population, out of which 750 million household are saying, I want fashion, I want it more often, but I want it in good quality, and I want it in experience, retail store experience, where I can walk in and that's a decent experience. And that's what is really fueling the Indian market space. So therefore, premium brands, as a response, and that was Lal's argument, that until unless you create value in product where customer would like to pay for that premium, and that product therefore can come from anywhere in the world because this is about creating value. And of course, personalization, and of course, designer wear. So market is getting tremendously sliced, diced into vertical specialization. And today, if I have to talk about fashion, textile, apparel, the only equivalent where a consumer personalization, because we also need to talk about consumer trends, is about the OTT. I mean, you look at from an Apple to a Netflix, to a Prime, to a Jio Hotstar, to a Sony, and multiple such channels. Look at the amount of content. I mean, you've got documentary, you've got history, you've got, you've got your serials, you've got your Hollywood serials, you've got every movie that you wanted ever is on OTT. And the content is so varied that everybody in the family and everybody across in the neighborhood is dipping into different content. And this is where world of fashion and textile is moving to. Extreme personalization, differentiation at value, at pace. And this is what I feel is what's happening. So future is interesting, future is dynamic, and future is agile. And you've got to give it all. There is, consumer will not stop at that, I want it all. I want it the way I want to consume it. And I will pay for only that where I can sort of indulge more and more.
So would you say that, one of the tenets of marketing and brand building is consumer loyalty? Would you say that that is on a sticky wicket nowadays and is sort of going down?
At the risk of saying market is becoming less branded, and therefore brands have to prove their worth to consumer in multiple ways. Service, product, retail, online as a theater, experience therefore, resonating with the themes that is resonating with the consumers, whether it's sustainability. Innovation has to be at the heart of it. So long story short, until unless it's innovative, it's differentiating, consumer is able to attach value to it, is able to resonate with what he or she is wearing, can make a point of difference in his or her wardrobe, only then brands have a purpose. Otherwise, it's always about fashion, it's about what's trending now, because that's also changing. So therefore, you've got, young generation which does not want a logo on the product because they feel, they are about the values that they want to stand for, and it's not about what the brands stand for in a certain value. So, interesting paradox. While we are sort of leveraging AI, it's also a point about what you feed into AI, what do you ask for. So you're building, you have a car, but where you want to take, that part always belongs to you as to where do you want to go. So there is a lot of heavy lifting that organizations are doing through technology, but it's the originality of thought, the originality of idea and innovation, I think that would always remain unique. Nobody can think what's unique and differentiation for you. You'll have to bring that to fore, and that's where the human angle would remain relevant. What technology and machine learning and iteration is doing and simulation is doing is providing a breadth of options. You still have to make a choice. You still have to double dial into what customer is looking. Of course, you've got a lot of tools available to what is customer liking it. You've got tons of website and you've got crawlers chasing that website as to what consumers are buying. But you still need to make a point as a retailer and as a brand, what would fly with your customers. So you've got to understand your customers even better. Data is doing that for you, your ability to sort of deal with it. So I think your ability to deal with change as an enterprise, even as individual professionals, has to be at the heart of where we are going. You've got to be valuable, you've got to create value, and that's what future is all about.
Lal, let me come to you. Neeraj made this, I think the crux of what his comments were was that you have to create value. And as you know, value is as much emotional and psychological as it is physical. Now, Arvind Group as a strategy brought in so many international brands, your Tommy Hilfiger, your US Polo, CK, whatever. Now, whether we like it or not, a certain amount of the value in buying those products was the fact that it was an international brand. Do you think going ahead, this aspect of value is going to come down in the sort of scale of importance, and your product or your marketing, your sales will have to depend on other factors than the fact that you are selling an international brand?
I would presume so, because I resonate with a lot of things with Neeraj just said, because it's the dilemma of the brands which is operating, because the kind of disruption which has happened especially in the last 5 years in the value market, and the kind of choices which the consumers are getting, irrespective of whichever generation they belong to, is so tremendous that what you are going to offer, irrespective of whether you represent, at least in the top of the pyramid, were a legacy or an artificial scarcity where the money doesn't matter. But when it comes to any Western brand, I do believe that irrespective of their legacy, the consumer has become so discerning and so knowledgeable that they go beyond those logos. And a lot of people are now dropping logos, as very clearly Neeraj suggested. And which is why I was saying that the most selling part of most of the brands and their identity is the top of the pricing of late, because the Indian market, the consumers who are buying these brands are not hesitating to give that 500 rupee, 1000 rupee additional for buying that value proposition which is coming to them, which is distinctly different from the normal merchandise which the brand sells. And we are seeing there is a definite positive traction in the top of the pricing pyramid of the brands, because that is where the differentiation is very stark. In the vanilla pyramid of the middle of the pyramid, I think more and more people are comparing the brands to what is the disruption which is happening on the value segment. And thereby, the brands are trying to premiumize as much as possible to create that differentiation, and which is where the entire limitation of our backend is really coming into the front, because you will have to also take into consideration most of this apparel is made from a sector which is still not touched by technology. It is still through the needles, the machines in the MSMEs, the vast ecosystem of the MSMEs which has been constructed in the back end of Indian industry. I'm not very sure that ecosystem is able to create a differentiator for the brands, which is where like a PDS comes into picture, because it actually exposes us to different countries, different competencies and different capabilities, which defines my product. So my limited answer to that question of whether the Western brands will be able to hold because they are Western brands, no. I think the Indian pride is also probably going manifold. and thereby the Western affixation will slowly dilute, and also what the product brings into the picture and what the product actually brings them for the money they are paying will become very, very dominant. And I would say within our organization, we are reinventing our products, and the product is really becoming the center of our discussions of late. The product is the king now, because if you want to woo that consumer who's spoiled for choices, you will have to put the product in the middle and have a conversation with that product, whether it is catering to what the aspirations, whichever basket it can be sustainability, it can be pricing, it can be aspiration, the product speaks. So I do believe that irrespective of whatever is the brand you're selling, if you don't focus on that product and from where it comes and what value it is offering to the consumer, the brands will perish, because they will not be able to have a certain lifespan if they don't differentiate. Because the disruption is so frantic, so fast, and I think almost every brand in the country is taking 2 steps back and really looking at their products and saying that, am I worth it? So I would believe that we operate at that space, and that's where I really resonate with what Neeraj is saying. I completely agree with when the design commoditization is happening, because there are a lot of things, a lot of dynamics which is happening, but it is happening at different layers, because the consumer is also choosing the layers. When they want a commodity, they will definitely go to somebody else. But when the brand conversation is very different, I will come to you if you offer me something special. And that is there, because I think the generation where we had a single logo forever in the entire lifetime is just going away.
Yeah.
And the generation which is coming down don't care much. That is my take on it.
Yeah, so just building on that, because obviously we have about 60, 70 international brands under Reliance brands as well, right? And I remember a time where, when Tommy came into the market, people used to come and say, I want to go and buy this international brand. Now, the fact of the matter is that there are 150 international brands that become part of the conversation versus 10 years back when there were 10, right? So the value of that international brand and the access to it doesn't mean that just because you're an international brand, you will succeed. And I'll just give an example of something that, is very topical. I'm wearing these Replay jeans, okay? Nice international brand, was a great product at one time, has gone through whatever it has gone through internationally, not doing that well, not much focus on product. And some of the product that actually came into the market was not great at all. Okay, and in fact, the brand did not take off. Diesel does incredibly well for us. Okay, but Replay did not even stand a chance just because of product quality. Okay, and now we've actually shut the brand down. Okay, at our end. And the single reason for that was the fact that just because it's international, it's not enough for consumers anymore. Okay, and I think that's just building into everything that he's been saying about product quality mattering. Okay, it mattered to the point that no matter what you threw at them in terms of marketing, imagery, the fact of the matter is if you buy a product and you do not feel that you have derived enough value out of it, whether it's international or national, okay, and that value ascription is different, right? So the value ascription when you're buying a 300 rupee t-shirt would be that can I wear it for 10 wears, and when I wash it, at least it stays for those 8, 10 wears. But unless you feel value at whichever segment you are, just because you're international won't get in anywhere. And just because, everywhere the conversation seems to be around the value segment these days, what I worry about for the industry in general is whether we're racing to the bottom. And that's something that genuinely worries me. Everybody thinks the value segment is doing great. Tata Zudio is doing great. Other people are trying to do what Tata Zudio is doing and trying to do great. And I don't know if the strategies align with something that will create value over a period of time, or just race ourselves to a position, okay, where profits will be stretched, the consumer will be used to buying a certain product at a certain value, and then there is no reversing that, you know, with consumers, and worries me.
Yeah, you're right. That's why I asked that, I was talking to Neeraj that at some point of time we will start affecting the quality of our offerings. And that, I think, is going to be a kind of a suicidal effort.
I would just make a very good point on that concern. It's a real concern, because the kind of scale in which that particular segment is, nothing wrong with it, because it actually is making more and more Indian population fashionable, and really, they are doing a great service. But conversation with textile mills, where the fabric is coming from, the fundamental product, which is actually getting catered. When you have those conversations, the conversation becomes very difficult on innovation, on newness. And each of those value propositions, the conversation definitely with the textile sector becomes more and more diluted, is what my observation is. Because there is a scale and there is a commerce which is working to the benefit of the textile industry. But at the same time, the pipeline of innovation and the pipeline of newness, the pipeline of research, which will have to fundamentally go in creating value for an ecosystem, I think that is missing. And that is where that concern which Jaspreet raised is really, because do we as Indians, are we ready for something which is much at a higher level of value, which our mills and our product, our ecosystem should produce? And that is a concern, definitely. Is the journey, and is it a race towards the bottom? Yeah. Or rather, it is the race towards the excellence, it has a flip side, because the export business, which we are looking at, and there's so many discussions which happen in the first half of the session, that will suffer if that innovation pipeline is not really revitalized, and we are actually not looking at it with a very, very sharp focus. The commoditization of the industry will be much more severe there. And I think that is the concern which Jaspreet just raised. And it is a very, very genuine concern.
We've got the perfect panelist for that in Sanjay. Two quick questions. One is based on what Lal mentioned, that the export sector particularly has to be very, very careful that we do not commoditize our products completely. But equally important, you have the experience of supplying to various countries, and not only supplying but also manufacturing in various countries. Do you see the same kind of concerns, the same kind of fashion trends, consumer behavior trends in the other countries? I know you supply to other sort of businesses, but I'm sure that you know what they are going through with their consumers and in their markets. Do you see that this is a common trend?
See, different countries, different markets go through cycles, evolution cycle of humankind or a consumer. And some of the points that we are discussing here, I mean, the two sides of coin. Are we racing to the bottom, or are we rising from the bottom? When I say rising from the bottom, means a lot of Indians are, getting more earnings. They are a little bit moving up the, earning power, and therefore they're wanting to now wear some nice clothes. And for these people who are also now, every Indian has got a phone, has got a data, is also now on social media. So therefore is able to see what's, people are wearing smart clothes, etc. But they can't afford a price point. And that's where we believe if we want to catch on these very, very, new, if I can use the word new immigrant to this consumption range, then there is a price point at which you can encash them, And another thing that is happening, value/valuation, that if there is somebody as an entrepreneur, as a budding entrepreneur feels there is this mass population rising up, wanting to consume, that looks very good on a PowerPoint presentation. I've got a strategy to convert this potential to numbers. You actually also get a lot of risk capital to support you. which can actually make you sustain 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years or so. So I guess these phenomena are also playing, when we talk about value and other aspects. Coming back to the point you asked, the phenomena is far more in India, relatively speaking. For us, a lot of biggest of my export go to UK and Europe. What we are discussing here is relatively far less applicable there.
Okay.
I think that the consumer is suffering because of high inflation. The economies are under pressure. The net disposable income is kind of stagnant or going down. And we're talking about 2 dresses or 3 dresses in a day. For them, they're trying to meet both the ends. So therefore, they really suffered in the last 4-5 years on the high price segment. It gradually moved to the value segment, like the Primarks of the world or a Sainsbury or a Next. Next is also a little up. But in fact, in the last 2 years, these segments also came under pressure. So therefore, this is not a UK phenomena. This is not a Europe phenomena. In fact, the growth that is happening in those markets are all in the value stores. In fact, a lot of people who started fashion brands, they all came into administration in 2 years, 3 years, because there were no buyers at those price points of $50, $60, or $70 a pounds. Now let's change gears to China. China has, barring the last 2-3 years, has been through close to 20 years of going up and up and up in terms of GDP per capita, people's income rising, etc. They all moved to the high end of the fashion. So therefore, barring the last 6 months that we all have started talking about the LVs and Gucci's of the world coming under pressure, because the China is under pressure. So I'm going back to my opening statement. It depends on our country, our market going through what kind of evolution cycle. In India, for example, now we are the economy to be watching out for, wherein our income levels are rising. So therefore, we had some impact on the high-end fashion, but then our economy is also a little bit under pressure, so people are restraining on that. It is the low end which is migrating. There you have a consumption, but at a price point. So to us, if now coming back to our equation, putting all of this together, if I'm exporting, the bulk of what I'm selling is value to US, to UK, to Europe, because the fashion is under pressure there, much more as compared to what we are discussing. And I'm actually very perplexed, and that 2 of the leading fashion companies, and rather 3, but 2 of them really are resonating the fact that, as Arvind is Raymond's, that it is the value segment, the low price segment, etc. So these are some interesting and challenging times.
It's interesting and also perplexing in a way, because our economy is growing, our per capita income is growing.
Or so we are told.
We are told, yes. Obviously, I know which side of the political spectrum you are. But the population is
I'm on
growing.
your side, whatever side you want to be.
Now that is a double-edged sword if you're on Rahul's side. But the population is growing, the more and more urbanization is happening, and at the same time, the apparel industry appears to be in a bit of a stressed situation. Now, I think we've got enough of excellence and brilliance in the panel to last for another 1 hour, but I can see Chandrima giving me dirty looks. But I've taken, yeah, but I've kept to my time of 45 to 50 minutes. But before I conclude, just to all 4 of y'all, just 1 word or 1 sentence, what is the most significant trend that you see in the future, in the coming, let's say, 5 years or 10 years, in fashion or in consumer behavior? Your choice. Sanjay, you can start off.
I would say, we talk about quality, it's relative. Quality is relative. When I say quality, it's like, am I looking good in the 500 price point? I don't really want it to last for 2 years or 3 years. I'm willing to change it in 2 months, 3 months, etc. So let's be adaptable to this ever-changing definition of quality. Let's second sentence, let's acknowledge the fact that it's not going to be physical stores. It's going to be, if at all, 50-50. People talk about 2030 as e-commerce. I see 50-50 physical, 50 social commerce stroke e-commerce. So these are two emerging things. Let's embrace them. And I believe there's a lot of money for all of us to make as apparel, as retailers, as brands, as long as we are embracing this trend.
I wish I could see that money, but anyway. Jaspreet.
I actually see the e-commerce trend reversing. Rather than going up, I already see signs of the e-commerce, at least in terms of value creation for organizations, right? You're not really making money out of it anymore, okay? Or as much money that you thought you would make out of it. It's largely becoming a discount channel in our heads, at least, in Reliance. And I think what will happen is that as it becomes less and less profitable to be online, okay? Because right now the key value proposition was brick and mortar versus online. No rent hai, kuch nahi hai. But today consumer acquisition costs online are also increasing, right? That's the rental that you live in. So I actually see a reversal in what he's saying. I see actually e-commerce going the other way over the next couple of years, where even brands start pulling back. A lot of, let's say buying or decision-making is done on how you're building online businesses. A lot of people have tried to build those online businesses, and it's not really worked for them in the manner that they expected it to. So I actually see a pullback as a trend, okay, while nearly everybody I speak to, looks the other way. I'm probably thinking it's going to go the other way. I think it's going to move towards brick and mortar experiences quality over a period of time, and I think it's the brands that will stick to, their guns that are actually going to survive. There's going to be a major consolidation stage. It's going to hurt like hell for the next couple of years in terms of business, okay? But it's the brands that will stick to their guns that will actually survive.
Well, I think one fact that proves your point or your theory is that almost all online players who were exclusively online till now are opening their brick and mortar stores. So that's obviously an indicator that they also have realized that that's the way to grow. Yeah, Neeraj.
I see huge amount of democratization for fashion at play. It's already in play. The value segment that has sort of emerged is clearly because there was organized segment only 30% 5 years back. With e-commerce coming in, that sort of exploded. With the value segment coming in, that sort of exploded. So today we are at a cusp where it's 45% is organized. The pace at which democratization is happening, value is sort of really chugging along. And to me, it's I sort of resonate with what Sanjay said. It's rising from the bottom. You've got a large consumption-led revolution that's happening because more and more people are sort of climbing up, and therefore there is an aspiration of interacting with that fashion the way they want in a certain quality of retail environment. So that is going to be a reality for a very long time. Equally polar would also be at play, which is premiumization sector, premium sector will continuously getting even more premiumized, even more experience-led, even more innovation-led. But what I think is the binding force, whichever way, whether you look at these extreme segments, I see innovation at scale, innovation at pace, and whichever segment we look at it, value as experienced by customer has to be given. So innovation, value, scale, agility, some of these words that I resonate with as far as future for brands and retail is concerned.
Thanks. Lal?
I would still say that it's a nation raising, and I completely agree with Sanjay. But the other part actually which comes again is the aspiration will keep on rising together with the consumer rising. And that is where probably it should be a big disservice that as the aspiration rises and then we don't add value in our retailing structure, in our products, for those aspirations to be satisfied. Now, what is the future? I think the organizations and the brands which define the key DNA in at least a few very dominant segments, who also complement that with extremely agile supply chains and use of technology will survive. So that is my belief, because I think it's a nation which has a lot to offer, because 1.4 billion, clothing 1.4 billion, there is a lot for everyone. I think the way you define your space and the way you use technology and creates, layers in your supply chain, those organizations, I do believe, will be more successful in the coming years. That's my take.
Yeah, thanks. I think normally a moderator sort of summarizes the discussion, but I think these gentlemen have done the job for me. They've summarized it. So I would just like to close the discussion before, if there's any time for question answers, we could do that. But otherwise, I'd like to close the discussion by just posing one question. And I think Chandrima will need to have another panel discussion on this as to when your economy is growing, which is a point that I made. Lal raised an interesting point where your aspirations are growing. Why is it that our value segment is growing faster than the premium segment? I'm not saying premium segment is not growing. I think Neeraj said that. But obviously, I think all indicators point to the fact that the value segment is doing better. Why is this? Is this a contradiction? Is there some kind of a logic and rationale behind this? I think it's a question that we might want to consider in the future. Do we have time for some question answers? Anybody wants to raise any questions? Yeah. Would somebody like to answer that? I think all can answer, but still.
I would like to put my snippet to that. Maybe 10 years back, if you really look at the export scenario, because my career is divided between export houses and retailing, so I virtually worked half through both the sectors. Most of the big export houses, unfortunately right now we have a number, the number can be almost taken in our fingertips. The export contribution, the Shahis and the Goguldases, and all those export segment is what right now which is existing. And I do believe that, as Sanjay said, that our contribution has not really gone up the premium levels. And that is the concern, which again, because when we have textile conversations as the final product, we are not able to upgrade our value chain, is what my take on this, because I have worked in that segment, and I do completely agree that most of the export is in the value segment, and what we are chasing also to be a certain extent is the value segment. We are not able to actually move up the needle up in a segment which can give us great dividends. And when you go to source in China, because we do source from China, we see how that country has moved up the ladder in value and virtually outsourced all their commodity to the different nations all around us. So, it is a concern that if you want to really be a very, very dominant player, we have to up our value chain, or else we have to, and we don't have the scale to play the value game also, because most of the entities which were actually earlier thriving in that space of exports are not there, the Orient Crafts, and all of them have actually moved away. And if you want to play a top line game on an export, the scale will have to come with value, but scale we don't have, because our ecosystem is MSMEs. And it's a thriving MSME system. So it is a concern, and how those gaps will be filled is really to be seen. It's my limited take on that, because as an Indian retailer, we do see that that confusion in the market when we have our textile conversations. So how do we actually grow up that ladder? There need to be an innovation pipeline. There need to be very, very strong R&Ds. And there should be an openness to have those conversations within our sectors. So that is my take on it, because I have experienced that journey in the export segment.
Sanjay? Yeah, I think Al made a very valid point. Post the liberalization, our ecosystem has been created for services sector. And there we have actually had handsome growth in exports. But the last few years, the ecosystem is getting built up for manufacturing as well. You know, whether at least on a concept level, planning level, the textile parks, the PLI schemes, the availability of capital, all of that is happening. So we may take little few more years than what we may have planned to reach the level of exports, but we are getting there. The labor has, in Bangladesh, the absenteeism in a factory is average less than 3%. Okay, if you go down Tirupur, you have 18%, 20% kind of absenteeism, because the labor has so much alternate avenues of working. But with the manufacturing sector, the entrepreneur putting in more money there, the government paying attention, if we are able to match the absenteeism level, if we are able to improve the productivity, if we are able to invest into the man-made fibers, not just cotton-based. So I added 2-3 ifs, but actions are happening in that. So probably in a very near term, we may not reach that kind of number, but are we getting there? The answer is yes, we are getting there. So to your point on the first one, just a quick reflection. The aspiration is increasing, but you said only the value segment. Because the aspirating Indian, young Indian wants to fly as well, wants to eat as well, wants to go on a holiday as well. There's so many things that they aspire for. So what they have left for clothes is actually a limited amount. You know, they want to maximize on everything.
I think Sanjay has answered the question that I have been asking, and probably that has been my answer, that it is not that people are wearing less clothes, or it is not that clothes is getting out of fashion, but just that the disposable income in the hands of the consumer is being spread over many more avenues than before. And the pride that one used to have wearing a Charagdin shirt, for example, I think Rakesh ji will agree. He is my generation, so I can say that. Yeah, now that Charagdin glamour is no longer there. It's the iPhone or the whatever. That is I think. But to answer your question, Chandrima, I don't see any reason why we cannot reach the 300 billion figure. I think that is an entirely achievable figure, but with two provisos. Number one, I think the government will have to look at the domestic sector if it wants to really reach that figure and not only focus on the exports. Number two, within the domestic sector, I think value segment is going to drive that. I'm not saying premium segment is not going to be there. I'm not saying the designer segment will not be there, but I think it's the value segment retail which is going to drive. And of course, we've got two interesting definitions away from the normal concept or normal definitions. So one is of value, that it is not value does not mean cheap. Value means that you are giving the consumer value for money, whatever he is paying. So therefore, even if somebody is paying ₹1,00,000 for a Manish Malhotra Ghagra Choli, he or she would think that I'm getting value for money if she finds that Ghagra Choli worth it. And the other was about quality, relevant quality. You know, that is this quality the one that I am looking for? So if I'm not looking for a shirt which is lasting, going to last me for 10 years, then that is no longer quality. As long as it lasts me for 1 year, it's a good enough quality. So that's an interesting part. Any other questions?
So as far as accessories goes, if you look at any particular specialty store, and if you even go to what is called a large format retail, you will find in a specialty branded store a single digit number, and one could look at whether it's a medium single digit number or a high single digit number that are accessories, fashion accessories sort of driving in. Moment you go to a, let's call it a mid-market or a mass value multi-category store, it's a number that's possibly between 10 to 20%. And at 20%, what you see the revolution that's happened in fashion, because that has obviously happened over the last 2 to 3 decades, the next tipping point is going to be footwear. The next tipping point is going to be handbags and accessories. Why some of that is sort of having a lag is a simple reason. India for a very longest time had a textile base, a cotton textile base. So therefore apparel could thrive, that ecosystem, that value chain, supply chain was already built. Footwear, raw material, accessories, raw material, if I talk about handbags, PU, most of that raw material does not exist in the country. It has to come from China. It has to come from Taiwan, Korea. So therefore the footwear ecosystem is also, what has also happened strangely and rightly is the tariffs have come in before. The raw material manufacturing equation or infrastructure hasn't been built to the level that this country's consuming class requires, leave apart the exports that could emanate from here. And my sense is that focus has started to come in. So if one were to bet, India in the next 5 to 10 years should start seeing large amount of manufacturing momentum in footwear, in accessories. Even if I were to stick my neck out, even beauty as a category, because you have started seeing the retailing happening across premium end for a very long time. It started to happen in a mid-market. Value, beauty is going to come in because large consumption run. And similarly on the accessories footwear piece, that revolution is about to come. It's going to come at all levels, whether it's premium, mid-market, value. But I think where I resonate with a lot of the points being made is the raw material infrastructure, the manufacturing infrastructure has to give a lot of impetus. Because if you have that, then you can play with silhouettes, designs, conversion of it. This is where a big opportunity lies. Otherwise, we are going to rely on imports. We are going to make those imports difficult, but that will not sort of spur the innovation and consumption. And of course, manufacturing impetus is started to being built up. There is a lag, but it's going to come up soon. So, I mean, that's where I see it.
So, Sanjay, you know the next industry that Pearl Group should be investing in, footwear. But I see home textiles as another segment which is really going to be playing an increasingly important role, especially in exports. Yeah. Any other? Yeah. Chandrima, is it okay? See, can I answer? I mean, look at this. I had to seek permission from Chandrima. I had to seek permission from the panelists. But still, I personally feel that at one point of time, sustainability was looked at as an expensive proposition, which could be afforded only by the higher priced brands. I think as we go by, increasingly, sustainability is going to be taken care of even in the lowest priced products. Because number one, it is not as expensive as we believe it to be. Number two, it is going to be compulsory in almost all spheres. Now, for example, of course, exports already has a lot of requirements, a lot of compliance necessities and so on. But even within the Indian retail scene, the domestic market, you see the bigger retailers like Reliance, like Lifestyle, like Zudio, Tata's, all these brands have gradually started moving slowly perhaps, but towards a more compliant source of production, which is sustainability. And I think that if a job worker, given the kind of rates that they do get of a Tata or a Reliance or a Lifestyle, if he can afford to make his production sustainable, then I think anybody can. Again, sustainability is a very vast subject. So there will be, it's a process. You can't suddenly say, till today I was not sustainable, tomorrow I will be sustainable. No, it's a process that you are going to go through. And even if value segment is driving the growth of the industry, I think sustainability will be part and parcel of that. See, the biggest, no, I'll tell you, the biggest premium that a manufacturer of sustainable products or sustainable processes is having is that these big retailers will be doing business with them. Because if you're not sustainable, if you're not meeting certain minimum requirements, people will just not deal with you. So forget about the monetary premium. Whether you do business or not, I think will depend on whether you are sustainable or not. I think that is something for Neeraj and Lal to answer.
Or the garments, it's completely sustainable. They never compromise on that part. Yes, of course, for the discounting and factoring, that's a brand call. That's a brand promotion call, and you don't know the background story, how the brand is playing with all these stuffs.
You are right, and as I think you confirmed my point that there are already brands which are moving very rapidly onto the sustainable space. So I think that's
the very simple example I'll tell you, all the brands, irrespective it's an Indian brand or the international brand, they started slowly shifting from solvent-based adhesives to water-based adhesives. A very, very simple things they have started doing, because water-based adhesives are human-friendly adhesives that will not harm the human body a lot, specifically their workers.
Yep.
And this is not only by the brands, and if you are exporter to any of the, even a small organization in US and Europe, you need to go with the whole compliance. That's very there.
Sure.
Can I just add quickly, sir, to your point? I think if we try and do a catch-up on sustainability, then it becomes actually expensive. The consumer is not going to pay for it. Consumer is discerning. So my request would be at the conception stage, when I'm trying to set up a manufacturing, let sustainability be an integral part of it. What this means is a solar power on the rooftops. Then there are, like Good Fashion Fund in Netherlands, gives you a concessional long-term funding if you set up any facility which reduces the consumption of natural resources by half. In my factory, I have GFF funded, but the wash plant consume less water. Then I have from HSBC and ENBD green financing, wherein there are some emission norms. If I'm able to meet, then I get concessional financing as well. It was very much an integral part at the planning stage wherein I think it's, when you start doing on the drawing board, there are institutions across the world who would actually come forward and provide you that concessional financings, the cap structure, which would actually make it viable as well in the long term. But catch-up is very tough. There I relate with you that if I'm trying to set something on top of it, then it is very expensive.
So, I mean, as far as discounting is concerned, I mean, I'm not the person to answer, but...
So, I think there is a perception that you see, and there is a business model that's at play at the back end. And what you see in terms of discount is also a business model that's at play. Now, if you were a technical product person, and if you see products closely, you will find that products are offering commensurate value, which means that there is always a certain way of business model that's play when you sell in certain channel. There is a belief, and that's obviously come from a behavior. Online for a longest time has been more about passing value in terms of discount. And therefore, there is a certain customer that's coming for that. Of course, there are other business models also exist. There is premium online as well, there is luxury online as well. But at the heart of it, in India, it's sort of morphed more into discount-led model. So much so that brands see it as a channel. Brands see as a channel to reach out to customers who are looking for value in terms of discount. So therefore, products get made specifically for that channel with a certain kind of a markup model in place. And also it becomes sort of a liquidation channel, what you don't sell in the season. And one would argue, if one is not a discerning fashion trend customer, then you're looking at a binary product that, okay, it happens to be this brand and this product, what does it, how does it matter? If you look at from that binary lens, then you would see it as you're getting great value. But if you are looking at from a point of, am I, buying what is really in the store, which is the right trend right now, then chances are you may not. But again, like fashion, all things are considered, it's qualitative. So if you have a fairly measured qualitative lens, then, one could miss out the quantitative bit. But believe me, all channels mostly exist for profits. In some you make more, some you make less. But at the end of the day, if you are seeing a certain business model at play for a very long time, chances are that there is value for customer, there is an equivalent value for the enterprise as well.
So basically what you're saying is there is no free lunch. But I think let me just close this discussion with this sharing that, Gurbir, particularly for you, that most brands and retailers are now talking very seriously about reducing the period of discounts and the extent of discounts. So if I were you as a consumer, I'll say go out and buy it today, take advantage of it. Tomorrow you might not get the same discount. Thank you very much, friends. I hope you've enjoyed the session. And thank you, panelists.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rahul Mehta and our esteemed panelists. It was definitely last but the most lively and interactive session, not just from the panel itself, but from the audience. I would request Mrs. Chandrama Chatterjee, Secretary General City, to come and felicitate the moderators and the panelists. Firstly, to Mr. Rahul Mehta, Chief Mentor, CMAIA. Sanjay Jain, Group CEO, PDS. Jaspreet Chandok, Group Vice President, Reliance Brands. Neeraj Nagpal, Chief Business Officer for Apparel and Retail, Raymond's Lifestyle Limited. And lastly, Lal Sudhakaran, Chief Sourcing Officer, Arvind Fashions Limited. This has been a very exciting event throughout the day. From first half discussing about trade dynamics and policy shifts to concluding with the future of fashion and consumer trends. I now hand over to Mrs. Chatterjee to give the vote of thanks for the conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta, and all the panelists. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. It was a great session to end with. As we conclude the 12th edition of ATEXCON, which was filled with many insightful discussions and panel sessions, it is my privilege to extend a heartfelt thanks to all those who have made this event meaningful. A special thanks to the esteemed moderators and speakers who shared their expertise, experience, and perspectives on key industry trends, challenges, and opportunities. In fact, all the sessions were very meaningful in what they could capture. I would like to thank our sponsors, principal sponsor LMW, gold sponsor Rita, bronze sponsor India ITME Society and Sulochana, and Sistil. I also express my gratitude to all our association partners, CMAI, ETA, TexProcel, the Textile Association, and SAIMA. The support of sponsors and supporting partners have been instrumental in bringing this platform together. Your contributions ensure that ATEXCON continues to serve as an important platform to collaborate on issues related to Asian textile industry. A special acknowledgement to our knowledge partner, Gerzi. In fact, we and the Gerzi team have been under interaction for the last 1 month. And a special thanks to Mr. Navdeep Sodhi also, who couldn't attend this event, for providing strategic insights that have enriched our discussions and enhanced knowledge sharing at this platform. I would like to thank the media and communication partners, and I hope they give a good coverage to the event. Last but not the least, a heartfelt thanks to all the participants who could sit through the whole event and hopefully could take away some of the insights that we wanted to share today. Thank you all, and we look forward to seeing you again in the next edition of ATEXCON. Thank you.